Chapter 51. The clear and slightly teasing voice of the girl came from behind. Aaron turned around, and saw Chu with long hair flowing like a waterfall. She stood delicately with her hands behind her back, looking at him with a smile in her eyes. The sky above her head was dotted with stars, like a dream, which made the girl's already pure and beautiful face even more extraordinary. Even Aaron was dazed for a moment. In the original book, Chu herself is a very beautiful Asian girl, but in the movie, this is hard to comment. What kind of speaking talent is that? It's all true feelings. Aaron coughed lightly, a little unnaturally, then said with a straight face. We freshmen should charge forward bravely. As for me, he changed the subject and raised his wand high. Of course it is to prevent accidents and sneak attacks. Aaron glanced at Chu, who did not react much and still looked at him with a smile. This little girl is not easy to fool. Aaron thought to himself. As a senior, Chu naturally knew that these were fine traditions of intimidating freshmen. Chu looked at the wand in Aaron's hand and was surprised. What a strange wand! She felt that this handsome little brother was more mysterious, and she was more interested. At the oak door of Hogwarts, hundreds of little wizards raised their wands. Their blood was boiling. They screamed and rushed past Professor McGonagall, who was full of fear. The brave little wizard rolled up his wizard sleeves, widened his eyes, and vowed to fight the trolls and ghouls to the death. The timid ones closed their eyes, waved their wands around, and screamed to build up their courage. Several times, the tip of the waving wand almost scratched Professor McGonagall's face. What on earth happened? Professor McGonagall looked at the freshman who rushed into the entrance hall from both sides of her. She was 3 parts confused, 3 parts angry, and 4 parts terrified. This kind of chaotic scene was the first time that Hogwarts had been founded since 990 AD. She cast her eyes on Hagrid outside the door, who was shrugged, spread his hands, and shook his head. Professor McGonagall felt that her expression management was about to collapse. Wait until she finds out who did it. She must punish them severely. After all the little wizards rushed into the huge entrance hall, they were dumbfounded. There were no terrible tests around, no man-eating giants, and no ghouls picking up the scraps. They were in a tall entrance hall, just like Gringotts, with blazing torches burning around the stone walls, and the ceiling was so high that you couldn't see the top. In front was a luxurious marble staircase leading directly upstairs. The boiling voices of the little wizards gradually subsided, and they raised their wands high, at a loss. There was a feeling of drawing a sword and looking around with a confused heart. Where is the troll? What about the ghouls? Where is the test? This is what all the freshmen are thinking. Some young wizards don't understand the situation, they close their eyes and wave their wands, shouting that they want to fight the troll, but are hit on the back of the head by other freshmen. Only then do they react and open their eyes. Shut up, there's no troll. The little wizard who slapped the boy whispered. Seeing that the farce had finally subsided, Mag closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Stay calm, they are just children. What happened? She asked solemnly after opening her eyes again. Only then did the little wizards notice that there was a witch in emerald green robes standing by the door. Her expression was terribly gloomy. What should I do? I always feel like she is a giant monster that will eat people soon. A little wizard trembled and whispered in the crowd. Bang! Another slap on the back of the head. Haven't you seen Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Trolls don't turn into humans. Another voice whispered back. But she is still so scary, look at her face, and, can you stop hitting me? An aggrieved voice. The raised hand was put down, and the forbearing voice said that's better than a troll. Now, please be quiet. Mag's serious eyes swept over the hundreds of little wizards. They were all trembling like little chickens, and they had lost their previous momentum. I'll ask again, what happened? Or, let me ask it another way, who did it? After Mag finished speaking, she saw all the little wizards looking behind her. Mag turned around. A handsome little wizard with an aristocratic aura was walking towards her with his chest puffed out and a serious face, his left hand on his waist. A wand? Is that a wand? Mag was surprised. Did the kid give the wand a sheath? Aaron walked into the hallway, looked up at Mag, ignored her, then walked in, looked around, and had a serious expression. I was covering your rear just now to prevent you from being attacked. I am late. Excuse me, are there any casualties? Where are the trolls? Where are the ghouls? He asked the young wizards. Chu Zhang, who came in later, almost laughed out loud at Aaron's excellent acting skills. If it weren't for Professor McGonagall beside him. There are no giant monsters or ghouls. Mag said loudly. She finally realized that all this was done by the extremely handsome little wizard in front of her. Aaron turned around in surprise and looked at Mag. Ah? No? Are you? No. I'm McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor and Professor of Transfiguration, but that's not the point. McGonagall lowered her head with questioning eyes. You did it. Aaron shook his head blankly. McGonagall frowned. If it's not you, then who is it? Aaron turned around, faced the little wizards, and shouted loudly, who should we thank for risking punishment to give us information? The little wizards had a backbone and were no longer afraid. They shouted in unison, thank you Weasley twins and good student Cedric. Aaron turned and looked at McGonagall with an innocent face. At this time, he saw Hagrid standing at the entrance of the hall, giving him a thumbs up. Professor McGonagall felt dizzy and was extremely angry in her heart. Weasley, the twins are fine. Cedric, why are you joining in the fun? She knew this was a tradition of the academy, and she was also an experienced witch. But it had never been as big as today. The Weasley twins and Cedric were at fault, but McGonagall's intuition told her that this child was at least half responsible. What's your name? She asked. Aaron Brooke. Professor McGonagall showed a hint of surprise, followed by deep meaning, and then changed into sudden realization again. This made sense. The child in front of her was the extremely talented child mentioned by Headmaster Dumbledore. He was also the only freshman in the history of Hogwarts who had a bad reputation in the minds of the professors before entering the college. She accidentally drank a sip of the coffee, and then she only remembered that Professor Snape's face was terribly dark. After asking carefully, Headmaster Dumbledore admitted that the coffee was sent by a child named Aaron Brooke. And the child's owl also caused trouble. That day, when they were about to deliver the admission letters to the freshmen, they found that all the owls had no strength. And Dumbledore's phoenix fox, my god, if I remember correctly, it was a male. All this was done by the owl of the child in front of him. The previous chaos, the chaos today. McGonagall stared at Aaron. This child seemed to be born with chaos. She wondered, will he be the next him? No, she quickly denied it. There was no gloom, depth, and elusiveness in the child's eyes. His talent was also extremely amazing, but he was just a little naughty. What's that? A natural Gryffindor seedling. Professor McGonagall liked him more and more. The seriousness in her eyes faded, and a touch of love for talent emerged. The little wizards looked at them nervously, and saw that the witch bent down, but did not criticize or punish as they imagined. Instead, in their surprised eyes, she said in Aaron's ear, child, you don't want us to investigate your owl and coffee, right? Aaron was shocked, and then became angry. Damn old bee-dang, I know you are not strict, coffee in half. Hey? Professor McGonagall, what do you mean? Later, tell the Sorting Hat that you want to come to Gryffindor, it will agree. After saying that, she stood up and winked at Aaron before leaving. Aaron rolled his eyes in his heart. Gryffindor? Sorry, not interested. The black dragon finally disappointed the little cat. Okay, the farce ends here, now follow me. McGonagall's voice also became much lighter. Thinking that she was about to receive a genius, she was in a good mood. The freshmen followed Professor McGonagall along the stone floor. On the way, Chu secretly gave him a thumbs up, and Aaron could only laugh dryly. The voices of senior students came from next door. They arrived early, and the freshmen followed Professor McGonagall to another small room in the hall. Everyone watched all this nervously. Suddenly a little wizard began to cry. Professor McGonagall asked, why are you crying? Ugh, Professor McGregor, you are not gathering us together to be eaten by the troll. I want to go home. As soon as this sentence came out, the other little wizards also started crying. I want to go home, I want my mother. Mom, the troll wants to eat me, his mouth is so big. I don't want to learn magic anymore, I want to go home. Aaron listened to the reward in his mind happily, and suddenly he realized something, and the smile on his face froze. Professor McGonagall was looking at him. Okay kids. Mag said helplessly. I assure you, there are absolutely no trolls. There are absolutely no ghouls. It will be very safe and no one will get hurt. At this time, the little wizard stopped crying. Welcome to Hogwarts. McGonagall said, the opening banquet will begin soon. We will sort you into the houses. First, you need to make sure which house you want to enter. As she spoke, she glanced at Aaron meaningfully. Aaron was happily chatting with Hermione at the moment. There are 4 colleges in total, namely Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw and Slytherin. I believe you have all learned about them in the history of Hogwarts School. I won't go into details here. But please remember one thing, try not to violate the rules, your excellence will help your college win extra points, otherwise, it will deduct points. Okay, Professor McGonagall said, we've wasted some time before, so you don't need to rest. Now line up in a single file, McGonagall said to the first-year students, follow me. The students lined up obediently and followed her. At this time, 20 ghosts suddenly jumped out from the wall behind them. They were all pearly white and translucent. They crossed the whole room and talked to each other. The little wizards were scared, and some of them even screamed and jumped up. However, these ghosts did not notice them, but after a while, a ghost wearing a tight-fitting coat with a round ruffled collar discovered the first-year students. What are you doing here? No one dared to speak. The freshmen walked through the entrance hall and then passed through a double door into the luxurious hall. All the young wizards stared. This was a magnificent place. The senior students were already seated and staring at them. There were thousands of candles floating in the air on the tables, illuminating the hall. McGonagall asked the freshmen to sit face to face with the senior students. Aaron saw the Weasley twins and Cedric winked at him. The meaning was very clear, come to our college. The candle light flickered, and ghosts passed back and forth on the long table, shining with hazy silver light. Above, the velvety black ceiling was twinkling with stars, making people wonder where the ceiling was or where the open air was. There is a magic here, it looks like the sky outside, I read it in Hogwarts, a history. Hermione whispered. Hannah nodded. Aaron glanced at Hermione and thought, she is indeed a walking encyclopedia. Just as everyone was looking around curiously, Professor McGonagall moved in. A 4-legged stool was placed on the stool, and then a pointed wizard hat was placed on the stool. The hat was patched everywhere, old and dirty, and covered with a thick layer of patina. Aaron shook his head and said, why don't you wash this hat? He felt uncomfortable when he thought that it was covered with dandruff and hair oil from all the wizards for a long time. Everyone was staring at the hat. Suddenly, the hat twisted, and a crack began to appear on it, like a mouth, and then it began to sing. The lyrics of the Sorting Hat are different every year, but the core will not change. The lyrics will be composed around the 4 major colleges, but the meaning of the lyrics is, how to say it, the last-minute cram in the previous life, that is, a tall tree attracts the wind, is on par with it, and it can be divided into 3 parts. Soon the hat finished singing and bowed politely to the surroundings. The wizards applauded one after another, and Aaron also quacked twice perfunctorily. Professor McGonagall stepped forward from the back with a roll of parchment in her hand. At this time, Aaron glanced at Hannah at the right time. The girl was very nervous. Whoever's name I call now, please put on your hat, sit on the stool and wait for the sorting, she said. Hannah Abbott. The girl exclaimed, blushing and lowering her head, her golden braids swinging in 2 directions, and she stumbled out of the queue. She put on her hat, with the brim hanging down, just covering her eyes, and sat down. Hufflepuff, the hat shouted quickly. Cedric clapped his hands excitedly and almost jumped out of his chair. Since Hannah was here, Aaron was also. He glanced at the Weasley twins, who were looking at him unconvinced at this time, wait and see. The Hufflepuff students were very happy to welcome Hannah to take a seat. After Hannah sat down, she looked at Aaron, with the candlelight reflected in her eyes. Susan Bones. The whole family is fair and outstanding wizards, Aaron thought. Hufflepuff the hat shouted quickly, Susan ran to sit next to Hannah with a smile. Terry Booth. Ravenclaw. This time, a bunch of wizards, mostly girls, applauded and welcomed them. Aaron looked at his female classmates with great satisfaction. Next, a girl named Mandy Blocker was also assigned to Ravenclaw, and Lavender Brown was the first freshman in Gryffindor. Justin Finch Fletchley. Hufflepuff. The time it takes for the hat to call out the sorting house is different each time. Some people almost don't put on their clothes before the hat starts calling out. For others, it takes a little longer. Hermione Granger. Hermione ran to the stool and put on the hat in a panic. As expected, the little witch was sorted into Gryffindor. She walked down with satisfaction and glanced at Aaron. After that, the Sorting Hat quickly decided who should go where. When it came to Neville, the hat took a little longer to decide. He was so scared that he ran with the hat. Halfway through the run, he realized what was going on and handed the hat back. Finally, the hat called a name that all freshmen were looking forward to. Next. McGonagall also shouted expectantly, Aaron Brooke. Aaron stepped forward, pinched the Sorting Hat with 2 fingers, and placed it on his head. A full minute passed. Nothing happened, and there was no mumbling of the hat in his mind. It was as if it was an ordinary hat. He waited, and everyone stared at him, including McGonagall, who was very nervous. Hermione and Hannah were very nervous, expecting Aaron to be sorted into their own house. About 10 minutes passed. There was still no response. Just when Aaron was getting impatient, the somewhat frightened voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly rang in his mind. Who are you? Chapter 52. Who I am? Don't you know who I am? Didn't you use your ears to listen when the cat-eared girl called me just now? Oh, I forgot you don't have ears. Finally, he added, you don't even have a brain. Aaron, who was in a bad mood when he woke up, was in a bad mood. Ding! Fear value plus 46. Aaron's expression eased a little. The Sorting Hat was silent for a moment. The words of this little wizard sounded too defensive. Of course I know your name is Aaron Brooke. The Sorting Hat said, and its voice seemed to tremble a little. I am asking you, besides the name Aaron, who are you? Aaron was shocked to hear this. Did he know that he was a time traveler? But on second thought, he had the full level of brain occlumency. Not to mention your broken hat, even Dumbledore would not be able to use it. Aaron recalled the function of the Sorting Hat. It has independent thinking and can decide which of the 4 colleges the freshmen will go to. It originally belonged to the founder of Hogwarts, Godric Gryffindor, who possessed legitimate mindfulness to read the minds of young wizards. But it was only when facing unsuspecting freshmen, and he had the full level of brain occlumency. Why do you ask? Aaron decided to test the waters. The Sorting Hat was silent for a moment, and then said silently, when you put on the hat, I tried to. Aaron heard the fear in its voice. I try to read your mind. But I've never seen anything like this. It's dark there, no. It should be very dark. The hat stopped talking here, Aaron asked curiously. Dark? Damn it, hurry up and tell me, or I'll burn you. The Sorting Hat. I read fear, darkness, and nothingness from your thoughts. The hat continued, his voice trembling. I felt panic, but curiosity prompted me to continue reading. I tried to dig deeper, but Aaron felt the hat on his head trembling. I saw a creature I had never seen before, and before I could see its full true appearance. I was stunned. The Sorting Hat's voice became weaker and weaker when it said the last sentence. This was too embarrassing for the hat. It had been working diligently for so many years and had never made a mistake. Now it was stunned by a little wizard. Oh, that's it. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. He thought his identity had been seen through. Ah, okay, I get it. Aaron said in his mind, hurry up and sort us. I feel my body starting to itch with you. How many years have you not taken a bath? The Sorting Hat said. I think you should go to Gryffindor because they always want to give me a bath. The Sorting Hat was silent for a moment and continued, but your style is particularly suitable for Slytherin, so I am a little entangled. Aaron was dissatisfied. How come you missed the correct answer when you said both? This is a free point question. Oh? Really? Aaron quietly opened his brain occlumency and said again, take another look. The Sorting Hat was a little puzzled, and after a moment of silence, he said, I dare not. Aaron. You can watch it if you want. Do you believe I will burn you? Aaron snorted coldly, your fabric is full of grease. It will burn very fast. Ding, fear value plus 24. Sorting Hat, no, let me watch. It really believed that this little wizard could do it. It carefully controlled the legitimate mind and entered Aaron's brain. This time it was very smooth. The Sorting Hat just breathed a sigh of relief, but saw a huge mouth rushing towards it. Ah! It was so scared that it quickly retreated. Ding, fear value plus 89. Really good, now he likes this hat much more. Do you know where the points are? Aaron said with a hint of tenderness. Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat said honestly. Just as it was about to announce it, the little wizard interrupted it in his mind. Wait. The Sorting Hat. Aaron said to the hat, there will be a boy named Draco Malfoy with platinum blonde hair later. You can scare him later. The Sorting Hat. Burn. The Sorting Hat, go, go, go. I didn't say I wouldn't do it. It wants to cry now. If it had eyes. Hufflepuff, the Sorting Hat announced loudly. The whole hall was silent for half a minute, and then, at some point, the whole hall suddenly exploded. For more than half an hour. Hogwarts' hat embarrassment record was refreshed again. Hat embarrassment refers to the result of the hat failing to sort the house for a long time. In history, there were 2 hat embarrassments. One was Peter Pettigrew, who won the Order of Merlin, first class, and the other was Professor McGonagall standing next to him. But in comparison, their combined length is less than half of Aaron's. I'm talking about time. This shocked the new and old wizards in the academy, but the wizards who knew Aaron thought it was reasonable. After all, some of the talents and methods Aaron showed. They already knew the depth. Aaron bowed very gentlemanly to McGonagall next to him, and then walked towards the position of Hufflepuff. We got Aaron. We got Aaron. Aaron is finally ours. Even the good boy Cedric jumped onto the table excitedly at this time. He protested to the Weasley twins opposite. The Hufflepuffs hugged each other to celebrate, and warmly welcomed Aaron to sit in the first place in their house, which was in the middle. The other houses were dejected and wailing. The Weasley twins tried to overturn the table, but found that it was too heavy to overturn it, and overturned the large pot of gravy in front of them. The eyes of the Hufflepuffs were suddenly full of murderous intent. McGonagall was disappointed and surprised. She remembered that she told the child. The next moment she suddenly figured out something. How could such a child with strong cohesion and command power be manipulated by others? However, McGonagall's eyes swept across the gravy overturned by the Weasley twins, and she remembered silently in her heart the crime is aggravated, and Gryffindor will be deducted an additional 20 points. When she saw Cedric jumping on the table to celebrate, she became even more angry accomplice. Hufflepuff will be deducted 10 points. The girls from Ravenclaw were all disappointed. It would be great if such a handsome boy and such high-quality resources were given to them. They would definitely treat him well. Chu Zhang's black and white eyes were full of disappointment. She cast an envious look at Hannah Abbott, who was sitting in Hufflepuff. However, she still had a chance. Although they were not in the same college, they had a lot of contact time in normal times. She believed in her charm. Hermione couldn't believe this result. She never thought that Aaron was suitable for Hufflepuff. She suddenly thought of the boy who drank a bottle of Coke in one breath. Suddenly it seemed reasonable. I can't believe it. Cedric hugged Aaron and said excitedly, I actually got you, but you're taking me so long that it makes me uncomfortable. Aaron took Cedric's hand away without leaving a trace. His enthusiasm made Aaron a little scared. If he hadn't read the original book and knew that he was not. Hannah blushed and looked at Aaron with shining eyes. She was very happy in her heart. She would be able to see Aaron often in the future. The sorting was still going on, and McGonagall asked everyone to be quiet. The next sorting was very boring. With Aaron's toughness, the rest seemed very weak. Only Harry had a small climax once. Draco Malfoy! McGonagall called out. Aaron's eyes lit up immediately. He had been waiting for this moment. Malfoy walked forward with 2 dark circles under his eyes, and there was a little arrogance in his expression. He put the sorting hat on his head very confidently. McGonagall felt that this child did not need the sorting hat to sort him. She was almost sure that this child would most likely enter Slytherin. He inherited the arrogance and some bad qualities of his father Lucius Malfoy, and regarded half-blood wizards and muggle-born wizards as inferior. But of course she hoped that every child who entered Hogwarts could become better. But there were some things that she could not change. Oh my god! As soon as Malfoy put on the sorting hat, he heard the sorting hat start to exclaim. Everyone was attracted and focused their eyes on Malfoy. At the same time, they thought to themselves, is there going to be another genius? Because from the beginning to now, except for Aaron's mistake, the sorting hat has been very calm. A trace of doubt flashed in McGonagall's eyes. Could it be that there will be 2 geniuses among the freshmen of this year? Malfoy was very pleased to notice the surprised and expectant eyes of the crowd. He really deserves to be called. Damn it! What on earth are you thinking, kid? What he's thinking about is revitalizing a piece of shit. Everyone was shocked. After a moment, the hall burst into laughter. Malfoy's face turned pale and he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. If the sorting hadn't ended yet, he really wanted to crawl under the table. He secretly thought that he would make his father throw away this damn hat later. Aaron was very satisfied with the sorting hat's approach, but he was a little surprised that the sorting hat had a good idea. It actually came up with this idea. Malfoy will never be able to hold his head up in the academy in the future. Slytherin, go to Slytherin. McGonagall, take me off his head quickly, it's really scary. The acting of the sorting hat was very exaggerated, but Aaron didn't care. You can't expect too much from a hat. Without waiting for McGonagall to make a move, Malfoy took off the hat, threw it hard on the stool, and then ran to the Slytherin position. However, his prestige seemed to be gone, and not many Slytherin children congratulated him. In the end, there were only 3 people waiting for the assignment. Lisa Dupin was assigned to Ravenclaw, and Ron was assigned to Gryffindor, which made him feel relieved. The last one was named Durex. Oh no, Blaise Zabinai was assigned to Slytherin. Professor McGonagall rolled up the parchment, picked up the sorting hat and left. Albus Dumbledore stood up from his chair. This year's sorting was really an eye-opener for him, especially Aaron, who was both expected and unexpected. He looked at the students with a smile on his face and stretched out his arms to them. It seemed that nothing made him happier than seeing the students gathered together. Welcome! Dumbledore said, welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start the new school year. Before the banquet begins, I would like to say a few words, that is, idiot. Crybaby. Scum. Screw. Thank you everyone. After saying this, he sat down again and everyone cheered and applauded. Is he crazy? Asked a Hufflepuff freshman. Cedric was stunned for a moment. Are you sitting in the wrong seat? Ah? No. The freshman looked confused. Cedric pointed to the sorting hat that had not been put back. Go and test it again, yours is not pure. After that, he lowered his head and started to eat. The freshman was left with a confused look. Aaron actually had some guesses about these inexplicable words. Each college has a contempt chain. Ravenclaw thinks that other colleges are idiots, Gryffindor thinks that other colleges are crybabies, Slytherin thinks that they are awesome and others are dregs, Hufflepuffs are straightforward and eat first, and think that others don't seize the time to eat, but think about it. Twisted. Thinking of this, Aaron slapped his forehead. What was he thinking? Eating. The table in front of him was already full of food, which was very suitable for Aaron, a carnivore. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, fried potato chips, Yorkshire puddings, pea sprouts, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and some mint hard sugar. It looks very rich. But in fact, there is only one way to cook it, either roasting or stewing. Aaron remembered that in his previous life, the British said that their country had the most Michelin restaurants. Another person asked, what are the famous dishes? As a result, the British stopped talking halfway because they were all French food. The freshmen from other colleges were talking excitedly while eating. They had just arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and they always had endless questions like the seniors. The Hufflepuffs were very uniform. Lower your head, raise your head, change a batch of plates, lower your head, raise your head, change a batch of plates. The most redundant action is, come on, help me pass the whole roast pork chop over there to me. As the darling of the Hufflepuff group, Aaron's front is naturally filled with all kinds of meats that they kindly piled over, and they have piled up into a small mountain. Don't underestimate this action. It can make Hufflepuffs. It is the highest courtesy for wizards to take time out to bring you food. However, Aaron has a huge appetite since he merged with the animagus black dragon body. Cedric was a little surprised to see that the plate in front of Aaron was getting smaller quickly. But he didn't care too much. The more he eats, the purer he is. For example, the one who asked the question just now, has a bit of Gryffindor blood. There are so many things to worry about. After everyone finished their meal, the food residue on the table in front of him disappeared instantly, and the plates became as clean as before. This made Aaron sigh, how much money he would have made in a day if he had this skill as a dishwasher in his previous life. Soon, desserts began to appear out of thin air on the plates on the table. These were all made by the house elves. Pudding, ice cream of various flavors, apple pie, syrup fruit tart, chocolate trifle, fried jam donuts, wine-soaked jam cloth ding, strawberry, jelly, rice pudding. Aaron looked at the colorful desserts on the table and fell silent. If you say they are a food desert, they would make so many kinds of sweets. But when he took a piece of cake and tasted it, he spit it out immediately. Wow, it was so sweet that it choked his throat. He took another piece and it was even sweeter. He tasted all the cakes and fell silent. It was true, but not much. Suddenly he noticed something and looked in the direction of his senses. Since he had the black dragon body, his six senses were frighteningly strong. Aaron looked across the long table and looked at the guest of honor. Hagrid was drinking, McGonagall and Dumbledore were talking, and Professor Quirrell, who was wrapped like an Arab, was talking to a professor with greasy black hair, a hooked nose, and sallow skin. But the hooked-nosed professor ignored him and looked in Aaron's direction. The two people's eyes met, and in just a moment, the hooked-nosed teacher moved his eyes elsewhere. Aaron looked in the direction he was in, and it was where Harry was. Although their eyes met for only a moment, he still sensed a hint of ill will from Snape, and estimated that it would cause trouble for him later. But it didn't matter, he was not afraid. After he had eaten and drunk his fill, he checked his fear value, which was currently 4,999, just a little short. He narrowed his eyes and looked around, wondering who he could get the most from. At this time, all the desserts on the table disappeared. Professor Dumbledore stood up, and the hall quickly returned to silence. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Professor McGonagall whisper a few words in his ear. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, then said, "Before that, let's ask Professor McGonagall to say a few words." Professor McGonagall walked to the middle. With a serious look, he looked at everyone below, and finally glanced obscurely at the Weasley twins and Cedric. "Now I want to criticize 3 students by name." Chapter 53. The whole hall suddenly became quiet, and then began to become noisy, and the young wizards were whispering. Although Dumbledore is the headmaster, most of the time, it is still Ms. McGonagall who handles some major matters. Therefore, she still has great prestige among students. The freshmen asked the seniors if there was such a tradition in the previous opening banquets. The seniors were also confused, especially the Weasley twins, who liked to watch the fun and jokes. At that moment, the freshman who was hiding under the table and tied half of his shoelaces came out and looked into the hall, wanting to see who the unlucky guy was, so that he could laugh at him when he went down. Cedric didn't pay much attention. Does this kind of thing have anything to do with him? Weasley twins. Your punishment is to clean the bird shit on the roof and copy Hogwarts, a history 3 times. Overturning the banquet food is an even greater crime. Deduct 20 points. Professor McGonagall said with a stern face to the Weasley twins who were laughing below. After hearing this, Aaron took a breath of cold air. He was indeed the most fair professor in Hogwarts, and he showed no mercy to the students of his own college. Hey? Why? The Weasley twins stood up. Yes, they admitted that they did some bad things in the past. They did the second one and accepted the penalty points, but what about the first one? Why? Professor McGonagall shouted, to intimidate freshmen and cause the greatest chaos in history. By the way, you are not allowed to use clean up fresh when cleaning up bird droppings. She added. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall in surprise. No wonder she had stopped the cleaning of bird droppings on the roof before. After hearing this, the Weasley twins lost their temper and sat down with no hope in life. Cleaning up bird droppings was not a big deal. They could use the broom as a weapon to fight in the gaps between cleaning. But copying the school history was a life-threatening thing, which made the restless Weasley twins very uncomfortable. But how did it get out? George Weasley suddenly saw Aaron staring at them with a smile. That's right. It must have been Aaron who did it, but at the same time he lost his temper, since it was done by his idol. Then they became even more excited. Professor McGonagall glanced at Aaron who was gloating below, and said in his heart, "Why are you laughing? It was originally left for you, you are lucky." A few days ago, the child's owl led a group of owls in the academy to fly over Hogwarts in circles, and bird droppings were all over the top of Hogwarts. When they were tired of flying, they... Thinking of this, McGonagall blushed. She touched her hot face. She couldn't remember the last time she blushed. When I first met him? Professor McGonagall's thoughts were flying. Hey, Ron, not bad, bird shit hero. A freshman from Gryffindor joked to Ron. Now their name became Bird Shit Hero. Percy at the side snorted coldly. Shame on the Weasley family. On the Hufflepuff side, Cedric had doubts in his eyes. After a moment, he figured it out and pointed at Aaron and said in surprise, you. What do you mean by you? Aaron glanced at him and said, you're right, it's your turn. Sure enough, a short and fat lady with unkempt hair stood up from the professor's table. She looked much kinder than Professor McGonagall. But what she said made Cedric feel like he was falling into an ice cave. Professor Trelawney smiled and said, during the meal, Professor McGonagall has already told me that Cedric, you should help clean up as well. In addition, Hufflepuff will deduct 10 points because of you. Cedric lay weakly on the table, he was just nodding beside him. But if it was Aaron who cheated him, it was not unacceptable. The next second he stood up and looked at Gryffindor. The Weasley twins were miserable. They were punished but still didn't get Aaron. In comparison, Hufflepuff made a lot of money. Aaron was a freshman who was good at eating and talented. Thinking about it, his eyes softened when he looked at Aaron. Hannah, come, let's change seats. Aaron stood up silently and changed seats with Hannah, who didn't understand why. Although Hannah didn't know why, she just followed Aaron's lead. At the top, Dumbledore supported his chin with his hands crossed. The candle light reflected his half-moon glasses, which were shining brightly. Below were his eyes full of wisdom. This child really can't stop making trouble for a moment. But children, they need to be energetic, although you do have a little more energy. He pondered, glanced at Harry in the Gryffindor area, and when his eyes fell back on Aaron, his expression became serious. You changed that kid's life, Aaron Brooke. Will you be the savior who defeats that mysterious man? Why can't I understand you? Dumbledore murmured, not noticing that Professor Quirrell's eyes had darkened. If Aaron knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he would only want to say that you wizards are in big trouble. After sending away the little white rabbit, here comes a big tiger. Everything has its consequences, and I am the retribution of your wizarding world. Aaron was squinting his eyes and looking for victims everywhere. He was almost at 5,000 in fear, but this system was also unethical. He was almost at the point of getting the vermilion bird egg, but it was stuck for him. This feeling was too uncomfortable, and reminded him of a certain cash reward activity for attracting people. In the end, there was only one yuan left, so you were asked to collect 10 ingots. In the end, there was only 1 ingot left, so you were asked to collect 10 copper coins. Aaron thought with a bad taste. If there are enough people, will there be 10 quarks for 10 nanometers in the end? Such capitalists who deceive consumers should be hung on street lamps. After the commotion below passed, Dumbledore stood up again. Okay, just a small episode, everyone calm down for a moment. He clapped his hands gently, signaling everyone to look at him. Aaron also looked over, thinking to himself, Monkey D. Dumbledore is about to start announcing his wealth. I think everyone has had enough to eat and drink. I would like to briefly mention a few things. In the new semester, I would like to give you some points to pay attention to. First-year students, please note that no student is allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest area on the school grounds. Senior students should remember this well. Dumbledore said with a smile, and his shining eyes first glanced at Aaron, and then at the Weasley brothers. Aaron thought to himself, why are you looking at me? Also, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during class breaks. The review of Quidditch players will be held in the second week of this semester. Students who are interested in joining the college team should contact Ms. Huochi. Finally, I must tell you that anyone who does not want to encounter an accident and a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Finally, Dumbledore added, did you remember all of this? Everyone nodded, and Aaron also nodded very seriously, okay, I know, I'll go down and do it one by one. Dumbledore saw Aaron nodding obediently, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Last time in Diagon Alley, this kid also stared at the door with an obedient face, and soon a very exquisite alchemical product appeared there. It caused chaos in the entire wizarding world. The alchemical product was quite exquisite, containing precise and delicate magic patterns, and even he spent a lot of effort. It's not that he didn't doubt Aaron, but this was too incredible. He himself was also an alchemist. That strange soul-enchanting door required at least an alchemist to work hard from a very young age, forgetting food and sleep, and conducting in-depth research for 50 or 60 years before it could be made. It was impossible for an 11-year-old child to make it. The door is currently placed in a place in his office. He has studied it for a long time, and the more he studies it, the more he finds its strangeness and exquisiteness. This makes him feel that his alchemy, which has not improved for many years, has also made new progress. However, these were quickly discarded by him, and now it is his favorite part. Now, before we go to bed, let's sing the school song. Dumbledore said loudly, and the other teachers' expressions froze. Dumbledore waved his wand, and lines of words twisted like snakes above the dining table. Then all the teachers and students began to sing loudly, and Aaron sang a medley of lyrics of "A Big Tree Attracts the Wind" and "Cramming at the Last Minute." Soon, the party came to an end after the scattered singing. Dumbledore's eyes were filled with tears. Only in the singing could he feel the continuation and rebirth of Hogwarts. Let's go back to the dormitory. It's time to go to bed. The Hufflepuff freshman followed the senior student Cedric, walked through the noisy crowd, walked out of the hall, and walked down the marble steps. Unlike other colleges, Hufflepuff's male and female dormitories are built underground, which is mainly to eliminate noise interference and make it easier for students to fall asleep. The light began to dim as they went down. Even with the lighting of the candlesticks on both sides, the freshmen felt a little gloomy. This is normal. After all, Hogwarts has a history of thousands of years. This is a real castle. Although Aaron also bought an ancient castle, it is more than twice as bad as Hogwarts. It is said that halfway through the walk, Aaron thought that if he didn't gather enough fear points, he might not be able to sleep tonight. His words attracted the attention of other freshmen, and Hannah also looked over. Cedric was puzzled, wondering what Aaron was going to do next. Many people died in this castle, and their wronged souls are still wandering here. If you are not strong enough, then you will. He stopped at the right time. What will it be? Cedric was also interested. Very good. Aaron thought, he is indeed the best supporting actor in Hogwarts. It will kill your souls and then replace your bodies. Aaron said sinisterly. The ghosts in the wizarding world have no killing power, except for scaring people, so he just made some improvements, combining some ghost stories from his previous life. Sure enough, the effect was good. Ah! Hannah screamed and hid in Aaron's arms, while the other freshmen huddled like quails. Cedric naturally didn't believe these nonsense, he just looked at Hannah in Aaron's arms depressedly. I'm also a man, why don't you hide in my arms? Ding! Gain 26 fear points. We are deceiving the consciousness of this world, and the deception has been successful. Congratulations to the Black Dragon King for obtaining a vermilion bird egg. Finally it's here. Aaron was delighted. Chapter 54. I'm tired. The goal has been achieved. Aaron is not interested in continuing to tease. He just pulls up his pants and leaves. He is in a hurry to see his balls. The freshman and Cedric were confused by Aaron's inexplicable behavior. Especially Hannah, keep talking. Although it sounds scary, at least you can hide in Aaron's arms with a clear reason. Others have the same idea. The entertainment in this world is very scarce. Lockhart's works are still too conservative. Although Aaron's talk is scary, they just like excitement. But who knows how we feel when we just arrived? You say you are tired? Hufflepuff's building is underground. People's first reaction is damp, dark, and stuffy. But it's not. The terrain of Hogwarts is not flat, so even in the basement of the castle, there is still plenty of sunlight. Aaron thought, isn't this the cave in the previous life? Unlike other colleges, there is no need for a password to enter the Hufflepuff common room. It may also be that Ms. Hufflepuff knows that the students of her college are not suitable for overly complicated passwords. After all, you can't expect a group of people who eat to remember anything other than recipes. Cedric led the freshmen to the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room and patiently explained to them that the entrance to Hufflepuff was the only one of the 4 colleges that had a resistance device. Those who wanted to enter had to knock on the bottom of the second barrel in the second row of the pile of large wooden barrels in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff. When the barrel lid was rotated and opened, a passage leading to the common room would be revealed. Simple enough, right? But even so, some Hufflepuff students would still make mistakes occasionally. For example, they would knock on the wrong rhythm, the wrong barrel, or the wrong number of times, and the barrel lid next to them would burst and pour vinegar all over them. Look, even the punishment is a seasoning. Aaron really wondered if Ms. Hufflepuff was also a foodie. The freshmen followed Cedric and crawled in with 103. The common room was equipped with soft sofas decorated in yellow and black. The copper decorations used in the interior of the room were very smooth, and there were many strange plants to embellish it. There was a large badger's honey yellow wooden mantle against the wall, and a portrait of the founder of the college, Helga Hufflepuff, hung above it. Aaron is very satisfied with his living environment for the next few years, but he thinks it still needs improvement. For example, this place is a bit empty, so we can have a karaoke bar exclusively for Hufflepuffs. This place is small, so we can just put a piano. When you get tired of learning magic, you can play Flight of the Bumblebee here to cultivate your sentiments. The candle light is still too dim, as Hogwarts rejects all Muggle products. Then we can have an alchemical voice-controlled lamp, and if you want to turn on the light, you must shout "Long live Lord Aaron." By the way, how can there be no fish tank? Put a big fish tank here for the beginners, and catch a few mermaids from the Black Lake when you have time. Aaron is very satisfied with planning his future living place, but you have to be restrained. It is wrong to lose your ambition because of playing with things. While having fun, you also have to learn magic. Play and magic at the same time, and make progress at the same time. Finally, Cedric warned the freshman to get up early. When he got to Aaron, Cedric thought for a while and said, "Be sure to get up early. The school's stairs are very complicated and people who are not familiar with them will keep going in circles. So try not to be late on the first day of class for freshmen, because you will be deducted points for missing classes. How about this, I'll wait for you tomorrow." Aaron looked at his dark magic butler with satisfaction. He was very thoughtful about things. Unconsciously, he felt that he had been infected with some bureaucratic atmosphere. Cedric felt that Aaron looked at him like, "Oh, right," the feeling of an elder looking at a younger generation. But he was obviously older than him. With doubts, he said goodbye to Aaron. The male and female dormitories faced each other, and both had round doors. With Hannah's reluctant eyes, Aaron came to his dormitory. The dormitory environment is still very good, at least it is very comfortable. Each dormitory has 3 people, and the beds have 4 post legs. Beds are covered with sheets, and there are copper lamps on the ceiling that emit warm light. Needless to say, it must be powered by magic. In addition, the dormitory is also very considerately equipped with a very useful copper bed warmer. In the same dormitory with Aaron is a fat man and a thin man. The thin man's face is covered with freckles. Aaron doesn't like to give people nicknames, so he calls him Pockmarked. The fat man and the pockmarked man are very excited to live with such a famous figure like Aaron. The fat little wizard introduced himself. "I'm from a small town in Surrey, London. My name is Gaidakai Rick." He began to rummage in his large wizard robe, and soon he took out a half-eaten roast chicken, a whole pork chop, a string of sausages, lamb chops, 3 potatoes, a pile of mince and snacks squeezed together. Aaron's eyelids twitched when he saw it. What a guy! He is the Doraemon of the dormitory. But you know what, this guy is quite fat. He happily invited the 2 of them. "You must be hungry, so I secretly hid some when they weren't paying attention." Aaron complained, "Damn, you are the only one who is hungry, you just finished your meal not long ago. But there is a kitchen next to Hufflepuff, you can go there anytime you want to eat." The goblins are still very enthusiastic about the Hufflepuff children. Maybe it was because the Hufflepuff ladies were very friendly to the house elves. "Sure enough, Mozzie, I spoke, very good, you did a good job, but I'm full and don't really need it." Then he introduced himself. "My name is Fuin Richard, from East Riding of Yorkshire, London." After the introduction, the 2 looked at Aaron, who was lying on the bed preparing to fall asleep with burning eyes. Aaron noticed it, turned his head, and pointed at himself in surprise. "Do I still need an introduction?" He thought to himself, "Damn, go to sleep quickly." He was waiting for the 2 kids to fall asleep so that he could enter the bracelet space to check his eggs. The 2 silly kids realized that they had known about this celebrity for a long time, and they couldn't help scratching their heads. However, on the first day, they didn't mean to go to sleep, but happily told each other some interesting stories. But Aaron had no interest in joining the children's topic. He was now very interested in pinching these 2 chatterboxes to death. However, on the first day, he decided to restrain himself and not destroy his great and glorious image in the minds of these children. "Damn it, if you keep whining and don't go to bed, I, Aaron the Great Devil, will really eat the kids." Aaron sat up from the bed and said in a deep voice, his little face looked very ugly. The 2 children were obviously scared, their eyes were full of fear. Aaron's eyes rolled, thinking that the relationship between the 2 children in the same dormitory should not be too stiff. His face changed immediately, and his little face was filled with smiles. Scared, right? He explained patiently, in fact, he really wanted to eat these two guys in his heart. I heard that tonight, there will be a big-mouthed Dark Lord at Hogwarts. A kid who only eats late and doesn't sleep. Aaron threatened, but he didn't expect that this casual remark would soon become a reality because this big-mouthed dark devil was him. The two children finally fell silent, looked at each other, and went to bed obediently. Aaron thought to himself, children are easy to fool. He turned off the lights. The dormitory was dark. Aaron opened his eyes and lay on the bed, just waiting for the two guys to fall asleep. Gaidoki. A long voice suddenly sounded in the dormitory, followed by another weak voice answering him. Are you asleep? Sleep. Is the big-mouthed Dark Lord coming back? I don't know, but it won't eat me if I sleep. Aaron, who was lying on the bed, jumped up from the bed, walked out with a dark face and said nothing. Ah? Aaron, where are you going? Go to the bathroom. Aaron replied coldly. The original book didn't mention where the Hufflepuff bathroom was, so he spent a lot of time to find it. When he entered the bathroom, there was no one at this time. He was worried and looked at the door again, then opened the bracelet space. Suddenly, a person-high, slowly rotating white portal appeared in front of him, and Aaron walked in. As soon as he entered, he couldn't wait to open the system. System, where is the Suzaku egg? Give it to me now. The divine aura of the vermilion bird egg is being blocked. The blocking is successful. Congratulations to the Black Dragon King for obtaining the vermilion bird egg. Please hatch it soon. As soon as the system finished speaking, Aaron's hand felt hot. He looked down and saw a green and red egg in his hand. His heart was burning as he observed carefully. The vermilion bird egg is slightly larger than a goose egg, and he couldn't hold it all in one hand. The main color is red, and the egg body is covered with intricate green lines. These lines are a mixture of light and dark, and it looks magical. The egg body exudes a slight heat, but it is not hot to the touch. It is definitely good for winter, like a warm baby. Picking up the egg, he faced the light in the space. There seemed to be a curled-up embryo inside, slowly turning. System, how do I hatch this thing? He asked hurriedly. Vermilion bird egg, requires divine hatching, 3000 divinity points can allow it to break out of its shell and be born. Therefore, it has great divinity. Its arrival will affect this world, so I have blocked its divine aura, and it is safe to hatch. Well. Aaron nodded with satisfaction. I have to say that at the critical moment, my system is still very reliable. He checked the fear value, 5025. 100 fear points can be exchanged for 1 divinity point, so he can now exchange 50 divinity points. Exchange. The exchange of 50 divine points was successful. Aaron added all the divine points to the Suzaku egg in his hand. Soon, he felt the egg in his hand beating faintly. A feeling of joy and intimacy was conveyed. This feeling can be summed up in 2 words, more. Want? What do you want? Aaron's face darkened. He just wanted it. Do you know how much effort I put into saving this little bit? He just opened his mouth and said, you just want it. However, once the Suzaku hatches, the benefits will be his. Alas, it's okay to be tired. Aaron sighed, who made him so outstanding? The more outstanding a person is, the more he has to bear. After checking the space, Aaron felt that the space was very stable. In fact, he now only occupied a very small area of the space. In addition, there were endless plains and hills. But this made Aaron discover something surprising. There was no river in his space before, but now a rushing river appeared in front of the laboratory. But there were no fish in it. If there was no sun in the space, this would really be a world in the palm of your hand. But about the sun, Aaron felt that there was a chance to refine a small sun that could emit light and heat. Before leaving, he took another look at his own world. He was looking forward to what his space would look like in the future. In the empty toilet, a round portal as tall as a person suddenly appeared out of thin air, and Aaron walked out of it. He returned to his dormitory along the same route. The two guys were still awake, and when they saw Aaron coming in, they smiled and looked mysterious. Hey, boss Aaron, what took you so long? Gaidakai said. Fuan didn't say anything, just laughed. Aaron was confused by what they said, and lay on the bed ready to fall asleep. Suddenly he figured something out and cursed. London, North Lincolnshire. Gold and copper mining area. A huge irregular pit is like the eye of a monster, staring coldly at the sky in the dark. The ground is full of irregular sharp gravel and exposed copper ore belts. The broken trees are twisted, indicating that this place has encountered huge damage. Some scattered wooden houses are dotted around the pit. The night is very dark. A half moon in the sky emits fluorescence, and several nightingales sound the alarm in the middle of the night. The patrolman, Old John, is holding a kerosene lamp and staggering in the mining area. The woman I spent £2.16 on today is really good, even though it cost me nearly 1/3 of my monthly income. But she has a slender figure, and she can moan and twist her body, just like an eel in a jar. Tisk tisk tisk. He drank some wine and was in a daze. This broken place is full of stones. Whoever comes to rob, just rob. How many stones can you take away? Russell. He is also an old guard. He stopped immediately and looked towards the source of the sound. The night was too dark, and the mining area was surrounded by trees. He bent down and looked forward, but there was nothing. Maybe it's a cat? But it would be better if it was a woman. John thought he was overthinking, and just as he was about to leave, he was startled. He felt dizzy, rubbed his eyes, and suddenly 2 huge red dots appeared among the gloomy trees, like eyes. The most terrifying thing was that the eyes were coming towards him. Old John was so scared that he dropped his lantern and was about to run, but he heard the sound of trees being violently broken behind him. He subconsciously turned his head and froze in place. Under the moonlight, a giant in a black robe, with 2 eyes emitting a faint red light, was running towards him. Old John swore on his life that the thing must be 2 or 3 times as tall as him, and 6 or 7 times as wide. With every step on the ground, he could feel a slight vibration. He wanted to run now, but his calves were cramping and he couldn't move. But fortunately, the giant didn't even look at him, stepped past him and ran towards the mine. Old John felt that when the giant ran past him, his butt was obviously he was shocked. He thought of the legendary giant and was extremely frightened. He wanted to get up, but his whole body was limp. Soon, the giant came back. John looked at him and his eyes widened. He saw that the giant was carrying a huge copper ore on his back. John dared to guarantee that this piece of copper ore could replace the monthly mining output of all the miners in the gold mining area. The giant didn't even look at him as usual. He carried the stone on his back and ran into the woods. There was a sound of breaking from the giant tree, and it soon disappeared in the distance. Old John felt something cold under his body. He touched it and smelled it. Damn, he peed. At this time, lights were turned on in more than a dozen cabins, and then a group of people ran towards this side with kerosene lamps. Old John, what are you doing? Why are you firing cannons at night if you don't want to mine? A voice sounded, and he ran over here. The man was a middle-aged man with a big beard, with anger in his eyes. He had just fallen asleep and had a dream. The girl had just taken off her clothes, and he was about to start. The girl suddenly let out a loud fart, which woke him up. When he woke up, he found that the vibration coming from outside. Ah, it's not me, listen to my explanation. Old John stood up trembling, and the wind blew, his crotch felt cold. I saw a giant. Old John, who suffered from not having been to school, stretched out his arms and gestured, but no one believed him. Soon people dispersed with curses. Before leaving, one of them joked, "You are a guard, and you are not like us miners who set off cannons every day. Why are you tired after setting off a cannon today? Are you dazzled?" Old John looked at the miners' backs as they left, his eyes complicated. "I really saw a giant," he muttered. In the dense forest, 2 magic auras were hiding in a bush. Soon the sound of trees being knocked down was heard. "Here it comes!" one of the female voices warned. The giant was carrying a huge piece of copper ore and ran past them. The female aura who spoke stood up and attacked. Tavada eats the big melon. A fatal blow. But the giant didn't even pause, only his robe was shattered. The 2 stepped forward and picked up a piece of the broken robe hanging on the tree. Fluorescent light flashes. The light on the staff lit up, and they saw that on the black robe in their hands, a snake was connected head to tail, forming a snake-shaped ring. Chapter 55. The male aura next to him looked solemn under the fluorescent light, and took out another piece of black robe from his body. The 2 of them put the 2 pieces of black robe together. The next moment, their expressions became more solemn. Under the flickering light, although the two pieces of black robe were different in shape, they both had the same symbol on them. A snake forming a ring. They both exclaimed at the same time. Frank, it seems that they are from the same organization. Alice said. Who do they belong to? A mysterious man, a Death Eater? Or some magical creature that has never been seen before? A troll? No. Not a troll, what? I don't know either, I'm confused. Putting away the pieces of black robe, she continued, just now, I used all my strength to sneak attack him, using my greatest power, Avada Kedavra. Alice's voice was full of fear, but I felt that my power was like hitting a lifeless stone. How terrible! That blow would kill you instantly. Frank had been thinking about something, and when he heard the last sentence, he almost choked. Alice, you don't have to use that analogy. Just as his wife said, although they are not the top aurors in the Ministry of Magic, which wizard who can become an auror is not the best. A few days ago, there was chaos in various counties of London. At first, the Ministry of Magic did not care. But in the end, these chaos became more and more, and the wizards who mixed in with muggles learned that people had witnessed some fear. Under questioning, their testimonies pointed to the same species, the magical beast troll. But according to the muggles, those trolls would not kill people. On the contrary, they broke into farmers' homes and stole their pots, or someone got up in the middle of the night and saw the troll, was scared and fainted, and the iron door of the house disappeared the next day. So for a while, the local blacksmith shop was a booming business and made a lot of money. The blacksmith and his wife smiled so brightly, and shouted God bless. But the next day, the door of the blacksmith shop was stolen along with the blacksmithing tools, and even the iron basin for money was gone. But the blacksmith found that the iron pot for cooking was fortunately still there, but before he could be thankful, as soon as he entered the kitchen the next morning the room, not to mention the pot, even the iron sheet covering the stove was taken away. When Frank was investigating, he only remembered that the blacksmith on the 30th was crying heartbrokenly, and his wife rolled on the ground. However, they were still very puzzled at the time. Did the trolls stop eating people and become thieves? They squatted day and night, and finally found the trolls mentioned by the muggles, but they found that this was a species that had never been discovered or an unknown organization. Following them, they found that these giants did not hurt people, but were only interested in certain metals. From stealing chickens and dogs in the end to stealing various mines. According to the Ministry of Magic Statute of Confidentiality, they must control the widespread spread of these magical creatures among muggles. But, they always lose them. Although those big guys are big, they are very sensitive. Because they don't hurt people, the Ministry of Magic has upgraded their danger from A to C, and asked them and their husbands to monitor them and try to find out the organization behind the scenes. But today, they found that they were wrong. These giants actually ignored magic, that's the Avada Kedavra curse. Oh my god! Frank dares to swear on his life that this case is definitely ranked S level. Alice! We must let the headquarters know. This is too terrible. Although they haven't shown their claws yet, who can be sure? Frank said solemnly. Alice obviously had no objection. With a phantom displacement, the two disappeared from the spot. Looking at London from above, it is like a galaxy on the ground, colorful and dazzling. But if you walk in, you will find that dirt and sewage coexist, and big rats are swaggering in the sewers and gutters looking for food. Whoosh! There was a slight explosion, and a man and a woman appeared out of thin air in the deserted alley. The two looked solemn and walked out of the alley. London, England, 3 o'clock in the evening. On a chaotic and dirty street, there are several dilapidated buildings, a bar, and a wall with messy paintings. In the dark night, the sound of stepping on sewage sounded. A man and a woman came to a red telephone booth, looked around, and then dialed the number, 62442, spelled as, magic, code. Ministry of Magic Aura Office. Frank Longbottom and Alice are looking for the Minister of Magic to report an incident. Frank said into the microphone. Soon a silver badge was spit out, and then the telephone booth suddenly moved like an elevator and descended underground. The headquarters of the Ministry of Magic is located deep underground in Whitehall, the British government office. They could have operated directly to the ministry, but it was too late. Connery, that idiot, has a rule that apparition is not allowed after 2 a.m. If you don't follow the rules, you will be arrested first and charged with colluding with Death Eaters. So they can only enter through the guest entrance. What an incompetent Minister of Magic, timid and cowardly, what good will it do to tell him about this? Frank thought as he walked. It was a daily compulsory course for him to complain about the naked idiot in his heart, and he was more punctual than going to church. Ever since the Diagon Alley Gateway case, Connery had been nicknamed the naked idiot in the ministry. Frank was really grateful to the alchemist who installed the ecstasy gate, because he made the real idiots in the wizarding world know where to hide. Hey, Frank, you've passed by. Alice reminded him. Frank turned around and saw that he had walked to the logistics department. All right. Frank straightened his clothes, hoping that the damn naked idiot was still in the office, and knocked on the door. To his surprise, the door opened. They went in. Connery was sleepy, his eyeballs were red, it seemed that he slept in the office. Frank thought of the rumor again, it was said that Connery was particularly afraid of his wife. What's the matter? Connery asked dissatisfiedly. Frank threw the 2 pieces of black robe on the desk and explained the matter in detail. As for how Connery would deal with it, it was not up to them. But the Ministry of Magic must be made aware of the seriousness of the matter. We call it the Ouroboros organization because this pattern is the symbol of the alchemist. Frank said at last. After Connolly heard this, he held the fragment of black robe in his hand and pondered, then suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, Ouroboros? Frank, you must be kidding me, it's just a giant monster, can it ignore the killing curse? You don't need to come to me for this matter. You should go to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures on the 4th floor underground. They are in charge of this. There are also events upgraded to S-level events. Do you know what an S-level event is? Only the mysterious man's level can reach S-level. But as he spoke, his smile froze on his face, and his face fell. He asked again, are you kidding? Seeing the 2 nod, Frank pondered for a moment. Okay, I got it. You can go out now. Just as the 2 were about to leave, Connolly called them back, keep monitoring. The door closed. Connolly rubbed his face and pulled out a grey file from the folder. When he opened it, it was the strange giant incidents in various counties of London. It was stamped with a big red seal C. Now he had to reconsider. He picked up the letter paper and planned to write a letter to Dumbledore, but after thinking about it, his face darkened. Why write to him? To let him laugh at his naked butt? Although Dumbledore didn't say this, he remembered that Dumbledore stared at him and smiled at him. Well, why not let Newt handle this matter? Connery thought about it. Isn't he a fan of magical beasts? Obviously, Connery attributed the giants to some mysterious magical beasts. After thinking about it, he picked up the quill and began to write. Somewhere in the Highlands of Scotland, the lattice windows of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry sparkled in the early morning sun. Aaron opened his eyes, stretched, then got up to wash and brush his teeth. On his first night at Hogwarts, he slept very soundly. He made himself a cup of coffee and saw that Gaidakai and Fuan were still sleeping. Aaron approached quietly, and at some point he suddenly shouted, the big-mouthed Dark Lord eats children. Then he left. Ding, fear value 37. Well, he was very satisfied. Although it was not much, every little bit counts. Holding the coffee, he came to the common lounge area to wait for Cedric and Hannah, while admiring the view outside the round window. It was almost time for dinner, and there was no Hufflepuff except himself. When it comes to eating and lying down, Hufflepuffs are well versed in this, which also made him feel that he really entered the right college. I remember a writer in my previous life said that when I deliberately arrived at the editorial office 2 hours late and found that I was the first one to arrive, I knew that I had found the right job. Aaron felt this deeply. Through the window, Aaron sipped his coffee and looked at the swaying grass and dandelions outside the window, and 2 owls swaying superimposed on each other. The scenery is really nice, huh? Owl. Aaron looked carefully, and the white one above looked more and more familiar. Shit, he exclaimed. Damn, isn't this his own owl? The dead bird is living a better life than himself. Aaron, good morning. Aaron turned around and saw Hannah standing behind him. The sunlight shone on her face, and he could see the soft white hair on her face glowing. She was so cute. The girl was wearing a loose wizard robe, but her every move showed her graceful curves. Good morning. Aaron also replied, and he felt much better now. The 2 waited for a few more minutes, and Cedric finally came. Aaron remembered his original words, he was waiting for him. It was about time for dinner, and the Hufflepuffs rushed out, shouting as they ran, eat, eat. Although the freshmen didn't understand, they heard the senior students talking about eating very clearly. They immediately joined the senior students and rushed into the restaurant. The only good thing about Hufflepuffs is that they can sleep more, because the restaurant is next door, and other grades have to get up early and have to deal with the troublesome stairs, so some little wizards simply don't eat breakfast. After dinner, Cedric led a group of freshmen to the stairs. At this time, the little wizards of Gryffindor also appeared, but they were not accompanied by the seniors. It seems that Percy, the prefect, did not do a good job. However, the prefects have no obligation to tell the freshmen these things. They are very kind if they don't cheat the freshmen. The freshmen in the past have to face these difficulties alone. The Hufflepuffs took advantage of Aaron. Aaron! Hermione saw Aaron in the crowd, her eyes lit up, but when she saw Hannah standing behind him, the light dimmed. Aaron also saw Hermione and waved to say hello. The first class was History of Magic. According to the schedule, they had to go to class with Gryffindor. I will explain it now, but due to time constraints, I will only explain it once. At this time, Cedric began to explain, and all the freshmen listened carefully, including Aaron, but he was not thinking about these rules. He was thinking about whether there were any secret passages or something. There are a total of 142 staircases, each with a different width and size. They are different every day, and every Friday there is a different passage. Some steps will disappear halfway up the road, so you have to remember them and jump over them. Secondly, there are some doors that you have to ask them to open very politely, or you have to poke them in the right place, otherwise they won't open. Obviously, the good boy Cedric was speaking very politely. Let me interrupt you for a moment. Aaron spoke. Cedric stopped in confusion and motioned for Aaron to continue. Is there any 873 shortcut or something? Aaron asked. When he said this, the other freshmen were stunned, especially Hermione. How could he be so stupid? She glanced at Cedric and thought, as an excellent student of Hogwarts, how could he be led astray by Aaron's words? Absolutely impossible. Hey! Cedric pretended to be suspicious. What are you talking about? I don't know. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief and raised her head. She knew that Cedric would not give in. In her heart, Hogwarts was sacred and mysterious, and Cedric, as the spokesperson of Hogwarts. In her heart, he was the kind of stereotyped, positive and good boy. Although he was punished at the banquet yesterday, as the person involved, Hermione dared to guarantee that Cedric just nodded. Why don't you let go? Aaron thought to himself. He continued to induce, are you really willing? After 7 years at Hogwarts, all he had left was an empty title, good boy Cedric. Instead, you will be the most beautiful memory after graduation. So. Aaron stepped forward and said in a gentle voice, like the whisper of a devil, you didn't have a choice before, a say, but now you can choose to be a troublemaker. Moreover, compared to the stiff and uncomfortable life of being a good student, being a troublemaker can be much easier. When these words came out, the freshmen took a breath of cold air. Although these words sounded not good, what should they do if they really like it? Everyone is teaching them to be good children who follow the rules, while Aaron is teaching them to be a troublemaker. Unknowingly, the freshmen's values were distorted by Aaron. All the freshmen had only one sigh in their hearts. Aaron, you are so bad, I like you so much. Hermione was stunned. How could Aaron say such rebellious words? This is the sacred Hogwarts in her mind. She shook her head vigorously and looked at Cedric at the same time. She didn't think Aaron's words could disturb Cedric's will. After listening to Aaron's words, Cedric felt that he suddenly understood. Yes, compared to the stereotyped title of good students, troublemakers do live a more comfortable life. Look at the Weasley twins, that's an example. Okay. Cedric raised his eyebrows and smiled sinisterly. Now, I will tell you some useful information. But there is one thing, you are not allowed to tell the teacher, nor the other 2 colleges. After saying this, Aaron showed an imperceptible smile. It is indeed difficult to persuade bad students to be good, but it is still very easy to lead good students into the ditch. The freshmen were all excited, and their eyes showed strong expectations. Did I hear wrongly? Hermione was surprised, her worldview collapsed. P.S. Please, have pity on the child, give me some monthly tickets, I am speeding up and updating more. Oh ton. Chapter 56. This is the first time I've seen them get humiliated. Haha. Ron still had rice grains on his face. He whispered with a hint of gloating in his voice. Hey, Ron, don't lead Harry astray. Hermione stepped on Ron's foot. This girl is so fierce. Ron commented on Hermione at this time. But Harry's eyes were obviously shining, and he looked at Aaron with admiration. He had a boring life in the past 10 years. Hiding in that dark storage room all day, and facing Dudley's bullying, it must be said that Aaron's proposal was full of adventurous spirit. Compared with the shining light in the eyes of the Gryffindor freshman, the Badger seemed much calmer. What they thought was that if they knew some shortcuts as soon as possible, they could get to the restaurant earlier when the class was over. Cedric led the freshmen of the two colleges and began to explain while walking. As he was explaining, the freshmen had expressions in their eyes. Oh, so that's how it is. Wow, Senior Cedric, you are so amazing. He talked about some secrets, and even caused some Gryffindor and Hufflepuff girls to exclaim. Aaron also applauded appropriately and gave praise. Hermione shook her head again and again. She couldn't believe that Cedric was such a senior. Cedric gradually lost himself in such cheers and admiring eyes. He became more and more excited. Where were we talking about? Yes, we talked about some entrances to the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, and here. Cedric knocked on the side of the wall with his wand, revealing a small hole. This leads to the Quidditch field. He explained. After that, Cedric focused on how to avoid Peeves' harassment and the entrance to the restricted corridor on the 4th floor, but he emphasized it again and again. Don't be curious, because it is very dangerous, but Aaron saw a thoughtful light in Harry's eyes. This is Gryffindor's point-deducting weapon. Finally, Cedric mentioned the college administrator Argus Filch, saying that he was more troublesome than Peeves. He also revealed a shocking melon, that Filch is very likely to be a squib. But don't let your guard down because he has a cat named Mrs. Norris. If you break the rules, it will run to Filch and report to him. Aaron nodded repeatedly after listening, and Cedric. Many of the things Rick said were not described in detail in the original book. At the same time, he thought to himself that these parents were really careless. They could send their children to a castle like Hogwarts where disasters could happen at any time. With the safety factor of Hogwarts, Aaron suspected that the main reason why there were not many students dying every year was because there were too few students. Finally, it was almost time for class, so Cedric left. Before leaving, he repeatedly emphasized that they should not give him away. The young wizards nodded repeatedly, with unsatisfied eyes. The History of Magic classroom is on the 2nd floor of the castle. The freshmen went to the History of Magic classroom on the 2nd floor with anticipation. This is the first magic class in their lives. But they will soon be disappointed. Halfway through the walk, Hermione came over. Aaron, you actually led Cedric astray. She whispered with questioning eyes. Aaron spread his hands. What do you mean by I led him astray? Otherwise, how do you think he knew these things? Hermione was speechless. Aaron was right. Cedric must have done all these, otherwise he would not know them in such detail. But you can't encourage the freshmen. Hermione said again. Instigation. Aaron looked at her like she was a fool and said, compared to me, it's Headmaster Dumbledore who is instigating. He told us all the places we shouldn't go to at the banquet. Moreover, the location was described in detail. In fact, there are some traditions of Hogwarts, such as intimidating freshmen, which are put on the surface. There are also rules in secret, which are recognized by all teachers, although no one knows about them. That is, break the rules. The historical process of wizards is very interesting, from the status of gods in the beginning to the evil wizards who were hung and burned to death. As time goes by, wizards today have formed a vague balance with muggles. Except for a few muggle leaders who know, you wizards must never let most muggles know. This will cause panic, because muggles are afraid of the unknown and uncontrollable power of wizards. Therefore, Hogwarts will create some unable to do things to make smart people. Students go and break the rules and practice their dodging skills, so that they can thrive in the muggle world in the future. Otherwise, if they are careless and often cause disturbances, the muggle world will definitely not ignore it. Once the wizards pose a threat. Aaron believes that a war between muggles and wizards will break out at that time, and the final result will of course be clear. For colleges like Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, which are a little smart but not much, they will be the first to break the rules. As for Slytherin? Oh, they don't have the opportunity to make trouble in the muggle world, because there is a high probability that all of them will be sent to Azkaban, and they will also be closely monitored by the Ministry of Magic. Hufflepuffs are the least troublesome in the college, and most of the students who graduate are unknown. It's not that the little badgers are not talented. It's just that although they are, she is not outstanding in any of the 3 colleges, but she has taken the middle value of the 3 colleges. Only with such a character can you thrive and live a long life. Life is solid, you can't get by being clever. If you mess up life, life will mess you up. Look at Ravenclaw, a bunch of smart guys, but look at these goods after graduation. Looking at Aaron's back, Hermione was thoughtful, but she always felt something was wrong. Entering the history of magic classroom, the students chose their own partners to sit together. Hannah saw the opportunity and quickly sat next to Aaron. Hermione snorted when she saw it, and sat down an aisle away from Aaron. The students were talking to each other happily, looking forward to the first class. At this time, the students' voices suddenly weakened, because a transparent ghost floated to the desk. This was the Professor of History of Magic, Professor Cuthbert Binns. It was also the only course in Hogwarts taught by a ghost. Then, under the expectant gaze of the students, Professor Binns read from the textbook and kept talking in a monotonous voice. The little wizards were curious at first, but then became bored, and then whispered or dozed off. Aaron was also drowsy. History of Magic was a compulsory course for grades 1 to 5. It mainly talked about the history of the magical world. It was also the only course that did not require the actual use of magic. It was recognized as the most boring course in the wizarding world. What the little wizards wanted was magical spells and waving wands. However, after the 6th grade, not even one little wizard chose to take History of Magic, N.E.W.T. When Professor Binns talked about the Goblin Rebellion, the young wizards could be slightly alert. The rest of the time, he read quickly in this tone. The reading machine in the ghost world. Perhaps Professor Binns was full of enthusiasm at the beginning, but the teaching and similar content year after year made him lose his enthusiasm. However, it is enough to show his love and persistence for the history of magic, so that he can continue to teach in the form of a ghost. One day, he went to class and forgot to bring his body. It is enough to see that Professor Binns was very old at that time. Magic is not just a few spells, there are also very profound knowledge. Even if Aaron has an alchemy system that defies the heavens, it is difficult to explain the reason for a while. Because before school started, he tried to create a new magic by himself, such as the thunder of heaven. But it didn't work, but he lit up like a light bulb. However, Aaron believes that he will create a new spell one day. System, what if I leave Hogwarts and go outside? Aaron asked. Not recommended. Why? I can feel that the people in this place have gathered most of the luck in the world. If you leave here, your achievements will progress very slowly. So please have more contact, let you be more contaminated by human nature and take away their luck. The achievement of a god depends not only on the superficial divinity, but also on the solid humanity. Otherwise, even if he becomes a god, he is just an empty god with an empty shell. God of the sky. A god without consciousness. Aaron suddenly realized that the alchemical creation value is the foundation, and the divinity is the upper limit. The two complement each other to become a god with both humanity and divinity. If you only have powerful power but don't know how to restrain yourself, the powerful power will eventually make you lost and become an empty god. Is there really a god in this world? The system was silent for a moment, and gave an answer that surprised Aaron. No, but it will be soon. Your arrival has exposed the coordinates of this place. But there is still plenty of time. Please ask the Dark Dragon King to improve his strength as soon as possible. Aaron was silent. His arrival did cause a dramatic butterfly effect after all, but he was not afraid. He would wait until that day. At this time, she noticed that something hit him. He opened his eyes and saw a ball of paper on the table. He opened it and saw a line of beautiful handwriting on it. Listen carefully. The signature was, Hermione Granger. Aaron looked over and saw Hermione staring at him and motioning him to listen. But seeing Aaron's indifferent look, she turned sideways and whispered, I know you are very good, but if you don't take the course seriously, I will catch up with you eventually. The little witch was very unyielding. Although she had seen some of Aaron's magical methods, she didn't think she might not be able to catch up if she tried hard. But if she knew that what Aaron had revealed was just the tip of the iceberg. Ah, Hermione sighed. Because she saw Aaron fell asleep on the table again, obviously he didn't hear anything. Harry and Ron saw Aaron fell asleep, and they followed suit. Since they were going to be troublemakers, they would do it to the end. Soon, the 50-minute history of magic class was over. The next class was Transfiguration, and Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw attended the class together. When parting with Gryffindor, Aaron could see the reluctance in Hermione's eyes. For this, Aaron could only say, "Oh, my damn charm. That girl, Hermione, she likes you." The girl next to him whispered. Aaron asked in surprise why. Hannah smiled gently, blinking her eyes at Aaron. "I'm a girl, I can feel it." At the same time, she thought in her heart, not only Hermione, but also the Asian senior from Ravenclaw. She was disappointed and scared at the same time. Aaron was so outstanding and she was so mediocre. She noticed the girl's inner thoughts. Aaron touched her head and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about every day? Don't make blind plans." Seeing the girl nodded, Aaron couldn't help pinching her baby fat face again. "Well, it feels really good." Aaron said, "Let's go, it's time for class." The girl's face turned red due to the teasing. Although she sometimes didn't understand the strange words Aaron said, what he said made her feel novel and liked. She lowered her head and followed Aaron into the classroom. When she entered the Transfiguration classroom, a tabby cat was lying on the desk with his hands in his pockets. Aaron recognized it as Professor McGonagall's animagus form at a glance, and he pretended not to care and passed by. But girls like Ravenclaw and Hannah didn't know. When they saw such a cute cat, their love overflowed, and they wanted to go up and pet it. Aaron was jealous and thought about becoming a cute animal in the future. But when he thought that his animagus was a black dragon, he gave up the idea. Although he could transform into the form of his own creation, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was no cute thing. They all looked weird. Aaron sat on the desk, watching the girls all surrounding the tabby cat, with expectation in his eyes. "Get started, Hannah. Don't just watch." "Yes, the girl next to me, so quick," Aaron shouted in his heart. Seeing that Professor McGonagall might come in, one of the Ravenclaw girls wanted to carry her to her seat and slowly masturbate her. In Aaron's surprised eyes, the girl quickly hugged the tabby cat. The tabby cat didn't seem to realize that the situation would develop like this, and a hint of surprise flashed in its eyes. But it was too late. Aaron couldn't bear to look directly at it and covered his eyes. What a sin! Chapter 57. The little witches screamed, and then stood obediently waiting to be criticized. Professor McGonagall's face was very ugly at this time. "Miss Miranda, if you have read the Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, then you will not touch any cat in Hogwarts." She raised her chin, her face solemn, and said to one of the witches, "Then you will not touch any cat in Hogwarts. Including Mrs. Norris of Frankie. Okay, go down. The goal has been achieved. I'm sure these little witches will be impressed in the future." Then Professor McGonagall waved her wand, and rows of words appeared on the blackboard behind her. It was the Great Gamp's Law of Transfiguration. Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous magic you will learn in Hogwarts. She said sternly, "If anyone makes trouble in my class, I will ask him to leave. Never let him in again." As soon as she said this, the low-level little wizards shrank their necks. Then, she waved her wand at her desk, and the desk instantly turned into a pig. But it soon turned back to 680. "This is Transfiguration." Mag said, "If you know a little about Gamp's Transfiguration law, you will know that Transfiguration has limitations and it cannot completely change the nature of a thing." Aaron also nodded. He had already prepared for it before. Transfiguration includes many branches, including cross-species transformation and human body transformation. This subject is the most difficult of all courses. Because it is more rigorous and scientific, in the Transfiguration book, only complete correctness can be considered a success. Otherwise, it is obviously not okay to change into a cat with a pig's tail. The little wizards couldn't wait to start learning, but when Professor McGonagall explained the basic concepts, they realized that it would take at least a long time to turn furniture into animals. The students all took notes seriously with quill pens, while Aaron pretended to do so. He didn't need to remember these at all. Before school started, he had already flipped through the book. Although he didn't dare to say that he could recite it by heart, he had no problem with it. Afterwards, Professor McGonagall gave everyone a toothpick and asked them to try to turn it into a needle. Hannah waved her wand and muttered something, but after repeating it several times, the toothpick didn't even react. "Don't worry, just think of it as a needle," Aaron reminded. "Mr. Aaron." Aaron looked up and saw Professor McGonagall standing next to him with a cold face. Good fellow, when did a cat like you learn the tricks of an old bat? Professor McGonagall. He said politely. Instead of caring about others, you might as well take care of yourself. She glanced at the notes on Aaron's desk, which were blank, and a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Although this child has an extremely smart brain and strong talent. But transfiguration is not that simple. He didn't even take notes. Every year, there are several talented little wizards in the wizarding world, but they gradually become mediocre because of their arrogance, and eventually. Professor McGonagall, is this what you think? Aaron's serious and obedient voice came. McGonagall looked down and saw a shiny needle on the table. There was even a very small threading hole on the big end. McGonagall picked up the needle in surprise and put it in front of her eyes. She touched the tip of the needle and pinched it with her fingernails. It was no different from the real thing. In fact, many students finally learned how to turn toothpicks into needles after a long time. They looked like needles, but there was no eye of the needle and they were still wooden when pinched. This kind of person could become so perfect the first time. McGonagall thought that there would be no one else here except herself. Mr. Aaron. McGonagall said with a cold face, did you transform yourself? She didn't quite believe that it was this child who transformed. Although she admitted that Aaron was quite talented, transfiguration was not something that could be learned by mere talent. There were always some smart kids who used a real needle to fool themselves, just like the guy named Malfoy from Slytherin in the last class. Aaron did not quibble and proved himself with his strength. He waved his wand and pointed at the needle in Professor McGonagall's hand. Soon, the needle turned back into a toothpick, and then waved it again. The toothpick turned into a needle again. Now Professor McGonagall had to admit that there was joy in her eyes. Genius, this is definitely a genius. Thinking back to when she was young, it took her a long time to learn to do it. How old is he? McGonagall liked Aaron more and more, with a smile on her face. Mr. Aaron, because of your excellence, Hufflepuff gets 10 extra points. Professor McGonagall's gentleness is reserved only for smart children. She was just a little curious why the child's wand was in a sheath, but she was smart and didn't ask. The Hufflepuff house cheered because of Aaron's extra points, and the girls from Ravenclaw looked at Aaron in admiration. They hoped that Aaron could teach them hand in hand. Gaidakai said to Aaron, we are both freshmen, why are you so outstanding? Fuin was a little unconvinced, and he used his wand to hit him hard, and his voice was also very loud. Change it. Change it. Mr. Fuin, transfiguration is not more effective the louder the sound. McGregor said coldly. Alas, Hannah sighed after trying many times without success. Sure enough, she still couldn't do it. She glanced at Aaron beside her and felt that he was getting farther and farther away from her. In the end, except for Aaron who completed the task perfectly, the others didn't change at all, but this made Professor McGonagall very happy. And exempted Aaron from a week's homework. In the next month, the little wizards focused on the goal of turning toothpicks into needles. The students left the classroom dejectedly. On the first day of class, they suffered 2 consecutive blows. They no longer had much hope for the subsequent courses. Seeing the students leave, McGonagall also planned to leave. But suddenly she stopped. In the reflection of the sun, a certain table was shining. McGonagall walked over, and it was the needle that was shining. There was also a blank note paper next to it. There was nothing written on the paper, only, Aaron Brooke. McGonagall picked up the needle, and her eyes flashed with surprise. After so long, the child's transfiguration has not been restored. Chapter 58. Is the magic power of an 11-year-old wizard enough to maintain transfiguration for so long? Transfiguration refers to the ability to transform an object into another object. The more complex and difficult the transformation, the greater the power required. For example, if she was present at the scene, the desk-to-pig transformation she demonstrated before might last for a while, but once she left, the pig would quickly turn back into a desk. Although the power required to transform a toothpick into a needle is very small. But it's impossible, it still exists now? That child has been gone for a while. Minerva McGonagall pointed the needle at the sun, and the reflected light made her blink subconsciously. She carefully inserted the needle into her collar and decided to observe carefully, perhaps she would have new insights into her transfiguration. If others knew about this, they would probably be shocked. The professor of transfiguration actually studied a freshman's homework. Aaron, how many more surprises can you give me? McGonagall muttered, with a meaningful gleam in her eyes. Twin Patronuses, wandless spell casting, and, even she was surprised by transfiguration. It was just a pity for her that the child did not choose her own academy. If there were no regulations, she really wanted to snatch it from Sprout. If Aaron knew what Professor McGonagall was thinking, he would cry out that he was wronged. He had already stopped. Not only could he turn toothpicks into needles, he could also turn toothpicks into parrots, crows, and super large doors. Moreover, Aaron was also an unregistered animagus 5-clawed black dragon. If the kitten knew about this, it would probably get furious. A short break between classes. The next class was Defense Against the Dark Arts, which all the little wizards were looking forward to. It was nothing, it just sounded amazing. But with the lessons of the previous 2 times, the little wizards did not have too high expectations. Sure enough, Professor Quirrell lived up to expectations and successfully turned the first class into a comedy. When Aaron entered the classroom, it was filled with a disgusting smell of garlic, which made him want to open the window. Don't open it. Professor Quirrell stammered to stop him. Why? Aaron asked. The others in the classroom also looked at him curiously. Then Professor Quirrell stammered and told the story. He met a vampire in Romania and was afraid that the vampire would come to catch him. Aaron knew that he was now possessed by Voldemort, so he wanted to scare him. This guy's acting skills were excellent, and he disguised himself perfectly. But he met Aaron, it was his bad luck. Oh? Professor Quirrell, don't be afraid, vampires won't come into Hogwarts to catch you. Aaron said with concern, we are still the delicate flowers of the wizarding world, so for our health. He was about to open the window again. Professor Quirrell almost cried in his heart, you are a delicate flower? You and a bunch of freshmen almost turned the whole Hogwarts upside down. No. Professor Quirrell came over stutteringly, child, I was bitten by a vampire and I can't see the sun for a while. Oh. Aaron withdrew his hand, looking very considerate. Professor Quirrell breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his face. Oh my! Aaron slapped his thigh, his tone full of concern. Professor Quirrell, look at you, in such a stuffy classroom, wearing such a big turban, isn't it hot? Is it inconvenient for you to untie it by yourself? Come, I'll help you. Aaron rolled up his sleeves, climbed onto the stool, and reached out to untie it. Ah! Killua stepped back quickly, covering his headscarf with his hands, his face full of fear. Ding! Extreme fear detected 3500. Hey? Very good, isn't this much better than scaring those 2 idiots in the dormitory? He immediately became more excited, jumped off the stool, tied the wide wizard robe together, rolled up his sleeves and asked with concern, look, if it's hard to solve it by yourself, don't force yourself. As he said that, he said to the wizards in the classroom, why are you still standing there? Gaidoki, hold down Professor Quirrell's feet, Fuan, hold down his hands, Hannah, you go outside to keep watch. No need to keep watch. Aaron almost blurted it out. What they did was not a bad thing. It was a good deed. After this matter was over, Professor Quirrell would have to reward him with 4 or 5 points. Seeing the whole class of students gathered around him with concern, Quirrell was scared. He backed away and explained with a sad face. First, the headscarf was given by an African prince, who was a close friend, so it could not be untied. Then there were some difficult to understand words, such as the entanglement of resurrected zombies, and that it was filled with garlic, and that it had nothing to do with class. And so on, a series of difficult to connect words, and in the end he actually fell to the ground. He covered his face and cried like a little girl, and did not forget to protect the headscarf with his other hand. The little wizards saw that Professor Quirrell was actually made to cry by them, and they were a little at a loss and looked at each other. Soon, they focused their attention on Aaron. Aaron saw that it was almost the same, so he waved his hand. Okay, since Professor Quirrell doesn't want to, forget it, I am still very considerate. Professor Quirrell on the ground shouted in his heart, you are considerate? Even Voldemort is more considerate than you. Aaron and the little wizards sat back in their chairs. Professor Quirrell, let's start the class. Aaron said obediently, and added we Hufflepuffs should get extra points. Quirrell stood up and looked at Aaron as if he was looking at a devil. He replied with a sob, Hufflepuffs get 5 points. Then, he actually ran out of the classroom crying and didn't even attend the class. Well, another class is ruined. All the little wizards wanted to break the wand in their hearts. What use do I have for this wand? Although the teacher ran away, the little wizards still slept well until the end of the class. They couldn't run away when the teacher ran away. Otherwise, it would be called absence. This is what Aaron told everyone. But Aaron was very happy, because he earned 12030 fear points from Professor Quirrell alone. He made up his mind to pay more attention to Professor Quirrell's health in the future. 50 minutes of sleep quickly, sitting. The next class is about spells, and the badgers will go with the lions. Led by Aaron, a group of little wizards, they rushed towards the spell classroom in a mighty manner. On the way, Aaron was planning the tasks for this semester in his mind. The upgrade of the black dragon body must be put on the agenda, and he will find a chance to go to the Forbidden Forest to see if there is anything he can swallow. In fact, the basilisk is Aaron's first choice, but that was in the second semester. However, he is still very curious about what the system has added to the fake magic stone. The parrot can produce some creation value every day. Aaron took the time to look at the map. Wow, it's still in Malfoy Manor. Can you grab the Malfoy family? The crow will bring a bag of gold galleons every morning. Aaron is really. The one that Aaron is looking for is the dragon that collects gold coins. As for the monkey, even Aaron doesn't know what it is doing. If he wants to know the specific reason, he can only upgrade the map. He will take his time with it. Swinging in the forest? Just like Tarzan, he is playing around with vines? There is a giant monster this semester. Although it can be considered a magical animal, it is too disgusting for Aaron to eat. But then he can see how strong he is when facing the giant monster. Aaron has no idea about his actual combat ability, and he doesn't know how powerful he is. Divinity is worth taking time. This is a long-term question. The problem, but the most urgent task, is to hatch Suzaku. He is very curious about what Suzaku looks like. Also, it has been more than a day since he entered Hogwarts, and the system has not released any new creations, which makes him very anxious. Although he has only been here for one day, for the hard-working Aaron, no progress means regression. Well, that's all for now. I will add more when I have the chance, and that's all for today's inner diary. Aaron is not stupid enough to write down his inner thoughts in his diary. Who in his right mind would do that? As he was walking, Aaron felt like he bumped into something soft. It smells so good. Aaron closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, there were two mountains in front of him. He looked up between the two mountains in surprise. A pair of bright eyes with distinct black and white were looking at him with a little smile. Chu walked down the stairs, and Aaron walked up from the bottom. At this time, one lowered his head and the other raised his head. The two pairs of eyes blinked and looked at each other for a moment. Chu Zhang. Aaron was shocked and took 2 steps back, fearing that he would be blackmailed. But he soon realized that he had traveled through time, and the girls of this era were still very beautiful. Ahem, sorry. I was just thinking about something. Aaron blushed and looked serious. Chu glanced at Hannah next to the boy, her eyes flickering, and turned to Aaron and said softly, "It's okay." Then she bowed her head and left politely. This made Aaron confused. You were not like this yesterday, why are you so respectful today? Are you okay? Hannah's eyes sparkled with concern. Aaron shook his head and thought, what could go wrong? If it weren't for the moral prohibition, he would have been a bullfighter today, a bull charging. The professor who taught the charms class was Flitwick. When Aaron entered the classroom, he had arrived earlier than the other students. He was very short, only about 1 meter tall, but very powerful. When he was young, he was the champion of the dueling competition. In the original book, Flitwick was a very patient and gentle professor, and he was not strict with students, so this was also one of the students' favorite courses. Now, Flitwick was standing on a pile of books, looking at the little wizards below with a smile. Hannah still sat with Aaron. Hermione came early, and charms was the class she wanted to learn the most, so she sat behind Aaron. You're here so early? Aaron teased. Hermione was about to reply with a look of joy in her eyes, but suddenly she thought of something, her face darkened and she turned around and said, "Hey." She just saw that the senior Asian girl was very close to Aaron. It was just, mouth to mouth. The girl thought about it and became angry and blushing. She didn't know what was wrong with her. What's going on? Aaron was depressed. First it was Chu, then Hermione. What did he do? Turning around, he saw Hannah sitting next to him. His depressed mood was swept away. My twin ponytails are still good. Professor Flitwick on the podium saw that the time was almost up. He smiled and waved his wand. A feather flew onto everyone's table. Today we are learning the levitation charm. After Flitwick finished all this, he began to call the roll. When Harry was called, he cried out and fell into the desk. The little wizard exclaimed. "Hi, Aaron!" Someone greeted Aaron. Aaron turned around and saw the person, who looked more and more familiar, but he didn't recognize him at first. "Hello to you too." Aaron replied listlessly, "If she's not a girl, why are you greeting her?" "My name is Seamus Finnegan." Seamus introduced himself excitedly. "I heard that you and your students scared Professor Quirrell to tears, that's great." "Damn, the good news got out so quickly." Aaron smiled calmly and corrected, "How can wizards' affairs be called scaring? I'm just concerned." "Wait. What did you say your name was?" Aaron asked again. "Seamus Finnegan." Seamus replied in confusion. "Shit." Aaron cursed in his heart. How could he be so close to this guy? This is a rare explosive genius in Hogwarts. In his hands, any curse can be turned into an art of explosion. He looked around the classroom and found that Harry and Ron were sitting in the corner by the window. He pulled Hannah up and whispered, "Come on, change seats." Although Hannah was puzzled, she followed Aaron. Seamus was scratching his head. He looked innocent. "Did I do something wrong?" He muttered, it would not be a good thing to let the big shot in the school hate him. He had to go down and get closer to Aaron. "Change seats," Aaron said to Harry, who was chatting. Although Harry was a little confused, he had already regarded Aaron as a friend in his heart, so he immediately agreed. "Why?" Ron asked subconsciously. "It's nothing, I just prefer the light." Aaron smiled brightly, showing 8 white teeth, looking harmless and approachable. After changing seats, Hermione wondered, is she so annoying? "Aaron, Aaron, Aaron, Aaron." The little lion poked the paper on the table with the tip of his wand. Aaron Brooks' name was written on it. Professor Flitwick finally recovered from Harry's shock. He calmed down. "Our first class, learning the levitation spell. Use your heart to feel and think. Come, repeat after me, Wingardium Leviosa." The little wizards below waved their wands and followed suit. Seamus took a deep breath and pointed the tip of his wand at the feather on the table. "Here it comes." Seeing this, Aaron quickly covered his ears, and Hannah beside him followed suit and covered her ears. Chapter 59. Yes, chanting the mantra must be done in a standard way. Yes, Fuan, don't be discouraged. Ha! Harry Potter. Well done, even though the feathers didn't move at all. He walked to Seamus' side and saw that Seamus was trying so hard that his face turned red. He patiently gave him a reminder. "Relax, kid, imagine it flying up to the sky, and then... boom!" A huge flame suddenly lit up from Seamus's desk, followed by a deafening explosion, and... Professor Flitwick's small body was blown away by the shock wave and hit the ceiling. Harry and Ron, who were close to Seamus, were also blown black in the face, and Hermione was a little further back. Her hair was blown up, looking more like a little lion. Except for Aaron and Hannah, everyone was dizzy and had a buzzing ringing in their ears. Seamus had become an afro, his face was all black, only a pair of eyes were shining, and a half-burned feather floated down leisurely from the sky. Timo opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of white air, excitedly pointing his wand. "Professor, it's flying." Professor Flitwick did fly. He got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body, but he was not angry. He picked his ears with his fingers and shouted with his mouth wide open, "What did you say?" "Professor, it's flying!" Seamus shouted. Professor Flitwick heard clearly this time, and he pressed down Seamus' wand with his hand. "Kid, the wand is a dangerous weapon, don't wave it at people casually when you go down." Finally, against Seamus's will, Flitwick placed him in the corner and cast a shielding spell. In fact, although Seamus made a lot of noise, he was just a paper tiger without any lethality. The class continued, and the other little wizards cast a vigilant look at Seamus from time to time. However, Aaron could feel the resentful look that Hermione cast from time to time. Aaron then remembered that he forgot to bring the little witch with him when he moved. "You already knew that, right?" Hannah looked at Aaron as if she had discovered a new world. She felt that Aaron was even more mysterious. How could it be? Aaron certainly didn't admit it. "I just like light." Hannah naturally didn't believe this. She had a slight smile on her lips, and she felt relieved when she felt the breath of the boy beside her. As for Harry, he would rather believe that it was a coincidence than believe that Aaron did it on purpose. He really did, Aaron cried to death. In the end, except for Hermione who could make the feather fly up, Aaron was the only one who could do it perfectly. Under the admiration of everyone and the amazement of Professor Flitwick, Aaron controlled the feather not only to fly up, but also to fly backwards and forwards, and finally a perfect Thomas spin, stopping on Hannah's head. The little witch blushed. For this, Aaron added 10 points to Hufflepuff. This made the other Gryffindor wizards feel that Harry was a point-deducting machine. The device was full of resentment, look at others, look at you. But she didn't really blame Harry in her heart, after all, he was the one who defeated the mysterious man, but in comparison, Harry's brilliance seemed to be overshadowed by Aaron. The girls from Ravenclaw looked at Aaron, handsome and outstanding, they had to hurry up, otherwise they would be beaten to it by others. As for Hannah beside Aaron, they didn't care, that girl didn't look very lethal. Hermione thought that it was good that she could control the feather to fly for the first time, but when she saw Aaron's control, she suddenly felt powerless. What's more, in the last Transfiguration class, although Professor McGonagall praised her for slightly changing the toothpick shape, she also told her that Aaron was already very. She skillfully turned the toothpick into a perfect needle. Before, she thought that she could catch up if she worked hard. Actually, Hermione's talent was not that good, and the later achievements were only due to the little witch's harder work. Harry was the one with the most talent. Even though he played for a whole year in the first grade and started learning in the second semester, he still caught up with Hermione in the end. However, under the crushing of Aaron's SSS-level talent, what genius! He doesn't exist. In the next few days, Aaron lived a fulfilling life. In summary, it was eating, sleeping, and scaring Quirrell. During this period, the fear value soared to more than 100,000. Aaron felt that he had a little chance of hatching the Suzaku egg. However, what can be squeezed from Quirrell now? The fear value was getting lower and lower. He should think of a way to speed up the increase. So, he set his sights on the three-headed dog guarding the Philosopher's Stone on the 4th floor. Aaron originally wanted to release the three-headed dog to scare the students, but when he thought of the castle full of Dumbledore's spies, it was too risky. The insidious old bee Dumbledore was probably hiding in that corner and spying on him. So, he decided to incite a group of freshmen to follow him, and then lock them up with the three-headed dog. But he couldn't make it too obvious. So, in the end, he set his sights on the Weasley twins, and went down to point at them appropriately. Soon it was Friday. Aaron strolled outside Hogwarts and walked towards the auditorium. Come on! Before going in, he cheered up the two brothers who were cleaning the bird shit on the roof. The two guys had a fight with brooms when they were cleaning the bird shit a few days ago, and then Professor McGonagall passed by and the bird shit on the broom fell on their heads. Professor McGonagall angrily deducted 20 points from Gryffindor and said that they would be responsible for the bird shit in the future. So the first thing they did after class every day was to clean up the bird shit. But fortunately, his owl was very hard-working and would always take a group of harem to stroll around Hogwarts every day. Alas, when will this day end? Fred stopped what he was doing, wiped his sweat, and glanced at a white owl squatting not far away, feeling so angry that his teeth itched. He always felt that the owl was mocking him. Auditorium. What classes do we have this afternoon? Aaron asked vaguely with a roasted chicken in his mouth. Hannah ate the bread in small bites and swallowed it. We have to take potions class with Ravenclaw. Oh. Aaron glanced at Snape inconspicuously, and he was looking at Aaron. Both of them were embarrassed and turned their eyes away at the same time. Snape was thinking, this kid used coffee to trick me into drinking forgetfulness potion for a week. After all, it fell into my hands, I will definitely deduct the Hufflepuff points. Aaron was thinking, you are the professor of potions, right? I see you don't have the materials, what's the point of teaching an egg class? Aaron had cleared out many potion material shops in Diagon Alley before, and potion materials are not other things, it would take more than a day or two to replenish the stock. Therefore, it was indeed awkward for the two people who had something to hide to look at each other. At this moment, a bunch of owls suddenly flew in from outside the auditorium. This scared the freshmen, but they soon found that the owls were holding packages. At that moment, the excited children looked for their own owls to see what their families had sent them. Aaron saw his white owl at a glance, but its claws were empty. Humph! Aaron snorted coldly at the sky. Other owls have them, but you come with empty claws, right? The white owl, who was being affectionate with his harem in the sky, shuddered. He noticed the stern look of his master and shuddered. His master could turn into something that frightened him. Ang ang. The white owl called twice, and the owls that were flying towards the table turned around and flew towards Aaron. Soon, in front of everyone's stunned eyes, Aaron was piled up with a mountain of packages. Ahem. Feeling the resentful eyes of the little wizards around him, Aaron said embarrassedly, "Don't be so polite, I can't take so much." After that, he glared at his owl fiercely. "Is that what I mean?" The owl was frightened and ran away quickly. "The wizards, where is your face? Is that what we mean?" Feeling the resentful eyes around him, Aaron still decided to distribute the gifts. "You guys are really not optimistic about your own owls. Whoever's gift is it, take it yourself." Soon, he was surrounded by people, and the little wizards picked up their gifts. Harry also got his letter from it. After opening it, he found a letter from Hagrid, asking him to meet him for tea at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He glanced at Aaron and wanted to call him. But he seemed to have classes in the afternoon, so he had to give up. In his heart, he already regarded Aaron as a friend. Finally, there was one last luxuriously wrapped package left in front of Aaron, which was from Malfoy. He looked at Aaron at this time and wanted to come over to take it, but he didn't dare. He had remembered the previous lesson. He was relying on his father Lucius to be domineering, but he was not a fool. Wow! Aaron's eyes lit up. The Malfoy family logo could be seen on the package, but he still deliberately shouted to the people around him, "Whose is this? Come and get it." But his hands did not stop at all. He opened the package. Inside were high-end candies of various colors. He grabbed a handful and gave it to Hannah, and then scattered around. Suddenly, there was a voice of Long Live Aaron around. "This kind of high-end candy is not easy to eat." On the Slytherin side, Aaron did not throw it away. Malfoy saw all this and was so angry that his teeth itched. "That's my candy." Aaron was not very interested. It was too sweet and greasy. Above the auditorium, in the professor's seat, McGonagall said to Dumbledore, "This child really can't have a moment of peace." Although it was a blame, his eyes were full of love. "Minerva." Dumbledore took a bite of the pudding and said, "This is the first time I've seen you be so gentle to a little wizard." "Well, that child has a talent that surprises me." "Oh." Dumbledore's half-moon glasses gleamed. "Yes, there seems to be a force field on his body, affecting everything around him, even his owl." At this point, Dumbledore's face twitched. He thought of something bad. "Teacher," McGonagall suddenly said, "you might as well take some of your attention away from him." She was referring to Harry. Dumbledore nodded, thinking that he had already taken some of his attention away from him. This week was almost over, and he didn't know how the coffee for that kid was prepared. However, Dumbledore's half-moon glasses flashed a wise light. That amount for a week was not enough, so he had to find a way to order more. "I just wonder if you would be interested in the 4th floor, Dumbledore murmured. "Hey? Teacher, what did you say?" 2.4. "Nothing, I mean this pudding is really delicious." After lunch, Aaron took a short lunch break and walked towards the potion room. The potion classroom is in a basement of Hogwarts. As soon as Aaron entered, he felt a little chilly. He thought that this might be the darkest place in the whole castle. The little wizards were taking potion class for the first time, and they were full of uneasiness and curiosity. They had heard that Harry from Gryffindor was caught by Professor Snape and deducted points. In short, points were deducted for a disagreement. There were glass jars along the wall of the potion room, and some animal specimens soaked in them made the little wizards tremble. Even 1 or 2 little witches from Ravenclaw screamed. Severus Snape's murderous. The little wizards had learned their lesson long ago. During meals, they could see that the professor was always silent and gloomy. So when there were still 10 minutes before class, everyone was there. Soon, class time was up. Snape walked into the classroom on time. As soon as he came in, he searched the classroom. But after looking around, he didn't find the child. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. "This child is late? This time he will have to deduct some points from Hufflepuff." But when he lowered his head and was about to call the roll, his eyes met a pair of bright and well-behaved eyes in the front row. Snape looked at Aaron, who was sitting right in front of him, and a rage rose in his heart. "Aaron Brooke! How dare you!" Chapter 60. But he never thought that this child would be so bold and sit right under his nose. Didn't he know that the news of teasing him had spread? Is he confident in himself? Does he think I'm a silent wimp? Snape looked down at Aaron in the front row. The boy had bright blue eyes and flaxen hair. Both eyes and hair were rare in the wizarding world. His facial features were soft and handsome, revealing an aristocratic gentleman. However, the boy's eyes revealed a sense of expectation and sunshine for life, which made him very disgusted. It reminded him of that damn James Potter. Snape stared at the boy's pupils without saying a word, but to his surprise, Aaron was not afraid at all. No little wizard could look him in the eye for more than a second. No, except Harry. Thinking of this, his heart softened. What is he thinking? What secrets is he hiding? Snape was still grim on the surface, but he was speculating in his heart. Before entering school, he even dared to play a trick on Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the wizarding world. The funny thing is that Dumbledore didn't notice it at all. What's more ridiculous is that as a professor of potions, he was also fooled. Angry and curious, he took some residue back to study. At first, he was very confident that a Muggle little wizard could not make any advanced potions. But after analysis, through material comparison, this is just the most basic nagging soup. No, there is an extra ingredient in it, similar to bird droppings. But he also tried to add various bird droppings to refine it, but apart from frying the pot, it was the whole class was shocked. Without exception, he failed. As soon as Snape entered the classroom, the whole class was so frightened that no one spoke. Now, Snape stared at Aaron for a whole minute. Hannah next to him clenched her hands under the table and prayed for Aaron. Aaron felt his eyes were a little dry at this moment, but as the Dark Dragon King, he had his pride. It was a shame for him to fail in the eye contact. Finally, Snape was the first to lose. He withdrew his gaze from Aaron, and his pair of black eyes looked into the classroom, indifferent, empty, like two dark tunnels. 03. As usual, he called the names, and when he called Aaron's column, he took the initiative to skip it. Aaron Brooke is absent. Hufflepuff will lose 10 points. Aaron was stunned. You looked at me lovingly for so long just now, and you forgot it right away? Did you drink too much forgetfulness potion? Not only him, but the young wizards were also stunned, but they soon figured it out. It was rumored that this professor would deduct points with various excuses, in order to let Slytherin take the first place. In the past, he would pretend, but now, he doesn't even pretend. The young wizards wanted to speak up for Aaron, but they didn't say anything due to the pressure. Hannah wanted to speak, but Aaron signaled her not to. Oh, Aaron, you are here. Snape glanced at Aaron in the front row and said expressionlessly, I thought you weren't here. Then he walked back to his desk without mentioning the deduction. But he glanced at Aaron and found that the boy was looking at him calmly, without any intention of being wronged and explaining. This surprised him a little. You are here to learn the configuration, precise science, and strict craftsmanship of the potion course. Snape scanned every inch of the classroom coldly, his voice was low but clear. In the first class, before you have mastered the basics, you are not required to wave the magic wand foolishly, so some people may not believe that this is magic, but don't raise any questions. I don't expect you to truly understand the beauty of the simmering crucible with white smoke and bursts of fragrance. You don't understand the magical power of the liquid flowing into people's veins, which makes people's hearts and minds excited and confused. But I can help you increase your reputation, brew glory, and even prevent death. But there must be one thing, you will not be the worst idiots in this class. Snape finished his opening remarks neatly and straightforwardly, and the whole class was silent. Aaron said in his heart, if it were you, I would omit the 4 words prevent death. Snape did everything he said, but he was not qualified to say this. Otherwise, he would not be obsessed with Lily's death day and night. Preventing death in potions is like turning stones into gold in the same branch of alchemy. This is a false proposition, more like a prospect, an ultimate. All alchemists pursue it and look forward to it, but how many people can do it? Looking back on the history of the wizarding world, in the Long River, only Nicholas Flamel has done it, but he only refined a low-level magic stone. Naturally, when you succeed in refining, the false proposition will be transformed into truth, but it is as vague as a grain of sand in the ocean. However, Aaron now has eternal life in his hands. Although it has not yet been realized, it is inevitable. What he has in his hands is the real truth. Aaron. Snape suddenly said, if I add moonstone powder to the hellebore syrup, what will I get? Aaron raised his eyebrows. This was slightly beyond the knowledge of the first grade, but he still replied, you will get an ordinary soothing potion. An ordinary soothing potion? Snape was puzzled by this answer. Why ordinary? Very good, your reputation is not as superficial as you seem, 1 point for Hufflepuff. Aaron rolled his eyes inwardly. Fortunately the minimum bonus for the college was not 0.5 points. If I mix these ingredients and boil them, Snape did not let Aaron go. He wanted to see if this kid was just half-baked or had something special. If I use the following ingredients, giant snail, dragon liver, hemlock essence, and cinquefoil tincture, what will I get? What color will it be? This is already a senior potion class. A common fox demon, black. Aaron said quickly. For him, an alchemist, these are the most basic things. It can be sprayed on the fox, making it freeze in mid-air. I think the botany teacher should like it very much. A trace of surprise flashed in Snape's eyes, and then he nodded. He began to like this child a little bit. Hufflepuff plus 2 points. Scurvy, lovage, sneezeweed, I'll get. You will get the normal confuse. What can moth or rat tentacle juice do? It can treat and relieve common injuries, but it must be filtered before use. In the classroom, Snape asked and Aaron answered. The two asked and answered faster and faster. This confused the other students. Are you speaking some kind of slang? English dialect? Why can we understand it, but it seems that we don't understand it? Ravenclaw can at least simply hear the key words, such as, bad blood, dragon liver, sneezeweed, etc., but they don't know how to connect them together. Hufflepuffs, what potion? What relief? What grass? In the end, they probably wrote down materials that should be edible, such as poison hemlock, cinquefoil, and tentacle juice. The admiration in Hannah's eyes was beyond words. She's emerald blue eyes were already welded to Aaron's face. In her heart, she felt dizzy, and her understanding of Aaron deepened. If she were asked to describe Aaron now, he would be unfathomable. If Aaron knew how Hannah evaluated him, he would smile and say, "Oh, my Hannah, you are unfathomable." Finally, after asking the last question, Snape stopped. Perhaps realizing that he was too harsh on a freshman, he rarely softened his voice and said, "Mr. Aaron, it seems that you are familiar with the 2 books Thousands of Magical Medicinal Herbs and Their Categories and Magic Potions and Potions, and you have even previewed the senior courses." Aaron said very modestly, "I know a little bit." One last question. Snape's eyes flashed with a strangeness. He realized that he was actually asking a first-year student, but on the other hand, he was very curious. Besides Lily, potions were everything to him. What is the recipe for the nagging potion? He asked about Aaron's version. Lacewings, leeches, slug grass, two-eared grass, powdered bicorn, and tree snake skin fragments. Aaron replied in this way, you will get a common nagging potion. What about the unusual ones? Snape asked. He noticed that the boy always mentioned the word ordinary. Aaron frowned, and then he realized that he wanted to know about the improved version of the nagging potion he added to his coffee. He said very embarrassedly, well, my memory is not good enough. Hufflepuff gets 10 points. Snape said expressionlessly. It's still pretty good. Aaron changed his words. Snape suddenly felt that this child was not as harmless as he seemed. Oh, it's actually very simple. Aaron spread his hands. You only need a pile of bird droppings, then heat and boil it, finally extract the liquid, continue to boil the liquid, and then the crystals after drying are the final medicinal material. In fact, it's not that troublesome, it's just an ordinary small piece of bird droppings, but it can only be refined with Aaron's divinity. The same formula, Snape, you can play around, I can't kill you. Snape's eyes showed a hint of realization, and then he said very good. Then he turned and walked towards the classroom. I will tell you about the role of fecal stones. Professor, I have a question. Snape turned around and saw Aaron looking at him expectantly. His eyes were pure. In fact, he had already changed his opinion of Aaron. A person can be sharp, but he must have enough strength to match it. Please go ahead. Aaron cleared his throat and said, you've finished asking questions, it's my turn. Potions are for some kind of effect, but I am curious. Aaron said seriously, his eyes full of curiosity. But adding narcissus root powder to wormwood infusion only produces daylily, something that can only be viewed. Aaron noticed that Snape's eyes had changed. He continued, "It is well known that potion masters rarely study such boring tricks." Snape's eyes became even dimmer. "Later, in order to explore the reasons behind the invention of this medicine, I looked up a lot of information. I found that the flower language of the sun orchid, a type of lily, is very interesting. My regret follows you into the grave. The absinthe in wormwood liquid is even more interesting, representing bitterness and sorrow. Put together, it means..." Snape suddenly interrupted him. "Enough. Oh, okay." Aaron blinked and changed the subject. "Is this potion master a romantic? Can't get the love he wants? Humbly hiding in the dark, watching his beloved girl marry someone else. Finally, this meaningless potion was concocted. Or does he have other purposes?" Snape closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and flashed through his mind. Tonight, he had to get drunk with the forgetfulness potion. "Professor, please tell me." Aaron looked at Snape expectantly, and the other students also perked up. "If you want to ask about that kind of material, we don't understand. But if you mention the big melon of a potion master who can't get the love, they know it too well. What is more attractive than the love, hatred of a dull potion master?" What surprised the students was that these potion masters looked dull, but they were quite coquettish inside. At that moment, all the students looked at Snape with different eyes, and they imagined the professor's affectionate and heartbroken appearance in their minds. "Don't ask questions that are not related to class." Snape lost control of his expression a little. Then he ignored Aaron and walked to the back of the classroom. "Let's talk about it." "No. Let's talk about how to get the bezoars." Snape felt that his mind was a little confused at this moment. Coprolith is a kind of stone extracted from the stomach of goats, which has a strong detoxification effect. How many types of aconitum are there? What is the difference between Aconitum naviculatum and Aconitum camajasm? Damn it, look at me well, why not write it down? There was a rustling sound of fumbling with quills and parchment in the classroom. "Teacher, why don't we do the actual exercises?" A little Ravenclaw witch looked at the crucibles, small medicine bottles, and scales in front of her and asked. Aaron gave a thumbs up in his heart. "You say Ravenclaw is stupid, but she knows what to do next to remind the teacher. You say they are smart. Didn't you see that there are only a few herbs in the medicine cabinet opposite? The rest of the place is empty." Snape turned his head suddenly with anger in his eyes. "Why? Because that damn pharmacy no longer sells herbs but mice. The potion shop is empty except for the mice running around everywhere, and there are only mouse shits left. Who the hell bought all the herbs in Diagon Alley? Now he doesn't even have teaching materials. Asking questions is not allowed in my class." Snape said in a deep voice, "Get out. 20 points will be deducted from Ravenclaw." For the rest of the time, the students were almost in fear of Snape's scolding and questioning. But Snape was tactful and did not ask Aaron any more questions. An hour later, the little wizards crawled out of the dungeon, and everyone was filled with disappointment. This week has shattered all the fantasies. Professor Quirrell, who was a crybaby in the defense against the dark arts class, Snape, the professor of potions who took his anger out on the students, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were normal, but their wands were really like sticks in the classroom. At lunch, a white owl brought a newspaper. Aaron put down the lamb chops, wiped his hands elegantly with a napkin, picked up the newspaper and unfolded it. "You can't forget the information about the wizarding world after entering Hogwarts, you have to know the world while your heart is in the classroom. Who in history said this? Forget it, don't think about it, and it's definitely not because he can't remember it." The first line of information in the newspaper changed slightly, the latest report on the second illegal break-in at Gringotts. The content is, following the theft on July 30th, Gringotts was illegally entered again on September 3rd, but this time, the goblins denied losing anything. Aaron looked at the newspaper thoughtfully. The first one was done by crows, and the second time, it should be done by the Death Eaters. Their goal is to find the Philosopher's Stone. Resurrect Voldemort, but the Philosopher's Stone has already been taken by Aaron, and the fake one with additives has also been taken away by Hagrid. It is now guarded by a three-headed dog on the 4th floor. The second line is still the old title: Gringotts' 3 vaults were robbed by a mysterious person. Rita Skeeter was eating a lot of food. Aaron took a sip of coffee at the right time. Going down, the Goblin Bank was robbed twice, which caused a sensation in the wizarding world. People began to withdraw their deposits. But later, the goblins came out and each person could only withdraw 50 gold galleons a day, and they had to explain the purpose. The whole process was cumbersome. Aaron raised his eyebrows. He was quite good at playing. His eyes continued to move down, and Aaron's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The coffee cup that was handed to his mouth stopped. In the middle, the Ministry of Magic, led by Newt, established the Unusual Animal Management and Containment Department. 2 photos are attached, but they are both blurry, a strange red-eyed giant carrying a stone and a colorful fat parrot. Chapter 61. Isn't this fat tiger? How did he become like this? He had been immersed in the first week of classes and paying attention to the hatching of the vermilion bird eggs. He didn't check the panel much. When he opened it again, the column of the cursing parrot showed cursing parrot 20% of its true form has descended, current level, 1v2. The other data parameters did not change, except that the physical defense increased from 0 to 10. I roughly understand that when creatures are upgraded, their appearance will also change. Aaron pondered. He continued to read on. The general content was that the Ministry of Magic had established a new organization based on the recent strange events. Of course, for Newt, who liked magical animals, he was very happy. The Department for the Care and Conservation of Special Creatures is not only responsible for magical creatures, but also for investigating some special events. For example, the Door of the Soul in Diagon Alley is also under its jurisdiction. In general, it is Aaron's mortal enemy. However, it is good news for the wizarding world. There have always been few positions in the wizarding world, especially public positions, so many graduates can only start their own businesses, such as the Weasley twins later. Is it that I accidentally did a good thing for the wizarding world? Aaron put down the newspaper and sipped his coffee, his eyes mixed with light and dark increased employment opportunities. But this is not my original intention, I can only increase the strength of creation and give Newt a little shock. Aaron thought so. Aaron, can I have a look at today's daily profit? Hannah finished her meal and wiped her mouth elegantly, imitating Aaron. Here you are. He handed the newspaper over to the girl, who took it. After just a few glances, the girl exclaimed, "Wow, the Special Animal Management and Shelter Department, it sounds very powerful." Aaron drank a sip of coffee silently. That is my mortal enemy. Little girl, you must not have any dangerous thoughts. But then the girl sighed, it's a pity that I have to inherit my uncle's bar. Recently, I have to learn to cook with the house elves. It feels so difficult. Don't learn it, they are all the same. Aaron said casually, I will make you some hot pot in a few days. It is not only delicious, but also can stimulate the consumption of alcohol and beverages. The little girl's eyes lit up when she heard it. Since Aaron said so, there is no need to ask, it must be excellent. Yet. The girl nodded happily, swinging her legs under the table. In fact, Hannah's words opened Aaron's mind. He always felt that although the current life was good, as a modern person, he always felt that something was missing. The wizarding world rejected Muggle products, but he was an alchemist. What if Muggle products were made to be driven by magic? For example, the magic flying car that I had thought of before, or the magic car, or even 727, a holographic movie driven by magic, or even a holographic VR game, driven by magic, selecting heroes, 5vs fighting, and making these famous figures in the wizarding world heroes. Nick Flamel's skill is to throw the Philosopher's Stone at people, Dumbledore is a wizard, and Meg is a shape-shifting cat girl. 2 forms? When the time comes, Newt's ultimate move is to summon a bunch of magical animals. It can not only train the wizards to master magic, but also learn in actual combat. Perhaps, it will replace Quidditch and become a new kind of brand new game in the future. In fact, Aaron has a second consideration, which is to control the minds of the new generation of wizards, that is, to control everything about them. To conquer the wizarding world and even the entire world, we must learn from the lessons of our predecessors and pay equal attention to force and wisdom. This is in line with Aaron's alchemist truth, equal exchange. Pure force only brings peace with bombs buried, and absolute gentleness breeds more crazy violence. The combination of the two is the right way. While thinking, Aaron noticed Cedric walking towards him. He suddenly remembered that the Quidditch game was about to begin. Well, I'll find time to make a cool flying broom for fun. Aaron pondered. He had never flown in human form. Although he could turn into a crow or a parrot, they were still animals. The black dragon body could only fly when it reached the growth stage. Hi, Aaron. Cedric sat next to Aaron. He glanced at Hannah with a mysterious look on his face and asked in a low voice, "Are you busy tonight?" Aaron. That depends on what you are talking about. Aaron sipped his coffee calmly. If someone asks you a question, don't be anxious. This is psychology. They will be in a hurry to tell you. Seeing Aaron's attitude, Cedric was very surprised. This was different from what he thought. Shouldn't he be curious and ask himself why? But when he thought about it carefully, although Aaron was a few years younger than him, he always gave him a calm feeling, which made him admire him and feel uncomfortable at the same time. They were both children, why did he give me the feeling of the godfather? It seemed that in the face of many things, he could always face them calmly and never panicked. A few days ago, I heard that he brought a group of freshmen to scare Professor Quirrell out of the classroom and cried miserably. In the potions class, I heard that he answered Snape's extremely tricky questions. Of course, Snape knew it. Thinking back then, Cedric shuddered. Even he could not escape the torture. Today, the Weasley twins found him and said that they wanted to trick Aaron to go to the 4th floor to play and scare him. Although I don't know what's in there, but, it's definitely not a good guy. Cedric refused at first. But what the Weasley twins said was too tempting. You also want to see Aaron panic, right? When Fred said this, the three of them laughed sinisterly. Ahem, it's like this. Cedric leaned close to Aaron's ear and whispered, "Don't you want to know what happened on the 4th floor? Is there anything in the room?" Aaron raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "No." Cedric. Why? Cedric asked subconsciously. It's boring. Aaron spread his hands, "Just the two of us." No, no, no. Cedric thought Aaron had misunderstood him, and explained, "There are also the Weasley twins and another senior Gryffindor student." Just the 5 of us. Aaron raised his voice at first, then lowered it in Cedric's expectant gaze. "No, it's boring." Are you kidding me? You are no match for me. Aaron drank his coffee expressionlessly. He added fuel to the fire. "Hannah, drink it quickly, and then we will leave." Cedric was anxious. "No, what do you want to do to get back? You tell me, and we will do it." Oh. Aaron raised his eyebrows. "Really?" Cedric nodded. "At least we have to gather all the freshmen from the 4 major colleges, right?" Aaron said casually. Cedric thought about it, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." Then he said, "I can't guarantee that everyone will go." It doesn't matter. Aaron smiled. "As many as you can get." Hannah asked curiously, "Where are you going? Can you take me with you?" Cedric turned his head and said happily, "Of course." Hannah was about to agree, but when she saw Aaron's sinister smile behind her, she suddenly changed her mind. "No, I still have to learn how to cook from the elves." After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to drink coffee. At the same time, she was thinking, poor Cedric. Although Cedric was strange, he didn't insist. It didn't matter. It was just 1 or 2 less. "Well, see you at the Quidditch secret tunnel at 9 o'clock tonight." After saying that, he left in a hurry. Aaron watched him walk towards the Gryffindor area, and then said something to the Weasley twins. The two were stunned at first, and then the 3 of them laughed sinisterly at the same time. Then, the 3 began to wander among the freshmen, whispering one by one. Some freshmen shook their heads after listening, but most of them nodded with bright eyes. Half of the Hufflepuffs came, and almost all of the Slytherins came except those who were close to Malfoy. A small number of Ravenclaws came because they felt that there must be a trick. All the Gryffindors were dispatched. Aaron observed intentionally or unintentionally. "The dust has settled, and you are all prey." There was a sinister smile in his eyes. After this wave, the divinity value required for the Suzaku egg should be about the same. Ding! The Dark Dragon King is about to create a huge wave of chaos and fear, and a new creation is rewarded, Puppet Clown. Puppet Clown, materials needed, Whomping Willow, Acromantula joints, Phoenix tail feathers, fine silk thread. Puppet Clown, passive, elegance, must be followed, the person being targeted must follow the same action, if not, will be punished. Hey! Aaron, who had just finished his coffee and was about to leave, heard the system's voice in his mind. There was a look of joy in his eyes, and the creation that had been motionless for a long time finally moved. Today, double happiness. But these materials. Aaron was in a dilemma. The Whomping Willow was easy, just go and grab all the Whomping Willows. The Acromantula must go to the Forbidden Forest. It seems that I have to use the black dragon body, otherwise I can't beat it. As for the phoenix tail feathers, theoretically you can let an owl steal them, but for some reason, Dumbledore has been watching them very closely recently, and the owl has no chance. But it's not completely impossible. But the last fine silk thread was speechless. As a senior alchemist, Aaron had never heard of it. System, what is this fine silk thread? One with extremely high toughness, made from the silk of a rare Egyptian silkworm. Aaron thought for a moment, got it, and went down to pay more attention to see if there was anything that matched the requirements. However, collecting materials for the puppet clown would have to be put off until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Tonight, he smiled sinisterly. Aaron, what are you laughing at? Hannah asked in confusion. Ah? Thinking of something happy, my owl is pregnant. Isn't it a male? Aaron turned around and glanced at her. Did he mean to say that she had learned to talk back? Hannah stuck out her tongue, looking very naughty. There was no class in the afternoon, so Aaron wanted to take a walk in the library of Hogwarts. Hannah insisted on following him, so Aaron had to give up and let the girl follow him. Before leaving, Aaron basked in the sun outside on the grass, and said hello to the Weasley twins who were cleaning up the bird droppings. The two were quite happy and waved back. They were probably thinking about the good things that would happen in the evening. On the way to the library, when they passed Snape's office, they both felt a violent explosion under their feet. The office was underground. Then the door opened, and Snape rushed out with a black face and explosive hair. He smelled of bird droppings all over his body. He just glanced at Aaron coldly, and then walked upstairs. Aaron covered his nose and said in surprise, "Good fellow, Snape, are you serious? You are so tired." The library of Hogwarts is located on the second floor of the castle, occupying a relatively large area of the entire castle. The proportions were huge. As soon as Aaron entered, he was attracted by the open and lofty space and the numerous bookshelves. Thousands of bookshelves were neatly arranged, extending high to the top floor, storing tens of thousands of books, but Aaron felt that there should be more. If you need the top one, you still need to climb a ladder or ask the administrator, Mrs. Irma Pins, to help you get it. When he came in, Pins looked at Aaron very sternly, motioning him to read the warning carefully. Aaron took a look and it was probably, if you abuse and desecrate books by scratching, tearing, folding, dirtying, damaging, etc., she will use her power to make you bear the greatest consequences. Of course, Aaron also likes books and can't bear to see others ruining books. In this regard, the two are very consistent. Hannah has been surprised since she came in. Perhaps it was the first time she saw so many books. After all, the little girl probably comes into contact with recipes the most. Aaron walked towards the area where they could borrow books and opened the book Find Basic Books on Alchemy. In this world, information is difficult to obtain, and one can only piece together fragmentary information. Aaron knows very little about the Muggle world, and about the Wizarding world. Apart from the vague information in the original book, he knows nothing else. As an alchemist, he naturally wants to know how the alchemy of this world is different from his own. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. Aaron took 2 alchemy books in the public area, but he was very disappointed after flipping through them. They were all basic things and of little use to him. He cast his eyes deeper, where there was a forbidden book area. To borrow books here, you must obtain the professor's autograph. However, the books stored here are generally not suitable for young students to read, such as black magic. If he wants to enter, Aaron has to find another way. In fact, Aaron is very curious. Since it is a forbidden book, why didn't Dumbledore lock it up about black magic, but put it here openly? In the 1950s, Tom Riddle found books about Horcruxes in the forbidden book area. He found the detailed steps of making Horcruxes in advanced dark magic decoded. Therefore, Dumbledore removed all books containing information about Horcruxes from the library. But a generation of serial killers, the Dark Lord, was born. Here Aaron has to complain that the Wizarding world is too casual. In the martial arts novels of the previous life, those secret books were hidden again and again, and could only be obtained after solving riddles one by one. My goodness, you wizards just put it out there, right? The production of Horcruxes is quite cruel, and it is impossible for the successive headmasters to be unaware of it. What a bunch of guys playing house! Aaron pondered. The two of them left the library. Seeing that it was still early, Aaron decided to walk around and get familiar with Hogwarts. They were already familiar with the halls and other schools. They walked towards the unknown. Because it was daytime, they carefully avoided the restricted areas. This naturally led to the administrator Filch's roll of the eyes. He warned, "Don't have any crooked ideas. Mrs. Norris is watching you." Aaron naturally wouldn't have any crooked ideas. He was just a freshman. It's reasonable to be fooled by those seniors to do something unreasonable, right? He didn't know anything. He just listened to the advice of senior students, that's all. The two of them wandered around in the castle. In fact, there was nothing to see. It was just curiosity for the first time. Hannah simply admired and marveled, while Aaron memorized all these routes in his mind and began to lay out for the evening. For example, this piece, opposite the hall is classroom 11 leading to the first floor. Aaron cast a spell to block it so that they couldn't run away. Well, this is Filch's office, the little wizards shouldn't come near here. When passing by here, Aaron smelled a faint smell of fried fish. The door was half open. Aaron looked inside and saw Filch pouting and hugging Mrs. Norris for a kiss. Filch noticed the two little wizards out of the corner of his eye. He was stunned at first, and then he slammed the door shut. Aaron touched his nose awkwardly. It seems that every man has a lovely side behind him. They walked up and down the stairs. Aaron wrote down all the possible places to escape, and locked them one by one when it got dark. He laughed as he thought about it. "Ah, Aaron, what are you laughing at? My owl is pregnant." This time the girl was very tactful and did not ask any further questions. The sun was setting, and the owls had returned to their nests. Soon, the sky above Hogwarts was filled with stars. Aaron sat in the common room and drank the last sip of coffee. He stood up and walked outside. The hunt begins. Chapter 62. Dumbledore looked at the needle on the table that was glittering under the light, his eyes flickering. After a long moment, he spoke in disbelief. "Minerva, you are kidding me. You mean, the child's transfiguration lasted almost a week? Don't get me wrong, it's not that I don't believe you, it's just that." He stopped talking because she saw McGonagall nodded solemnly. Picking up the needle, Dumbledore sighed. "You know, he was once a professor of transfiguration, and even he couldn't do it. Transfiguration, once the distance from the caster is too far or the time is too long, it will change back. That child's magic is unique. I tried to change the needle back." McGonagall's eyes showed a hint of frustration and excitement, "But, I failed." Frustration is the powerlessness in the face of unimaginable talent, and excitement is the appearance of a crazy genius in the wizarding world. And she is the teacher of this genius. "Oh." Dumbledore was surprised. He took out his wand, put the needle back on the table, and waved it. The needle began to shake and tremble. Finally, with a tiny snapping sound, it broke into two sections, but it was still the same needle. The office fell into silence for a minute. "Sigh," Dumbledore sighed, but there was a twinkling light under his half-moon glasses. "That child. I can't tell. I would rather break than bow my head." Dumbledore took out a glass jar with coffee from the bottom of a bottle in it. "Would you like some?" He scooped himself 2 large spoonfuls. McGonagall was about to refuse, although the coffee was really delicious, but Dumbledore said, "Don't be afraid, it's new." McGonagall nodded, and Dumbledore's eyes showed surprise, but the words had already been said. He scooped a flat spoonful with trembling hands, then shook it, and finally poured it into the coffee cup with less than half a spoonful left. McGonagall's eyes twitched, and he took the coffee and took a sip. "As wonderful as ever. What do you think, teacher?" "See with your eyes, Mag." Dumbledore squinted his eyes and enjoyed a sip of coffee. "I can't see through that child." The last time Trelawney secretly divined the child, the crystal ball was broken. Didn't the Sorting Hat take more than half an hour? Professor McGonagall was obviously unhappy when Trelawney was mentioned. Dumbledore said gently, "Don't be like this. Divination is not only about probability, it is also a kind of magic. You have to try to accept it." McGonagall sighed and said nothing. Her mind was full of that child. "Teacher, do you think he will behave himself?" McGregor was referring to the 4th floor, because she saw the whispers in the auditorium today. Those kids really thought they were being very subtle, but they didn't know that the professors in the upper seats could see everything clearly. "Behave?" Dumbledore raised his voice, although he went to Hufflepuff. How can he be behaved? He even suspected that the Sorting Hat might have been bewitched during that period. McGonagall thought about the first day when Aaron and a group of freshmen rushed into the hall. Are you really okay? Mag said worriedly. She came here not only for the injection. What could possibly happen? They were just a bunch of kids. At most, they would open the door, be scared to death by the three-headed dog, and finally run back to their dorms trembling with fear under Filch's scolding. Then, maybe we can be quiet in the days ahead. Dumbledore showed a teasing look on his face. He actually expected Aaron to cry loudly out of fear. Although the child did not give him the feeling of a child of this age, he was still an 11-year-old child after all. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, he would be exposed when facing fear. McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief. Since that was what she said. There were teachers' eyes everywhere in this castle, but, she always felt panic in her heart. The corridors of Hogwarts at night were lit with magic-driven lights, flickering and eerie. A thin figure, as agile as a cheetah, jumped up from the steps below without making any sound. Damn it, dead end. Aaron cursed inwardly, as there was a dead end in front of him. I see you, you can't run away, that's a dead end, if you come out now, I will consider giving you a lighter punishment. Filch's voice came from below. Aaron's mind moved, and his body turned into a pure black crow with a slight click, hiding in the dark corner and blending with the darkness. At this time, the sound of footsteps on the stairs approached, and Filch held up a lantern and shone it around. A hint of doubt appeared on his face. I clearly saw a figure running towards this side. Meow. Mrs. Norris came running over. What? You said someone was putting dung balls in the corridor. Filch was shocked, and then left angrily. Aaron could hear his endless scolding. It seems they are already preparing. Aaron changed back to human form and ran towards the Quidditch secret passage quietly. The crow flapped its wings too loudly, and it was going to catch a cheetah or some other creature. Aaron has blocked most of the possible places to escape. Although it will still be exposed a little, there is no way, the castle is connected in all directions. However, when they were chased by the three-headed dog, they were panicked and wanted to open the door. Hee hee. In the darkness, Aaron showed a sneer on his face. Yes, he was going to release the three-headed dog. Anyway, Dumbledore would not sit idly by. Soon, Aaron arrived at the Quidditch secret tunnel. Wow, the stairs were full of people. A rough estimate was that at least half of the freshmen from the 4 colleges were here. He walked over quietly and patted Cedric on the shoulder. Unexpectedly, Cedric collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. I was wrong, I will never do that again. Ah, Aaron? You walk quietly. Aaron teased. I didn't expect that senior has another side. Cedric said nothing. One of the Weasley twins next to him said, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you. I thought you would release an owl for us. Aaron, how could it be? Hufflepuff never lies. The other Weasley twin said in surprise. Ah? Are you from Hufflepuff? Damn it, I almost forgot, I always mistook you for a Slytherin. Aaron was speechless, as people always had some misunderstandings about him. In the crowd, Hermione saw Aaron, a glimmer of joy in her eyes. She thought he was not coming, and seeing that Hannah was not with him, she felt even happier for some reason. At this time, Filch's angry curses came from the corridor, and Aaron knew the time had come. Sure enough, Cedric lowered his voice and said, everyone move carefully, try not to make any noise, follow me, and act according to circumstances. Then, the army of freshmen began to move slowly towards the 4th floor. In the crowd, Aaron saw Hermione's bright yellow hair at a glance, and squeezed over. Oh, you upright Miss Know-it-all, why are you here too? Aaron teased. At this time, Ron said, hey, she said she wanted to supervise us and prevent us from doing bad things. Harry nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's right. Hermione said quickly, but she couldn't help but panic when she saw the boy's deep eyes. She always felt that everything about her was seen. The know-it-all was given to her by the annoying potions professor. She hated the nickname, but when Aaron said it, she didn't object. He stopped teasing Hermione and began to keep quiet, because they were about to reach the 4th floor. Cedric signaled everyone to stop. He walked to the corridor, looked around, and everything was safe. He used his mouth and gestures to signal everyone to follow. When it comes to doing bad things, children always have a strong talent. If the children are suddenly quiet that day, don't doubt it, they are holding back a big move. When McGonagall passed by the Gryffindor common room, she found it was exceptionally quiet. She nodded with satisfaction. The children today deserve extra points. On the fourth floor of the castle, all the freshmen were surprisingly tacit. They didn't reveal any clues, even Neville. Now, everyone stared at the locked wooden door with burning eyes, expecting some good things that had never been seen before. But only Aaron knew that there was a three-headed dog locked in it. Allaho, open! Cedric held the magic wand and said to the lock on the door. Chapter 63. With a crisp sound, the lock opened. The wooden door, full of temptation and unknown, is now like a helpless virgin, defenseless in the face of the hot wolves. Now, you only need to step forward and easily take the most precious thing inside. But at the last moment, everyone was silent. They looked at each other and saw in each other's eyes. You go first, I'll be the last. Such emotions. They are not stupid. Before doing something bad, whoever goes up first will be unlucky, and after doing something bad, whoever leaves last will be unlucky. Gulp. The sound of swallowing saliva came one after another. Soon, everyone's eyes were cast on Aaron. In view of his previous great achievements, the freshmen still hoped that he would take the lead. The Weasley twins and Cedric showed a hint of joy in their eyes, and they didn't need to guide them. Although they didn't know what was inside, it made sense to be designated as a restricted area. Ahem. Cedric stood up and said righteously, the Academy actually has a hidden rule. Whoever takes the lead first will become the first warrior in our hearts and be worthy of being the godfather. They. Weasley twins nodded repeatedly on the side. George said, Aaron, you must want to be the first to enter. Aaron shook his hand shyly. No one here is better than me, I am just a newbie. As he said that, his face was just right with a touch of ruddy. Fred's eyes lit up, and Aaron was excited. On the first day, he led a group of freshmen to cause trouble in Hogwarts. The magical alchemy in the leaky cauldron became famous in the wizarding world. If the first one isn't you, who else could it be? As soon as the words fell, the freshmen were eager to try. Children have short memories, and they almost forgot some of the things that happened a long time ago. Now that they were mentioned again, they looked at Aaron with admiration. Hermione licked her lips. She hadn't had Coke for a long time, and her greed was aroused. She would find a chance to ask Aaron if he could get some Coke from the 827 again, and she would pay any price. Harry's eyes flickered, and he was about to stand up. The title of the first warrior was still very tempting to him. But as soon as he stood up, he was grabbed by Ron. You're crazy. Ron whispered, are the Weasley twins so kind? Didn't you see that Fred could hardly suppress his laughter? Harry then noticed that Fred was covering his mouth and pretending to cough to hide his uncontrollable laughter. Harry stopped talking halfway. He wanted to leave something in other people's hearts. Okay. Aaron pretended to be embarrassed and said reluctantly, in this case, I will be the first to go in. You wait for my news and come in when it is safe inside. The Weasley twins and Cedric exchanged glances, meaning that the beautiful guys cooperated. Then, in the eyes of everyone, Aaron walked towards the door. Seeing Aaron being fooled into going in like a little white rabbit, the three of them were actually a little ashamed in their hearts. But when they thought of Aaron rushing out of the door in panic with tears, the remaining shame in their hearts disappeared. Once people have no shame, they are happier. The three of them smiled lewdly, but Aaron, who walked to the door, suddenly turned his head, and the three of them hurriedly pretended that nothing happened. One looked at the sky, one looked at the ground, and the other played with his hands. It's agreed that you can call me Godfather when we meet in the future. Aaron said seriously, and everyone nodded with their big bright eyes, only Hermione shook her head. Hey George, did you notice Aaron smiling when he just turned around? Fred asked. George shook his head. How is that possible? His legs must be weak now. Fred thought he was seeing things. Aaron gently pushed the door open and looked into the gap. He couldn't see anything from this position, but could see the flickering candlelight reflected on the wall. He pushed the door open to reveal only a part of his body, and Aaron went in, then gently closed the door. Seeing Aaron successfully enter, the Weasley twins and Cedric finally couldn't hide their smiles. The other freshmen finally realized that this was a conspiracy against Aaron, but none of them spoke out tacitly. Everyone wanted to make someone who was better than them suffer. Only Hermione's eyes were filled with worry, hoping that Aaron was safe. Aaron pressed against the door and kept his breathing to a minimum. Across from him, a monster-like giant was sleeping on the ground. It had 3 heads, and 3 big mouths with canine teeth dripped thick liquid like hemp rope. Of mucus. It was tall, and even when it was lying on its stomach, it occupied 2/3 of the height of the room. Its body was muscular and full of explosiveness. Compared with the monster in front of him, Aaron was like a baby. Any of the 3 heads was bigger than him. This was Fluffy, the 3-headed dog that Hagrid lent to Dumbledore to guard the Philosopher's Stone. Looking down, Aaron saw a trap door under the dog. The 3-headed dog snored dully, and its saliva flowed to the ground and formed a puddle. The air was filled with a strong fishy smell. Aaron looked around. My goodness, didn't Dumbledore set a trap for it? This big mouth, calling a little wizard one by one, without even a chain, his heart is really big. But don't underestimate this 3-headed dog. Think about it, Quirrell and Snape both suffered at its hands. Snape was limping in class the next day. Well, Dumbledore should be able to take care of the aftermath. Aaron pondered, stretched out his hand and waved it upwards. The candle light on the wall went out with a puff, and the room fell into darkness. However, in the darkness, Aaron's eyes were like 2 rays of light, and the darkness could not block his vision. The people outside waited for several minutes, but didn't hear any movement. Just as they were wondering, the wooden door opened leisurely, Aaron half showed his body, and waved his little hand to beckon them over. The Weasley twins and Cedric were confused. That's it? Nothing? Then why are you Dumbledore so mysterious? However, with the experience of being cheated before, the 3 of them still waited more carefully. In the end, they still felt that since Aaron was fine alone, there were so many people here, what could go wrong? Leading everyone inside. Aaron stood by the door with a professional smile on his face, inviting them into the trap. It's okay, don't be afraid. Yes, it's safe in there. I'm a Hufflepuff. Hey? Hermione, please come in. After watching the last person go in, Aaron quietly stepped out, closed the door, and locked it. Before leaving, he broke the door hinge. Then he ran towards his own dormitory. After everyone came in, it was pitch black inside, and no one could see each other. Damn it! George yelled, Cedric, can you please light it up? Then he complained, Aaron, it's so dark, what have you found in there for so long? Fluorescent light flickered. A dim light lit up in the room, illuminating a small area. No one heard Aaron's reply, so Fred asked, Aaron, are you talking? In the darkness, except for the commotion of the crowd, Aaron's voice was not heard. Cedric's heart skipped a beat. He raised his wand, shone it into the crowd, and said in a deep voice, look for him quickly. All the freshmen realized that something was wrong, and they looked at each other, but they couldn't find Aaron. Cedric turned the door lock with a serious face, it's broken. It's locked. Alaho. This time, the door lock strangely did not respond. It's over, I got tricked by that kid. Fred and his twins wailed. Cedric carefully recalled Aaron's expression at that time, and finally remembered that Aaron always had a faint smile in his eyes. Damn it, the IQ of 3 people is not as good as that of a freshman. Cedric also cursed inwardly. Stop making noise. In the darkness, Hermione's trembling voice sounded, look, that, what is that? Everyone looked in one direction, and Cedric raised his wand high, and the light went to the farther part of the room. In the dim light, a huge 3-headed dog was slowly waking up, and it was woken up by these harassments. Fluffy is very angry. Fluffy wants to eat children. In the terrified eyes of everyone, the 3-headed dog slowly stood up, its tall body almost filled the entire space, saliva dripping down, and the 3 dog heads stared at a group of little wizards with different ideas. There was anger flashing in 6 pairs of eyes. The most afraid of the sudden silence in the air. 6 big eyes stared at hundreds of small eyes, and after a moment of silence, they suddenly exploded. All the little wizards scratched the door in fear and despair, and cries came one after another. Mom, I want to go home. Oh my god! Merlin's mother, how could there be such a thing in school? Damn it, Alaho! Neville's legs were weak, if it wasn't for the crowd supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. Ron held his head, his nose running, he knew that following the Weasley twins was not good. Weasley twins and Cedric were sweating, they were the masterminds of this activity. If something went wrong, they would be finished. Seeing the 3-headed dog behind them was digging the ground and was about to sprint towards them. Damn it! Cedric, aren't you a model student? You can't open a lock. Fred cursed. Now you call me a model student? Cedric said loudly. The three-headed dog behind him whined louder and louder, but the wand in his hand was smoking. "Everyone listen to me now." Hermione's voice suddenly rang out, "Let's bang on the door together." As soon as these words came out, everyone seemed to have grabbed the only life-saving straw and began to bang on the door. In the corridor outside, dull banging sounds rang out one after another. The wooden door began to vibrate, and during the third banging vibration, the door suddenly flew out. Then, a group of 11 or 12-year-old children, with tears and snot, crying for Merlin's mother, rolled and crawled, and rushed out with their hands and feet. Following closely behind them, a huge three-headed monster rushed out. Everyone's legs swung into afterimages, bursting out with a speed that even they could not believe. At this time, all the little wizards had only one idea, that is, they didn't need to run fast, they just needed to run faster than the last one. The Weasley twins and Cedric were in the front, with a group of little wizards behind them, and Peeves followed above their heads, mocking all the way. "A bunch of fools, ha ha ha, it's so funny, run quickly, the dog is catching up with you." There were people crying and shouting in the corridor, and their footsteps were chaotic. Soon, a door appeared in front of them, and Cedric was delighted, because that was the trophy display room, where he could hide. He quickened his pace and ran forward. "Alaho, open it." The door did not move at all, and he cursed, "Damn it." Then he continued to merge with the crowd and ran forward. "Ah! Save me!" Neville cried from behind. The Weasley twins looked over and saw Neville fell to the ground. They gritted their teeth and decided not to leave him like this. They turned around and helped Neville up. At this time, the three-headed dog was behind the three of them. One of the dog heads opened its mouth and bit their backs. They Weasley twins were smart and jumped forward with Neville on each side and continued to run. But the two brothers always felt cold on their butts. When they looked back, they saw a big hole on their backs. Their butts were exposed outside without any worries. "Your reputation will last a lifetime." The two brothers did not cry when they were locked up with the dog, nor did they cry when they were chased away by the dog. Now, 4 lines of tears flowed from the corners of their eyes. In front, Cedric tried several doors in a row, but he couldn't open them even with the unlocking spell. "It's really weird," he whispered, and a figure appeared in his mind, but he quickly denied it. "He was just a freshman who had been in school for a week. How could they possibly have the power to stop me?" Cedric shook his head. He had to think of a way. He turned his head and said to the person behind him, "Scatter, scatter, there is only one monster, let's not gather in a group." The crying little wizards in the back couldn't listen at all. "We are not familiar with this place, and it is safest to follow you. What if we get separated and you trick us, and the dogs chase us?" At this moment, the freshman's thinking is very clear, that is, to follow the three of them. The entrance to the Slytherin lounge was suddenly opened. Malfoy sneaked out with his 2 tall followers, Crabbe and Goyle. Due to Aaron's deterrent power, he didn't dare to join during the day, but curiosity prompted him to follow and see. If they did something bad, then he would inform Filch. If Aaron violated the school rules, he would be expelled from Hogwarts, so he solved an opponent. Malfoy felt that he was really a genius. Thinking about it, Malfoy laughed, and the 2 followers around him didn't know why Malfoy laughed, but they just laughed with the boss. "Shut up, idiot!" Malfoy said coldly, "Keep your voice down." They left the Slytherin dungeon and headed for the 4th floor. According to the intelligence, Malfoy knew that they were going to explore the restricted area planned by Dumbledore. But when he just climbed to the 3rd floor, he heard shouting from the 4th floor. There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, followed by excitement. They were caught. Malfoy walked towards the 4th floor impatiently. As soon as he turned the corner, he saw Cedric running towards him in a panic, sweating profusely. Malfoy's eyes showed a hint of doubt. He was about to ask, but Cedric's eyes showed a hint of joy. "Malfoy? Someone is looking for you." He ran downstairs in a panic. "Someone is looking for me." Malfoy was confused. Then, a bunch of little wizards with terrified faces and tears came from behind, but the strange thing was that when everyone saw Malfoy, their eyes lit up and their fearful expressions disappeared. "Hey! Malfoy, come on, someone's looking for you." All the little wizards who passed by said the same thing in unison, and Malfoy became even more confused. At this time, the Weasley twins came over with Neville, whose legs were weak. They were almost out of strength now. But when they saw Malfoy standing there, their eyes lit up. "Malfoy, you're just in time, someone's looking for you." Then they didn't delay and helped Neville run downstairs. Malfoy looked at the exposed buttocks of the Weasley twins, with a puzzled look on his face. Is this a new Halloween suit? But it wasn't Halloween yet. Malfoy was confused, but he still went up to the 4th floor. When he leaned over to look at the corridor, he saw a huge 3-headed monster sliding out from the corner. Seeing him, 6 eyes lit up immediately, and then rushed towards him. Merlin's buttocks. Malfoy's legs suddenly became weak. He wanted to run, but his legs were like noodles. The 2 big men next to them also saw it, and immediately ran downstairs with horror on their faces. Halfway through, they found that they had pulled their boss down, so they turned back and carried Malfoy on each side and ran downstairs. Malfoy was so scared that he peed himself. In the middle of the stairs, where the 3 people walked, a line of intermittent water lines appeared. In the corridor, seeing the 3-headed dog getting closer and closer, everyone felt despair in their hearts. But suddenly 2 figures appeared at the end of the corridor, and Cedric's eyes lit up. "Principal, save us. Is this what you mean by children can't cause any trouble?" Snape said with a gloomy face. Dumbledore was also stunned for a moment when he looked at the chaotic scene. "This is beyond my expectation." Chapter 64. Dumbledore looked at Snape beside him strangely. Snape's expression remained unchanged, and his face was still gloomy. "Are you still in the mood to care about other things? Why don't you stop the 3-headed dog?" He collected some owl droppings from the top floor when no one was around late at night. On his way back to the office, he noticed what happened in the corridor and met Dumbledore, who came. Dumbledore did not answer, but watched the students run behind him, and then raised his wand. Although the 3-headed dog was lent to Dumbledore by Hagrid, the 3-headed dog almost only recognized Hagrid. The 3-headed dog stopped suddenly. It realized that the old man in front of it was very dangerous. "Go back, kid." Dumbledore waved his wand and said to the 3-headed dog. The 3-headed dog looked confused for a moment, then turned back. Snape didn't say anything, but his eyes showed deep meaning. He had never understood the strength of this old man very intuitively. Now he just felt that it was unfathomable. The 3-headed dog had extremely high magic resistance. Even if he faced the 3-headed dog, he might not be able to get any advantage. He is indeed the top magician in the wizarding world. Snape was solemn in his heart. "Okay, it's safe, kids," Dumbledore said kindly, not seeming angry, "but I may have to trouble you to wait here for a while. Let's go and have a look," he said to Snape beside him, and then went to the 4th floor. Watching the 2 people leave, the children were filled with fear while surviving the disaster. "Will I be fired? Why are we waiting here? Should we run away? They may not remember all of us anyway." "Run? You are so naive. Cedric and the Weasley twins will hate Aaron to death, but they are the mastermind. It's over." The 3 of them wailed at the same time. On the 4th floor, Dumbledore and Snape met Professor Quirrell, who was about to leave in a hurry. Before the 2 could ask, Quirrell stammered, I noticed, confusion, so. It's all right, Professor Quirrell." Dumbledore smiled and said, "It's all settled." "Humph." Snape snorted and said nothing. "In that case, I'll leave then." Watching Professor Quirrell leave in a hurry, Dumbledore's eyes flickered. Snape sneered in his heart. Quirrell, this idiot, did he really think he had done it perfectly? Not to mention that there were Dumbledore's spies everywhere in the castle, even he himself could sense the stench under his strong garlic smell. "Do you really think that the old man next to you is a smiling and kind old man?" The 2 came to the scene of the incident. The 3-headed dog was sitting obediently on the trapdoor. Snape looked at the door panel under the dog with flickering eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Dumbledore looked at the wooden door that was knocked away a few meters away, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The wooden door is so sturdy that it cannot be destroyed by a group of children. He stepped forward and took a closer look, with a flicker of realization in his eyes. The door hinge was cut in half cleanly by some kind of magic. This is not an ordinary door hinge, it contains magic. That child, Dumbledore pondered, and while smiling bitterly in his heart, he also gave a compliment. "It seems that I still know very little about that child." "What else?" Snape said, "I warned you long ago." Dumbledore was silent. As he walked along, he noticed that all the doors that could be used for escape were locked. This kid was bold and careful. While blocking the road, he also left a way to survive. This made him sigh, if he were to get involved, could he do it so perfectly in a short time? Enter the game, quietly lay out the plan, and then get out cleanly and neatly. The new generation is getting more and more terrifying. Dumbledore sighed. This time, Aaron, this kid, even took him into account. He knew that he would not sit idly by. Could it be? Dumbledore looked around, suspicious. Has my spy been discovered by him? No way. Although the professors also knew, they were also in the dark about the exact location. But if he knew nothing, then this child's character was too scary. However, when he thought about the first time he met the child, he was still impressed by what he said to himself, as an orphan, I am used to solving problems in my own way. In this sentence, Dumbledore could sense the boy's self-esteem and loneliness, as well as his absolute confidence in his own strength. But there is also one thing, anyone who has offended the child has almost never had a good end. Gringotts, the gateway to Diagon Alley, the leaky cauldron, the Malfoy family. Thinking about it, Dumbledore actually realized that he was connecting these things together. How is it possible? He is just an 11-year-old child. Dumbledore shook his head and chuckled. He likes to fantasize when he is old. It is impossible that the Ministry of Magic has set up a special containment department headed by Newt just to fight against this child? He shook his head. Restored to its original state. Dumbledore waved his hand, and the damaged door returned to its original position. Let's go. Dumbledore said, it's time to ask what's going on. Although he probably knew the inside story, he still had to do his job well. When they returned to the third floor, the children who had caused the trouble were trembling and lined up neatly. Snape looked at Malfoy, who was lying on the ground, with a very gloomy look. He then looked at the hundreds of defeated soldiers and couldn't help but curse them in his heart. So many people were fooled by a Hufflepuff freshman. Can anyone tell me what happened? Dumbledore said gently. I can. George Weasley covered his buttocks and stood up, thinking about making amends. After a few minutes, he finished speaking with grievance. Dumbledore showed a trace of surprise on his face. So? Aaron locked you up? So, all this was organized by him. He saw Harry in the crowd, with a touch of tenderness in his eyes. Poor child, first your wand exploded, and then... Everyone nodded first, then shook their heads. The organizers were indeed Cedric and the Weasley twins, they were the leaders. But I don't know what happened, the nature of this matter changed, and suddenly Aaron disappeared, and now everyone is confused. What about Aaron? Dumbledore glanced at 937. Everyone was silent at first. I guess he may have gone back to the dormitory and fell asleep, someone said weakly. Dumbledore and Snape, with hundreds of freshmen with tears and snot on their faces, entered the Hufflepuff common room. Then, led by Fowen and Gaidakai, they entered Aaron's dormitory. The dormitory was dark, and Dumbledore waved his wand to turn on the light. At this time, everyone saw Aaron lying on the innermost bed, with his hands crossed, lying flat, breathing steadily. He was sleeping very sweetly, with a smile on his face. The Weasley twins and Cedric were so angry when they saw this scene, and not only them, but everyone was the same. It was dark outside because of the dogs chasing, and you are sleeping so well here. Aaron Brooke? Dumbledore walked to the bedside and called softly. Aaron moved a little, then opened his eyes dazedly, with eye mucus in the corners of his eyes. He sat up from the bed and looked around. He cursed. I must be dreaming. Aaron glanced at the people crowded in the dormitory, and then, under everyone's puzzled gaze, he lifted the quilt, got out of bed, walked to the window, and picked up a basin of water. How can I still scare you in my dream? Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he picked up the basin and splashed it towards them. Aaron added quick-acting itching powder to the water. Chapter 65. The water was evenly distributed in a basin, and everyone got a little bit of it, even Dumbledore got a little bit of it. Everyone was stunned. Who would have thought that Aaron would suddenly do this? After Aaron finished all this, he went back to bed, covered himself with the quilt, and continued to sleep. Principal, look at him, a freshman said aggrievedly. The freshmen were really about to collapse now. They had experienced too much tonight, being chased by a three-headed dog and being splashed with water by Aaron. What happened tonight would give them nightmares for the rest of their lives. Snape shook his hair and wiped the water off his face. The resentment in his eyes was almost tangible. Dumbledore was about to speak, but he found that he was itchy and couldn't help scratching it with his hands. He looked at the freshmen and found that they were all dancing like crazy. Everyone felt itchy all of a sudden. The Weasley twins scratched their buttocks, turned their heads and were immediately shocked. Merlin's buttocks, what's wrong with it? Their buttocks were densely covered with a layer of red lumps. Hermione and some Ravenclaw girls were very subtle in their scratching, but they twisted back and forth with their wet underwear, which was very attractive. Snape was break-dancing on the spot. He tried his best to restrain himself from scratching, so as not to lose his image. Dumbledore only thought about it for a moment and knew that there was something strange about the water. Clean it up. He waved his wand at everyone, but it didn't work. Dumbledore showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then he exerted a little more strength. Clean it up. Now everyone felt much better. Everyone hated Aaron so much that his teeth were trembling. You guys go back first, your dean will consider today's matter tomorrow. Dumbledore saw that everyone's eyes were not right, and said quickly. Everyone felt wronged and shouted, just spoil him. The freshmen left with trepidation. Snape had a complicated look when he left. It was normal for Dumbledore to protect such a talented child. Even he coveted the child's talent for potions. That advanced version of the nagging potion, did he really have to ask for advice like a child? With a sense of unwillingness and shame, Snape left. He wanted to continue to refine the advanced version of the nagging potion. Oh? Why don't you go back? Dumbledore asked curiously, looking at the two children still standing there. Headmaster, we'll live here. Fuin and Gaidakai said at the same time, with grievance in their eyes. Dumbledore coughed twice and looked at Aaron on the bed with a smile in his eyes. Stop pretending, they're all gone. Aaron stretched his body and opened his eyes dazedly. He was surprised and said, Hey, Principal? Why are you here from last night? He got out of bed quickly and looked outside. I just had a dream. A bunch of people came to me. I didn't expect you to come. Dumbledore's half-moon glasses were flashing with light. He didn't answer directly, but said you can't sleep, right? Change your clothes and come to my office later. He turned and left. There were many people here, and some things were not convenient to talk about. Watching Dumbledore leave, Aaron's face instantly calmed down, but his heart was not calm. This time, the fear value was full, and he was almost only a few tens of thousands of fear points away, which was enough to hatch the Suzaku egg. While Aaron was changing into formal clothes, two roommates came over. You are so amazing. You have screwed all of us by yourself. Fuin said admiringly. He didn't have much resentment. After all, it was really hard for him to live with such an amazing person. Yet, didn't you see those people crying, haha? Those 3 senior students were so miserable. And those freshmen, they were going to laugh at you at first. Gaidoki had tears on his face, but now he was smiling brightly. Aaron stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself. He looked very elegant and aristocratic. What are you talking about? He turned around and said in surprise, I have been sleeping in the dormitory. After that, he left the dormitory in the stunned eyes of the two. Dumbledore's office was in another separate tower. Aaron puffed out his chest and rushed to his destination like a noble living in an ancient castle. When he passed the entrance of Gryffindor, he saw a row of students with their heads down, silently enduring the anger of Professor McGonagall. Cedric. You're a model student at Hogwarts. And you, the Hogwarts troublemakers, lost your pants because of a freshman's trick. And you guys, you've been in the academy for less than a week and you've caused such a big mess. You were chased by a 3-headed dog in the corridor. If the principal hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would be disastrous. Gryffindor, 30 points. Weasley twins, Cedric, you are responsible for cleaning up all the bird poop this term. And Mag stopped talking here because she saw a familiar figure. Ahem. Aaron said awkwardly, good evening, don't worry about me, just continue. Under the resentful gaze of the crowd, he quickened his pace and walked past. I could still vaguely hear Professor McGonagall's words, you are really the worst class of freshmen I have ever taught. You have been cheated and don't even know where others are. A huge dripstone beast squatted at the door of the principal's office. A pile of cockroaches. Aaron said, and then the stone beast came alive and jumped to one side. The wall behind him split open on both sides, revealing a staircase that kept spiraling up. In fact, Aaron didn't know what the password was for. If you were familiar with Dumbledore, you only needed to recite a few more desserts, and maybe you could crack it. But it was also possible that the dripping stone beast was judging people. At the beginning, Umbridge wanted to enter, even if she said the right password. But the dripping stone beast refused to open the door because he was not qualified. Stepping up the spiral staircase, he finally came to a shiny oak door with a brass door knocker with a lion's body and eagle's head. Aaron touched it hard before entering, and it felt really good. After entering, Aaron looked around the office, but didn't find Dumbledore. He sat on the sofa board, watching the surroundings. Damn, this old bee-dang lives in such a good place. Aaron couldn't help but sigh. The office is a very spacious and beautiful round room, filled with all kinds of funny noises of strange magic props. On the wall, there is a row of picture frames of past principals. On the table, there are a lot of silverware, and a large basin emitting white mist is placed in the corner. It is a meditation basin. In a glass cabinet, Aaron also saw the sorting hat. Suddenly, there was some movement in the office. Aaron looked over and saw an ugly chicken standing on an exquisite perch, staring at him. No, when Aaron looked closely, he found that the one with messy feathers on his body was the phoenix fox, and only 2 tail feathers were left. Wait! Phoenix tail feathers? Aaron glanced at the portraits of past principals on the wall calmly and found that they were all dozing off. Then he quietly walked over, and under Fox's confused eyes, he stretched out his hand and quickly plucked out the last 2 tail feathers. Now, Fox really became a chicken. In Fox's angry eyes, Aaron stuffed the phoenix tail feathers into his clothes. Hey! Good job, kid! A headmaster's portrait on the wall said. Aaron glanced at him and said, "We are a united front, right?" At this time, several other headmasters woke up, and one of them said, "Of course, kid, look, there is a mirror on the wall, go and look at it." Aaron looked at the wall and saw a huge rectangular object covered with cloth. It was the mirror of Ariste. The mirror of Ariste can make people see the most urgent and strongest desires in their hearts. But, Aaron dared to look, did the mirror of Ariste dare to show itself? Or in other words, could you show it? Aaron knew what he wanted, and his goal was clear. He did not need such vain things to fill himself. "I looked in the mirror when I came here." Aaron refused. Men, even if they are hung on the wall, will not be honest. Look at how much Miss Deli's devant. Child, I haven't looked in the mirror for a long time. Can you pick it up and look at it? Of course, Delis was referring to the mirror of Ariste. These principals were all normal when they were alive. After hanging it on the wall, they all wanted to have some fun. But Aaron ignored it. The successive principals saw that they couldn't fool this child, and then continued to pretend to sleep. Aaron walked around the office. There was a copy of today's Daily Prophet on the table, and his eyes flickered. I wonder if Dumbledore can recognize Fat Tiger at level 2. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he saw an exquisite curtain hanging next to the round window. About 10 minutes later, Dumbledore finally arrived. Aaron was taking a nap on the sofa at this time. Dumbledore sat on the sofa opposite Aaron and took out an envelope. "I have thought about it for a long time." Aaron took the envelope, sobered up, opened it, and found a handwritten authorization with the principal's seal. "I noticed that you are an alchemist, as was I once." Dumbledore recalled, as if remembering the glorious days of his first meeting with Nick Flamel. "I noticed that you once went to the library to borrow some books on alchemy, but I believe you were not satisfied. I've made a lot of mistakes, I hope I didn't make the wrong choice this time. You can use this to check the books in the restricted area." Aaron put away the envelope silently, thinking to himself that he should be more secretive in the future. This old deng seemed to know everything. "Don't worry, I only know some insignificant things, I don't pay attention to private matters." As if he had noticed Aaron's thoughts, Dumbledore explained. Aaron only believed half of it, not even half of it. "No, Principal, I still trust you very much." "That's good, I won't pry into students' privacy. I believe in this." In the office, the old and the young have their own agendas, saying one thing and thinking another. "You went a little too far today," Dumbledore suddenly said. "Back to the point. I know what's going on. Nothing will go wrong, but some confusion is inevitable." Aaron did not deny it. He did not expect to hide it from Dumbledore, who knew everything. "Do you know why the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts changes every year? In fact, changing the classroom or other names might solve the problem." Because Dumbledore knew that as long as the professors kept changing, he would know that Voldemort was still alive and everything was under control. Don't be fooled by the old man's smiling and gentle appearance. He is a devil in his heart. Seeing that Aaron did not deny it, Dumbledore showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. He admitted it so straightforwardly, which made him hold back a lot of words. Well, there's one more thing. Principal, you speak. Dumbledore picked up the newspaper and pointed to a piece of content on it. What do you think about the newly established Department for the Management and Conservation of Exotic Animals in the Ministry of Magic? Aaron was very calm. Very good, students will have one more job to choose after graduation. Dumbledore's eyes flickered, and he put down the newspaper without mentioning it. Last question. Principal, please speak. The coffee I get each week is too little, can I get more? Aaron. Okay, I'll think about it. Aaron stood up and asked, Principal, do you have anything else to say? No, if there is, it is about coffee. Well, goodbye, Principal. Aaron bowed his head politely and left. This kid is really hard to deal with. Dumbledore had a smile in his eyes, and then he said to himself, he didn't do anything, did he? He looked at the mirror of Arist, which was not moved. The frames did not speak either. This was a test for him, and Aaron passed it. Dumbledore was actually very conflicted. Aaron certainly had a very bright future, but he could not make the same mistake twice. The temptation of the mirror of Arist was not immune even to himself and him, but this child resisted. Although it was unexpected for him, it was also expected. If Aaron tore off the cloth of temptation, the professor would not give him his signature. Oh, this kid, I really don't understand, he sighed. Suddenly he noticed something. There was a wool sock in a pile of silverware. Dumbledore picked it up with trembling hands. It was heavy. He dug inside and found a glass jar with twice the amount of coffee and a note. It said, this is the only time, and it will not happen again. That child understands me. Dumbledore's eyes were moist and his voice was trembling. Everyone gave him books, but no one knew what he wanted. Woolen socks? They all thought it was a joke. Indeed, he needed more than just woolen socks, and what he saw in the mirror of Arist was not just woolen socks. In the mirror, his family was alive. He tried to cover up everything he saw with woolen socks, but it was difficult to cover up. Family affection always overflows from any gap and exists in any possible form. For example, woolen socks. If Grindelwald knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he might be very angry. So I am not as good as you in your heart. A pair of socks? Didn't we promise each other in our youth that we would never leave each other? Am I your lover, too? You once said that you loved me, right? If Grindelwald could write poetry, he would sigh many late nights when facing the iron bars of Nurmengard. When I was young, my ideal was a small diamond-shaped stone, the Blood Oath Stone. I was on this side, and Dumbledore was on the other side. Later, my ideal was a small iron window, I was inside, and Dumbledore was outside. Later, all of this turned into damn wool socks. Dumbledore wiped his wet eyes, and suddenly he noticed Fawkes with resentment in his eyes on the perch behind him. He immediately widened his eyes. Where are my phoenix tail feathers? Then he felt that the window was empty. Oh my god, my favorite curtains. He knew that the kid wasn't that kind. Aaron didn't go back to the dormitory, but went to the bathroom and stuffed the materials he had taken from Dumbledore's office into the space on his bracelet. Then he went back to the dormitory to sleep. After the roommates all started snoring, a dark crow crawled out from under Aaron's quilt and flew out of the dormitory. Tonight, he was going to do something big. Chapter 66. Late at night. Newt Scamander sat in a chair. He is now almost 100 years old, but the light in his eyes has never diminished. The freckles on his face have been replaced by age spots, his facial features are thin, and his grey-blue pupils are particularly powerful. Next to him is a box engraved with years. Only when Newt looked at the box did a touch of tenderness flash in his eyes. Can't even you solve it? What's the point of setting up this new position in the Ministry of Magic? On the other side, Lucius had long lost his former elegance and calmness. He paced back and forth, looking tired, with messy hair, and roaring. Recently, he was almost driven crazy by a strange parrot. The Ministry of Magic established the Department of Management and Shelter of Peculiar Animals, and he immediately invited the person in charge, Newt. However, after a few days of tossing around in this department, nothing was achieved. Mr. Lucius, don't be so hot-tempered. I'm researching. Newt was interrupted by Lucius. Research? Research what? Even this parrot squatted on my bed and pooped openly. And you are still studying your damn research? Newt looked helplessly. A fat parrot with beautiful feathers was squatting on the exquisite sheets, pooping one after another. Even though it was close at hand, he had no intention of catching it. Because it was too weird. He had never seen such a magical animal, flashing without limit. Newt believed that no one could hit it with a wand. Well, that's enough for today. Let's go downstairs and have a meeting to discuss this. 243. Number 2, take our stuff. Newt stood up, picked up the box, and walked outside. Behind him stood two masked men in black, one was obviously a man, and the other was a woman. The man collected the nets and traps on the table and put them in a handbag. There were a lot of things, but only one handbag was needed. Who are they? Do you need to be so mysterious in your special management department? The two masked men were stunned. Newt turned his head, and a rare coldness flashed in his eyes. It's none of your business, Mr. Lucius. We'll come back when we have a plan. The three of them left Malfoy Manor. The masked woman spoke up. Frank, I think. Neville. Oh my God, please don't mention it, I miss my child, Alice. Then, Frank said to Newt, Master Newt, please tell me how long it will take before we can stand in the Sunday. Newt turned his back to them and was silent for a long time. Everyone thought you were crazy at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, before the Death Eaters and the mysterious man were completely wiped out. He turned around, with something indescribable in his eyes. So, before that, you just follow me first. Please do not mention your names in front of anyone, number 1 and number 2. The two were silent for a moment. Yes, Master Newt. Have you found the troll's lair? No, Master Newt, we always lose them. Newt shook his head. Really, there are so many things to do after retirement. Recently, it's been so busy. First, Gringotts was robbed, and then Diagon Alley was also robbed. Alas, the wizarding world is no longer peaceful. Is Hogwarts the only pure land? After a moment he shook his head. Damn it, haven't Dumbledore cultivated enough monsters? Let's go, he said, and then the three of them, hand in hand, disappeared from the spot. The sky above Hogwarts was dotted with stars, and a forest stood quietly in the night, like silent tall monsters. Flutter. A crow flew up a big tree, with a human light flashing in his eyes. Below was a small wooden house with a light on, and a big dog lying at the door. Soon, the lights went out. The crow spread its wings and flew into the woods. The trees here were dense, and there was a strange smell everywhere. The stars could no longer be seen in the sky because it was blocked by the dense forest. A crow suddenly landed on the thick rotten leaves. Casual, it turned into a young man in formal clothes, who looked like an elegant aristocrat. Where is the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider? The darkness could not block his vision. He looked around. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and opened his eyes the next moment. I smell the stench of spiders, he whispered, and then ran swiftly in one direction. Soon, he stopped on a hillside, because there was a huge cave below, which was the nest of the eight-eyed giant spider. However, although my current black dragon body is very powerful, these forbidden forest creatures rushed up all at once. Although it won't be too embarrassing, it will still make some noise. Aaron thought. He didn't want to wake up Hagrid or his teeth. After a moment of contemplation, a colorful fat parrot appeared on the spot. The parrot flew into the cave and disappeared quickly. Not long after, the parrot flew out again, followed by a huge spider. The giant spider was extremely hideous, with 8 strange glasses spinning around, and its thick legs were densely covered with sharp bristles. The parrot flew very slowly, hanging on the giant spider. After flying for several minutes, the parrot stopped and transformed into Aaron. Wow! It's much bigger than I imagined. He looked up at the giant spider that was almost as big as 2 stories. This is still a small character, there are bigger ones inside, but it is enough to make a puppet clown. Puzzlement flashed in the 8 eyes of the giant spider. Wasn't it a bird just now? How did it suddenly become a 2-legged beast? But it doesn't matter, just eat it all. It roared and rushed towards Aaron. Aaron moved his joints and twisted his neck. I haven't tried fighting with the black dragon body yet. His eyes began to be filled with dark mist, which was darker than the night. Then, his body began to change. The next moment, A huge black and ferocious dragon head rose from the ground and hovered upright. With a clanging sound, the palm-sized black scales snapped together like fine steel. Aaron really wanted to roar at this moment. It was so cool. He felt full of strength, but he suppressed this feeling because he was afraid of waking up Hagrid and Fang. This feeling of wanting to shout but not daring to shout is really exciting. The five-clawed black dragon stood there solemnly, its two dragon whiskers dancing slowly, and its huge dragon eyes exuded a dark and substantial pressure. The legs of the eight-eyed giant spider were shaking at this time. It felt a kind of power from its blood. It wanted to surrender, but it was unwilling. It roared softly and wanted to stand up. Hey! Seeing that the giant spider in front of him still had room to resist, Aaron narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that his current strength was too weak. But this was enough. Now his black dragon form had suppressed the eight-eyed giant spider and it was almost unable to move. Let's try the power. Aaron climbed forward, raised his dragon claws and slapped down. Puff! The sound of the claws entering the body was like cutting mud. Wow! That's awesome! Then the dragon's tail swung, and a 2-story-high giant spider flew out in an instant, hitting several trees. Damn it! Aaron was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He just heard a dog barking. He had to run quickly. Hagrid would be here soon. Although he was not afraid, it would still be troublesome. He crawled to the giant spider that had fainted, raised his dragon claws, and with a few swipes, he cut off the giant spider's legs and put them into the bracelet space. Whoosh! A black crow rushed into the sky. After a while, Hagrid ran towards this side with a lantern and fanja. He saw the body of the giant spider on the ground. He walked forward and saw that the giant spider's legs were cut off by something sharp. Woo-woo! Looking back, Yaya was standing in the distance, whimpering non-stop. Come here, baby! Hagrid called, but Fang seemed to be afraid of something and was turning around anxiously. Hagrid looked around and realized something was wrong, so he stood up and walked over there. Hiss! He took a breath. In the wet soil, he saw several huge claw marks, which he had never seen before. There were also several broken trees around, which reminded him of the body marks of a giant spider. Hagrid's eyes showed a touch of shock. What kind of thing can make such a huge spider fly up? Something extraordinary appeared in the Forbidden Forest. He will report this to Dumbledore tomorrow. At this moment, Aaron turned into a crow and was halfway through flying when he suddenly remembered that he could take the giant spider in. Forget it, he was in a hurry just now and forgot about it. When he goes back now, Hagrid will probably be there. At this time, he dived down. Below. A huge willow tree swayed slowly in the wind. Chapter 67. The whomping willow did not attack him when he turned into a crow. It would only attack you like crazy if you touched it or scared it. In fact, the whomping willow was planted by Dumbledore for Lupin. He took in Lupin who was bitten by a werewolf and built the Shrieking Shack for him. Every full moon night, Lupin would hide in it and scream as a werewolf. People thought it was a ghost and dared not approach. Dumbledore encouraged people to spread this rumor to protect both parties, Lupin who turned into a werewolf and the innocent villagers. This information flashed through Aaron's mind. He thought again, if he took all of them, would it seem that he was too much? So, after thinking it over again and again, he decided to steal. No. Can the matter of the Dark Dragon King be called stealing? In the future, this world will not belong to him? What is he calling this? Taking it in advance. Is there a problem? No problem. Change of mind. A black dragon, more than 10 meters long, silently climbed up the trunk of the whomping willow. The whomping willow was stunned for a moment, then raised its small whip and slapped the black dragon's scales, making a crisp sound. Aaron only felt like a massage, a little itchy and a little comfortable. The whomping willow did not hurt his black dragon body at all. Swish! Aaron raised his dragon claws, which shone coldly in the moonlight, and began to cut. A few minutes later, Aaron turned into a crow and left with satisfaction. The whomping willow was bare, with only one branch left on each side, like a cricket, messy in the wind. He did not return to the dormitory. Instead, he made the puppet clown as soon as possible. At the edge of Hogwarts Castle, Aaron turned back into human form and found a hidden place. He stretched out his hand, and a slowly rotating circular entrance appeared in front of him. One step in, the world changed. There is no sun here, but the sky is faintly bright. In front of us is a modern laboratory, next to which is a rectangular warehouse. In front of the only two buildings in this space, a small river is flowing. Hey! Aaron exclaimed, because he found that some very small grasses had grown in some places by the river. The green grass was lush and sparsely dotted along the river bank. This discovery surprised Aaron very much. How long has it been since life began to evolve? The river seemed to be much wider. He bent down and looked into the water, and actually saw some very tiny creatures, although these creatures were strange in shape. Even though Aaron had been a human for 2 lifetimes, he didn't recognize these things. It seemed that they should be new life forms. However, was this the traceless extension spell? This spell of his was, no, serious. The original book didn't say that creatures could evolve on their own, right? System, what's going on? He asked. You have divinity, so the space you created can naturally evolve everything. Aaron understood, so he created a world, right? Yes. Now he is more or less a serious creator. Aaron is now looking forward to what his world will evolve into in the future. Will dinosaurs appear? When the dinosaurs are released, the wizarding world will probably be dumbfounded. After a lot of random thoughts, he did not forget the main business, entered the laboratory, and began to classify the materials for refining the puppet clown. He only has 2 chances, because the phoenix has only 2 tail feathers. As for why the whomping willow was plucked out. Dragons like to stock up, this is reasonable, right? As usual, put on plastic isolation suits and closed hoods. But Aaron has a new idea, there is a chance to refine an armor like Iron Man, so that he doesn't have to wear plastic suits every time. However, in order to drive it, he has to develop a small reactor. This should not be difficult for him. Refining this kind of semi-mechanical creation is different from magic potions and cultivating biological flesh and blood, living things. You just need to assemble it according to the steps, and this is the prototype. The most difficult part is to lay the circuit. Yes. Aaron carefully manipulated the magic circuit, which is the key to giving the semi-mechanical creation a soul. I saw that his 10 fingers were connected to 10 transparent and solid silk threads, which merged the phoenix tail feathers and the delicate silk threads. Then he stuffed them into the back of the puppet's head in the correct direction, and then closed the milk cover, the head cover. After completing all this smoothly, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, but it was not over yet. The next step was to start it, and his muscles were tense. If he failed, he would react quickly within 0.5 seconds. If he succeeded, it would be a success. Snap! Aaron raised his hand and slapped the puppet clown who was lowering his head. Yes. This is the start button Aaron set. On the spot, the puppet clown slowly raised his head. It had a conspicuous red nose and a funny face. Its body was woven with wicker and its limbs were made of giant spider joints. To make it look more elegant, Aaron dressed it in a tuxedo. Elegant and timeless. My master. The voice was strange and gentle. The clown stood up, turned around very gracefully, and then bent down to give Aaron a gentleman's salute. It worked. Aaron was delighted. It worked in one go. Puppet clown, passive, if you are targeted by it, you can't escape. You must dance according to its rhythm until it is satisfied. Special talent, shadow transformation, it can transform into a shadow at ordinary times. Sometimes, when it is in the mood, it will control your body. If you encounter it, try to avoid it. Currently, his true form is weak and can only control low-level wizards. Awesome! Aaron couldn't help but admire the data. But he had to admit that the values of his creations were terrifying. When the time came, when there were enough creations, he would wave his hand and thousands of strange creations would invade the wizarding world. He shook his head and put aside these future plans. It was still early, and Aaron didn't expect it to be so smooth. Seeing that there was still time, his hands itched again. As an alchemist, he had been dry for almost a week. Now he was particularly thirsty. Aaron rubbed his hands and walked towards the material area. He urgently needed to have a vigorous dry fire with these things. Soon, the laboratory shook, and the groans of various materials were heard. No, cutting sound. Not long after. Snap! Aaron pressed the button of the helmet, and the dark protective shield popped up, revealing a handsome face under the transparent shield. At this moment, he had a long alchemical artifact in his hand. Refining this kind of soulless thing is a piece of cake for him. The artifact is full of technology, streamlined, white, like a giant sword, composed of tightly combined components. In the gaps between the components, there are flashing mysterious blue light lines. The material is very light, Aaron can pick it up with one hand. Of course, he is very strong now. But ordinary muggles can also lift it. The giant sword is about as tall as Aaron. This is the flying broom he refined, and its name is called Meteor Sword. The Quidditch match is about to start, and although freshmen are not allowed to participate, Aaron has his own considerations for refining this thing. Currently, the Ministry of Magic has established the Asylum Department headed by Newt, and his BK party plan should also be implemented. This thing is a gadget to win people's hearts. Your Ministry of Magic is quite good at playing. Now, a force targeting Aaron is rising. Although it is still very weak now, it may become a trouble in the future. But it's just a trouble. Facing the entire wizarding world, Aaron is enough. He, alone is BK. But Aaron feels that he looks stupid without some soldiers under him. Imagine a person who stirs up the wizarding world. The Black Dragon King, in private, does everything himself. This flying sword has many functions. Just press the button on the handle and it can change into several forms. Pretend mode, this is probably only Aaron who can control it. Stand on the flying sword and fly. Flying mode, the flying sword will become something similar to a flying motorcycle in a complex transformation. It has handles and a seat, which is extremely cool. Flirting mode. This is easy to carry. It can be turned into a breastplate and fit on your chest, but that's all. Bringing girls mode, those who understand will understand. Glass will extend all around to block the wind. There is space for 3 people inside, and you can do sword shock. Damn it! Aaron suddenly felt that this thing was a bit too explosive, and he felt a bit unwilling to give those bastards a chance. When making it, I just want to do the best. Forget it, it's a bargain for them. Thinking, Aaron left the bracelet space and stepped on the grass. At the same time, a figure in a tuxedo appeared beside him. Go ahead and have fun. Aaron said meaningfully. Got it. My master. The puppet clown gentleman bent down, and then suddenly fell backwards. When Aaron looked, it had turned into a black shadow and swung towards the castle. Hope. You all have an unforgettable school life. Aaron grinned, looking so sunny even in the dark. In the morning, Aaron walked towards the auditorium in a daze. He didn't sleep much last night. It was the time for growth, and sleep was very important. This made him have to adjust himself in the future. Damn it! Even after traveling through time, he is still so stubborn. This bad habit must be changed. Good morning, Aaron. A crisp girl's voice sounded. Aaron opened his confused eyes a little wider, and when he saw who was coming, his eyes opened even wider. The sunlight scattered in from the castle, just shining on the girl's black waterfall-like long hair. Her bright eyes were smiling, and her face was in a halo, making her more unreal beauty. Even though he had seen it many times, Aaron still couldn't help but sigh. She is worthy of being one of the most beautiful girls in Hogwarts, just awesome. Good morning, Chew. Aaron replied very gentlemanly, with a very good sense of propriety. Chew noticed the flash of surprise in Aaron's eyes, and was slightly happy. She gently held her hair with her hands, lowered her head and smiled softly, with bright eyes and white teeth, and a touch of oriental beauty. If there were a poet here, he would definitely misrepresent your true appearance as the poet's madness. Aaron praised from the heart. He wanted to recite a few poems from his previous life, but he didn't listen carefully and almost used the F word to express his inner praise. Suddenly he noticed a gaze full of anger. Turning around, Hermione was glaring at him fiercely and kept stabbing the veal on the plate with a fork. Hey, Hermione, if it were alive, it would definitely scold you. Ron said. Hermione turned back and glared at him fiercely, and Ron lowered his head and ate the chicken leg quickly. Harry stared at Chew not far away with love in his eyes, but the girl's heart was on another person at this time. Aaron just pretended not to see. What a unique compliment, thank you. Chew's eyes lit up, and he had a new understanding of Aaron, a mysterious alchemist, a dazzling talent, a gentleman's connotation and amazing literary talent. You're welcome, Ms. Chu Zhang. Oh, right. Chu said, I joined the Ravenclaw Quidditch team and became a seeker. She raised her hand. Oh. Aaron was not surprised. Chu in the original book was the only female seeker in the 4 college teams. Seeker is the most dangerous position. She will face brave or insidious opponents like Harry, Cedric, and Draco. Women are as good as men. But they are destined to lose. It's pretty good. Aaron raised his eyebrows. I wish you can win the game. Will you come and see? Chu said. Aaron looked surprised. What if I don't? Being kicked out of Hogwarts. Chu realized that she had lost her composure and was talking nonsense. Quidditch was a major sport in Hogwarts and no one would miss it. But her heart would always beat too fast when she saw him. Well, I'm going to eat. Aaron said goodbye to Chu. If they continued chatting like this, they would have 2 children. The madness of falsely accusing a poet. Looking at Aaron's departing back, Chu's eyes flickered with a strange light, and she chanted softly, then turned and walked towards the Ravenclaw area. When she sat in her seat, a group of girls gathered around her. What are you guys talking about, Chu? Yes, it seems that you have a special relationship. Alas, since it was Chu who made the move, I'll just give up, there's no hope. A group of girls chattered and surrounded Chu, who blushed, lowered her head and ate dessert in small bites, without saying a word. When Aaron appeared at the Hufflepuff table, everyone fell silent. Aaron waved his hand. Why are you all standing there? Eat. Don't you want to give an explanation for what happened last night? One of the brave ones asked stammeringly. What? What happened last night? Aaron said in surprise. For some things, as long as you don't admit it, then you didn't do it. Everyone looked at Aaron, thinking that you didn't say a word about what happened last night. But they didn't dare to ask again, because if you provoke him, he will really blacken you. Think about how the Sorting Hat sorted him into Hufflepuff. How does he look like a Hufflepuff? Is the Sorting Hat blind? Oh, by the way, I remember you guys wanted to call me Godfather. Aaron took a sip of coffee with a smile on his face. Everyone, you remember this very clearly. Godfather. Everyone called out in a scattered voice. Anyway, Aaron was indeed the first one to enter. Yeah, not bad. Aaron nodded with satisfaction and lowered his head to eat. At this time, the atmosphere in the hall was very subtle. After what happened last night, the little wizards who participated in it all looked bitter and had lost their appetite. Especially Malfoy, his face was almost drooping into the plate. He repeatedly threatened not to spread the news of being scared to pee last night. But today, when eating, he heard someone talking about the topic of peeing ghosts. The Weasley twins were no longer as lively as before, eating properly. Their butts had already been seen by many people. Cedric held the plate and wanted to slip away. Hey, where is our good student going? Aaron's teasing voice sounded. Cedric smiled awkwardly. I'm full and want to take a walk. But Aaron looked at him with a half-smile in his eyes, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and shout, Godfather! I'm not calling you Godfather in vain. I'll give you something good in a few days. Aaron said, lowering his head to continue eating. Cedric's eyes lit up. He didn't forget that Aaron was an excellent alchemist. He walked up and sat next to Aaron. Really? Godfather! The second call was so smooth. In the upper seat of the auditorium, the professor's seat. Mag looked down with a smile and said, after that child made a fuss like this, these children should be quiet for a long time. Not necessarily. Dumbledore said while eating his pudding. Behave yourself? Minerva, look through those children's textbooks. Where do you see the word behave yourself? But Aaron, that kid, does surprise me sometimes. Dumbledore's face became serious as he spoke. Because he saw Hagrid standing in the hallway, looking at him with a serious look. Dumbledore stood up. Hagrid would not easily look for him so eagerly. Something must have happened. Chapter 68. The cobblestone road was foggy, and Hagrid was whispering. Unfortunately, he was not well educated enough to explain it clearly. Everything was attributed to the road leading to the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore walked gently and stopped. Hagrid, are you saying that a powerful and mysterious magical creature has appeared in the Forbidden Forest? It was aggressive and killed an 8-eyed giant spider. From Hagrid's fragmentary description, Dumbledore put the facts together. Hagrid nodded heavily. When Hagrid led Dumbledore all the way to the place last night, Dumbledore's eyes showed a solemn look. He bent down, pinched a piece of soil on the huge strange claw mark and put it on the tip of his nose to smell it, then looked at the corpse of the giant spider and the broken tree. Is it he? But Dumbledore quickly rejected it. He didn't smell that smell. If it was really him, he would definitely be able to detect it at the first time. But if it wasn't him, who else could it be? This claw mark is very similar to the claw mark of a unicorn, but it is larger, and the nails that are deeply embedded in the mud are sharper. The unicorn is not very aggressive. The spider's cut is very smooth, and there are deep 5 claw marks on its body, which are magical animals that attack it. Very powerful and terrible. The existence of such creatures in the Forbidden Forest has posed a threat to the students of Hogwarts. In the past, the creatures in the Forbidden Forest would not easily leave the dense forest, and with Hagrid's guard, he was very relieved. But now, this creature even himself has no clue for a while. Hagrid looked at Dumbledore's expression, his heart was in his throat. It was the first time he saw Headmaster Albus show such an expression. In his heart 330, the headmaster has always been gentle and calm. Dumbledore stood up and followed the footprints, but the footprints were only a few dozen meters. Then disappeared out of thin air. Headmaster Albus, what should we do? Hagrid couldn't help asking. Dumbledore thought that if he faced this creature, he could defeat it, but it seemed that this creature seemed to have the ability to fly. And it was hard to find its trace. He spoke after a long time. Dumbledore said, sometimes, professional matters should be left to professionals. Hagrid scratched his head, not understanding. Dumbledore smiled mysteriously. Pay attention to your own safety during this period. If you have any problems, come to me first. Then he walked towards the castle. Who is more experienced than Newt in dealing with magical creatures? Dumbledore walked towards the castle along the Forbidden Forest. He was thinking about what had happened in recent days, trying to connect them together. The red-eyed giant, the colorful parrot, the stolen Gringotts, the Diagon Alley entrance, the unknown magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. What do these indicate? Could it be that the mysterious man has made new moves? However, based on his understanding of the mysterious man, he felt that he didn't have the brains for it. Suddenly a figure popped up in Dumbledore's mind, and he laughed immediately. How is it possible? He is just a freshman who has just enrolled. He felt that he had been possessed by the child for some time, and could associate everything with the child. Relaxing his mind, he looked through the black lake and into the distance. The next moment, his eyes were filled with shock. Oh my God! How did my Whomping Willow become like this? In the distance, the bare Whomping Willow was left with only 2 branches swaying in the wind. It was lunchtime. Aaron hummed a little tune from his previous life and walked towards the auditorium. He was in a good mood because his fear value was enough. The 8-eyed giant spider and the Whomping Willow that the black dragon body scared last night contributed a little fear value. It just made up for the last gap. This means that the vermilion bird egg can be hatched. Aaron skillfully moved the stairs to the auditorium. A quick glance showed that in addition to a small number of Hufflepuff students, there were only a few scattered senior students in the other colleges. Looking at the professors' seats, he found that Dumbledore was sitting in the first seat eating pudding, and all the professors were there, but their faces seemed a little serious. Seeing Aaron come in, including Dumbledore, the other professors saluted him. This made Aaron a little anxious. He was usually low-key and didn't like the feeling of being the focus. But at the same time, he sensed a sense of impending storms. Something happened. Aaron muttered, and walked towards his place, concentrating on eating. In fact, he could probably guess what happened. Seeing that all the students were there, Dumbledore stood up from the first seat, with a rare serious expression, and announced a new ban. That is, during this period of time, do not go outside the Forbidden Forest and the castle. In addition, the Weasley twins and Cedric were specifically mentioned. Although Aaron was not mentioned, the eyes of several professors almost turned to Aaron at the same time. Aaron thought to himself, it seems that what happened last night was a bit big. After Dumbledore finished his announcement, there was a commotion below the auditorium. Some students looked at each other, some whispered, and some shuddered. With the precedent of the previous few days, they dared not take any risks this time. It's over. Cedric groaned incoherently with a steak in his mouth. My reputation has been ruined in the past few days. On weekdays, when teachers mentioned Cedric, they all praised and appreciated him. But I think it's better for the headmaster not to say this ban. Look at the twins, they are eager to try it. Cedric frowned at Aaron. Aaron looked towards the Gryffindor area. The Weasley twins were whispering to each other, showing a smirk from time to time. Alas! Aaron sighed. There are always some people who want to find some excitement. He doesn't mind turning into a black dragon and hiding in the forbidden forest waiting for the two of them. By the way, that good thing you mentioned. Cedric nudged Aaron with his shoulder and asked curiously, what is it? Tell me more. Aaron glanced at him. He had finished eating, wiped his mouth elegantly, and then took a sip of coffee. What did you just say? Godfather. Aaron nodded with satisfaction. You will know in a few days. Then he turned and left. Only Cedric's resentful eyes were left. In the next few days, with the previous three-headed dog incident and the principal's new ban, the students behaved well for a few days. No one would be stupid enough to commit a crime against the wind, at least they had to wait until the disorder subsided. It was approaching Thursday. The things in the past few days finally calmed down slowly, and the flying class that the children were looking forward to was coming. This is magic that can fly. Which child would not like it? In a certain world, countless children were cleaning, seeing that there was no one around, and then quietly rode on it, chanting the flying spell in their mouths, trying to expect that the magic power would really awaken at some point. Compared to riding a broom, Aaron felt that it would be more reliable to go to the countryside to ride a pig and imagine himself as an orc in The Lord of the Rings. At lunchtime, on the wall of the Hufflepuff common room, there is a schedule about the flying class. Tomorrow, Hufflepuff will have the first flying class with the Ravenclaw freshmen. Before lunch, Aaron was not in a hurry to go to the Great Hall. He was sitting on the sofa in the Hufflepuff common room at this time. There was a cup of steaming coffee on the table in front of him. A ray of sunlight came in from the corner of the round window, and the dust in it swirled in a column. Aaron put one hand lightly next to the coffee cup, tapping the table with his index finger, and his blue pupils stared calmly at the steam floating up. He was weighing whether to take out his flying sword in the flying class. If he took it out, what would he get? He was unwilling to do things without benefits. If it was just for showing off, it was not his style. But after thinking for a moment, he gave up, because in this way, Ms. Hooch would most likely kick him out of her class. After thinking about it, Aaron decided to get along with them as an ordinary person. After all, he was a first-year student, why did he do so many fancy things? Just give Ms. Hooch a little face. There are no classes in the afternoon, so I have time to teach Cedric how to use the flying sword. Aaron pondered, and touched the area under his wizard robe on his chest. The hard part there was the flying sword that had become a breastplate. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and then went to the auditorium. On the way, he would meet freshmen or senior students who would greet him. His reputation became known to everyone in a short period of time. When female wizards passed by him, they would subconsciously cover their mouths and blush, and then quickly walk past him. But at some point, they would stop and turn their heads to look. On the way to the auditorium, Aaron digested some information he had heard from his roommate Fuan. There was some news about Malfoy. It was time for the flying class, and Malfoy showed off everywhere how awesome and powerful he was in flying. He wanted to use this to save the face he had lost before. Malfoy was even more regretful that freshmen were not eligible to join the Quidditch team. Otherwise, he would conquer everyone with his excellent flying skills. He even told many long, self-boasting stories, such as flying to the sky to compete with wild geese, and he also touched the hot air balloon flying into the sky and greeted the Muggles. The Muggles were frightened and panicked. Aaron did not hear the story of Malfoy avoiding the Muggle helicopter in the original book from Fuan's description. There is indeed something wrong with the technology in this world. Of course, the most talked about is the latest flying broom, the Nimbus 2000. As the Rolls-Royce of the wizarding world, this is the dream broom in the hearts of all children, but few can afford it. But at lunch, there is always no problem as a topic of conversation. There are a few children who always know the models and driving forces of various flying brooms. The children are centered around them, and they listen to them talk about various data of various flying brooms with curiosity and admiration. But someone asked, "Have you ridden it?" The flag fell. Most of the families of young wizards are not enough to buy expensive new flying brooms. Even if it was an old model, their family wouldn't let them touch it, let alone ride it, given their age. For a while, Quidditch matches dominated everyone's talk. Even the Weasley twins would practice diligently with the house team in the afternoon. In previous years, Slytherin always won the House Cup, and this time, they didn't want to lose. But all the houses thought the same, and everyone joined in. When classes were over in the afternoon, they would rush to the Quidditch training ground, and several teams would often quarrel over the training ground. When Aaron arrived at the hall, almost all the Hufflepuffs were there. He walked to the side of Hannah, who would always reserve a seat for himself. "Good afternoon." After greeting the girl, Aaron sat next to her, took a knife and fork and started cutting meat. The girl also asked about the hot pot. Aaron said that after these few days of work, not only hot pot will be available, but also some magical gadgets. During the meal, Aaron noticed that Cedric was not in a good mood, but he did not ask. At the Hufflepuff table, seniors and freshmen were talking about who would win this year's Quidditch. "I don't think Hufflepuff will win," said a freshman named Fate. Everyone cast angry eyes at him, but at the same time felt that this was the truth. Of course, in addition to excellent flying skills, the model of the flying broom is also extremely important to win the Quidditch game. Do you expect an AE86 to beat a latest racing car? What? Is your family selling tofu? In the past, the family conditions of Hufflepuff students were not enough to support them to buy good brooms, so it was normal to lose to a college like 5.6 Slytherin, which has good families but is also damn insidious. But who wants to keep losing? But the hardware facilities are a real problem. For a moment, the Hufflepuff area began to be silent for a minute. "I heard that Slytherin has replaced a batch of new brooms." It was the chaser of the house team who spoke. After this, even Cedric fell silent. Everyone thought that Hufflepuff was too mediocre, but as the captain of the Quidditch Seekers, he really wanted to change this situation. But he was also a very rational person, and he knew very well that the problems they mentioned were objective. But as the captain, he couldn't let the morale be so low before going into battle, right? "What are you doing?" Cedric patted the table. "We may not necessarily be the winners. But, before the dust settles, I will not allow anyone to doubt themselves. Therefore, in this afternoon's training, give your utmost effort. Even if we can't win the game, we must let everyone see us flying brilliantly in the sky." The inspiring words were indeed useful. Everyone applauded, but the atmosphere was still a little depressed. Aaron quietly finished the lamb chops on the plate and wiped his mouth. He looked around and then spoke softly. "Did I say I let you lose?" Chapter 69. Silence, silence, only one or two crisp sounds of knives and forks hitting porcelain plates. This incident attracted the attention of several other major colleges. Dinner time is the time for students to eat and brag, but now it was quiet. Everyone felt bad. The three major colleges saw that the Hufflepuff's eyes were on Aaron. Damn! It's even worse. Combined with the previous incidents, they are still very wary of Aaron's methods. The main reason is that this child looks harmless and looks quite sunny. That move is really dark, and the key is that you can't find any fault. It's the kind of thing that was exchanged for gold galleons and stored in Gringotts for Aaron. Above the auditorium, in the professors' seats, this incident naturally did not escape the ears of the professors. Snape stopped cutting the steak and glanced at Sprout. Miss Sprout smiled very gently. "Children, their nature cannot be concealed. As long as they don't cross the line, just let them go." Snape's eyelids twitched. "Still not crossing the line? Last time your college released the three-headed dog and chased the freshmen everywhere, you were very open-minded." "That's right." Sprout noticed that Snape's demeanor was not right, so he changed the subject and asked with a smile. "Have you fallen in love with fireworks these days? The castle is always blasted in the middle of the night. This is not a problem, the problem is whether it succeeds." Snape felt that his breath was suffocated, put down his knife and fork and stood up. "I'm full." Then he left. Dumbledore stuffed a piece of dessert into his mouth and said, "Actually, I'm also very curious, what is he doing recently, Minerva, aren't you curious?" McGonagall was eating with her head down, and raised her head at the right time. "I'm not interested, but I heard that he was conducting an experiment for a potion." "Oh." Dumbledore showed a puzzled look. "Has he been researching new potion formulas recently?" "That's not it. It's the nagging potion, a very common potion." It's just that McGonagall looked a little strange. He saw several people looking at her with inquiring eyes. He smiled and said, "The last time, the child added some nagging powder to the coffee. Professor Snape has been studying this." Everyone suddenly realized that the child was Aaron. It was just a potion studied by a freshman. Even Severus, who was an expert in potions, couldn't analyze the formula. The professors were suspicious and naturally didn't believe it in their hearts. Only Dumbledore's half-moon glasses flashed a wise light. "Gryffindor area." Hermione looked towards Hufflepuff, and her eyes stayed on a figure sipping coffee. She felt a little lost in her heart. Gryffindor, there are not many opportunities to contact Hufflepuff every week, and most of the time, Aaron is surrounded by Hannah. After class or in the evening, he is always mysterious. On the stairs, he was right in front of her, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She hasn't had a good talk with Aaron for several days. Of course, daily greetings don't count. The little girl was somewhat unhappy in her heart. Didn't he even know to look for her? Ravenclaw area. Chu leaned to one side, her long hair flowing down like a waterfall, her black and white eyes looking at the Hufflepuff direction, her black and white eyes flashing with light. He always attracts her at the first time. At this moment, Chu was thinking about how to talk to Aaron and let him watch her training during the Quidditch training in the afternoon. Hufflepuff area. The silence lasted for a long time, about a few minutes. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Aaron, while Aaron drank his coffee elegantly without rushing. Cedric was thoughtful. He could notice that the eyes of other colleges were more or less looking in their direction. Bang! At this time, a freshman slapped the table and stood up suddenly, with a determined look on his face. Okay. For Hufflepuff, I'll do it. Aaron was surprised. What the hell did you do? Now another group of people stood up in twos and threes. There were not only freshmen, but also members of the Quidditch team. Yes, done. The Slytherins are only allowed to stab us, but we are not allowed to stab them? What kind of logic is this? From then on, Hufflepuff stood up. The championship belongs to us. Cedric stood up, his face flushed, his expression embarrassed. Actually, it's not impossible, the main thing is that Hufflepuff has been dry for too long. Damn it! What the hell? Aaron could feel the eyes around him turning around on him. His face was stern, and he pressed his hand to the students who stood up. Sit down quickly, if you don't know, you might think I'm going to lead you to do something bad. Ah? Isn't it? A freshman asked in surprise. Aaron. Aaron, is this the image of me in your mind? Everyone looked at Aaron with bright eyes, and nodded in unison. It is true that Aaron has done too many sins. Although many of them were not his original intention, his actions made Slytherin seem a little innocent. However, if you say that you are pitting other colleges, then they will not panic. There is even a little expectation in their hearts. Aaron was silent for a while, and then he slowly said, actually, I am a good boy. Everyone nodded. Yeah, we know, when to act. I think it should be to pull out their broom hairs to make them unstable. Well, that's a good suggestion, but I'd rather burn them. We Hufflepuffs are synonymous with integrity. How could you do this? Why not hide it? Everyone discussed it. Aaron. Ahem. The world is against him. Aaron had a deep understanding of this situation. He had to change this situation. He raised his head and drank the last sip of coffee. I have made a new type of flying broom. Its performance far exceeds that of the latest Nimbus 2000. So, I think, with such a weapon, if you still can't win the championship, then Hufflepuff is really a concentration camp of mediocrity, except for me, of course. He stood up and walked towards the dormitory. He had classes in the afternoon. After eating, he went to see Suzaku, which had just hatched. Hannah wanted to go with Aaron, but she hadn't eaten yet, so she had to give up. That's right. Aaron walked halfway, turned around, and said to Cedric, wait for me at the Quidditch training ground in the afternoon, I will teach you how to use it. Then he walked away without looking back. The Hufflepuff area was silent at first, then whispered, and finally began to cheer. Other colleges looked over here in surprise, thinking that there was no extra meal today, and several people came to see the Hufflepuff table, eating the same as them. Don't know what a group of badgers are yelling. Cedric blushed, and finally stabilized the Hufflepuffs. But the excitement in everyone's eyes was indeed hard to suppress. Aaron Brooke, this name was well known throughout the academy and even in the British wizarding world. The former was famous for some chaos in the academy, and the latter was because of the amazing Coke machine and robot. No one forgot that Aaron was an excellent alchemist. At this moment, everyone began to discuss enthusiastically. I'm already looking forward to what the flying broom will look like. The broom body must be made of fine wood. I guess it's definitely improved stability. For us batsmen, the better the stability of the broom, the better the force of our hitting can be released. The speed should also exceed that of the Nimbus 2000, after all, what a seeker needs is speed. Cedric did not participate in the discussion. As a seeker, what he wanted most was speed and stability. However, although he was looking forward to it, he did not have too high expectations. The flying broom looked simple, but the internal production was very complicated, but he was still looking forward to it. Because Aaron always gave him big surprises. However, if it was just based on the old Nimbus, with improved comfort and appropriate speed, he felt that it would not be very meaningful. Because an excellent flying broom is not just outstanding in one single aspect. However, these are all his own guesses, and it depends on the finished product made by Aaron. Cedric's eyes flickered, and he was now looking forward to the afternoon training time. By the way, the college team, gather on time this afternoon. Cedric patted the table, and several people responded immediately. Aaron, wait a minute. A clear voice sounded. Aaron was about to leave the hall. He turned around and looked. Chu was standing there, staring at him with a smile in her eyes. In the distance, Hermione was walking halfway with a smile on her face. She stopped and a look of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Good afternoon. Aaron greeted politely. Chu? What's wrong? It's nothing, I just want to ask, are you free in the afternoon? Aaron thought for a moment and said. I have something to do in the afternoon, tell me what it is first. A hint of disappointment appeared in Chu's eyes, but he still spoke, our team will be training in the afternoon, and I would like to invite you to watch. Aaron hesitated after hearing this. He was also going to the Quidditch training ground in the afternoon, so meeting Chu was inevitable. He didn't think about hiding his flying sword and broom, after all, they would always be shown. Besides, why hide it? Sometimes, it's not a bad thing to show off a little bit of sharpness. This world is very realistic. Only when you are valuable can you be noticed and qualified to get better resources. And, get priority mating rights. Didn't you get Dumbledore's signature a few days ago to enter the restricted area of the library? Did N.T. Harry in the original book also have parents who are outstanding wizards, and he himself has the premise of defeating the mysterious man's prophecy? Look, how many people like him, teachers value him, and beautiful women like him. Sure, I'm going to the Quidditch training ground this afternoon. Aaron said gentlemanly, I'll see how brave you are when the time comes. The disappointment in Chu's eyes quickly faded, and she showed a hint of surprise. Okay, see you there. Then she passed by Aaron, put her hands behind her back, and walked up the stairs with some excitement. Halfway through, she suddenly turned around, her long hair like a waterfall swung in front of her. In the medieval-style castle, a beautiful Asian girl stood there looking down. The collision of Eastern mystery and Western style made Aaron feel a sense of time and space separation. Don't forget it. Chu reminded again, and then turned around. Aaron watched her brisk figure and long hair disappear at the corner of the stairs. Suddenly looking back, that person was in the deepest part of the castle. Aaron sighed in his heart, it's great to travel through time. He added, they are all mine, fortunately they are all mine. Soon, it was afternoon. The Hufflepuffs finished the sleepy history of magic class, and then ran excitedly towards the field in front of Hogwarts. Aaron also mixed in the crowd, but he was not in a hurry. As the future Dark Dragon King, elegance is something he must pay attention to at all times. Unlike the dim castle, the weather outside was sunny and the breeze was blowing. Compared to this, the Ravenclaw girls exuded a youthful atmosphere, leaping, and occasionally a few white spots could be seen under the wizard robes. All mine, all mine. Aaron sighed again. The students walked down the sloping grass quickly, the grass rippled under their feet, and across from them was the forbidden forest, with dark trees swaying in the wind. 20 or so flying brooms were neatly placed on the field in front. The first flying lesson for the freshmen was finally coming. Chapter 70. A group of freshmen were pointing and talking excitedly around the brooms. Madame Hooch was the only teacher in Hogwarts who was not called a professor but a lady. Aaron had some guesses about the specific reason. Maybe it was because she only taught first-year freshmen? But this was just a guess, and Aaron didn't know the specific reason. While Madame Hooch was not here, Fuin began to explain some of the information he had heard. Because of Aaron, he got to know Ron and Harry. Ron told him a lot of information in private about the flying class, and this gave him the opportunity to show off in the flying class. As far as I know. Fuin raised his head and chest, surrounded by expectant Ravenclaw girls, which made him even more excited. He would be noticed by many goddesses one day. Aaron stood on the periphery and listened with interest. At some point, Fuin had become his spy for collecting information on the school. This guy always knew some strange things. If you want to know something, just ask him. Maybe, arrange a scout for him in the future? Fuan looked around and began to tell some interesting information. Look, this broom, he pointed at one of them, has a slightly bent body. If you fly too high like this, it will shake. Then this one, the broom bristles on one side are almost gone, so it will deviate to the left when flying. And this one, most of the places are worn out, it is very difficult to control when riding, you want to go left, it goes right. So, when you choose later, you have to grab the brooms that look relatively intact. The girls around all showed a look of realization, and cried out in amazement, saying things like Brother Fuan is so awesome. This made Fuan even more proud, and he held his head high. Gaidakai on the side clenched his fists, damn, if I had known earlier, I would have gotten more information. In fact, he had also gotten a lot of information, but they were all about what new dishes would be added to the auditorium today. What food had the elves developed that had never been seen before? For example, they cut off the fish heads, and then stuck them in syrup one by one with their heads tilted up. They gave this a romantic name. It's called, Look Up at the Stars. What made Gaidakai proud was that he contributed half of the inspiration for this name. He originally called it, Dead Fish Looking Up. Although there is a big difference, creativity is inseparable. Aaron, who was on the periphery, almost laughed out loud when he heard Fuan's explanation. Aren't these the broken cars in the driving school in the previous life? I still remember that during the test, the car assigned to me had all the noise except the horn. A student who took the test in front of him had a dark face after the test and said that his crappy Jetta turned the steering wheel to the left and then the front of the car turned right. There was another person who came back while walking and jumping. Aaron thought he had passed the third subject and was dancing happily. Who knew, he said with a trembling voice, damn it. That broken car was shaking from the moment he got in, until he got out. This made Aaron want to complain. After traveling through time, the magic world is still the same. You should at least do some stick positioning for these flying brooms. At the very least, you can do some basic maintenance and change the oil. No, change the broom flowers. Aaron figured it out now. No wonder you are called Madam Hooch. You haven't even become a professor for so long. With your work attitude, you deserve it. Aaron couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, the freshmen's eyes noticed Aaron on the periphery. The Ravenclaw girls shifted their eyes from Fuan to the flax-haired boy standing on a small mound. Some girls even blushed. This made Fuan very worried. Some people need to use all their strength to make the goddess smile. But some people, just stand there, can gain everyone's attention. Damn it! Gaidoki and Fuan said at the same time. They both noticed each other's heartbreak. Suddenly, they felt a sense of mutual sympathy. Soon, Ms. Huochi came. It was the first time Aaron met this flight instructor. She had short grey hair and two particularly strange eyes, which were yellow, which reminded Aaron of the eyes of an eagle. What are you waiting for? Madam Hooch said sternly, are you waiting for me to help you fly into the sky like I would a child? Hurry up, everyone stand next to a flying broom, quickly. All the freshmen began to scramble to stand in front of a good broom. Only Aaron saw that they had all chosen, and then he slowly chose one. Looking down, the broom was horrible, with almost all the hair on the tail fallen off. It didn't look like a flying broom, but more like a fire stick. But Aaron didn't care. With his strength, he could fly even if he was given a stick. Madam Hooch naturally noticed Aaron, and her yellow eagle eyes shrank. She was not very interested in this extremely talented young man in the eyes of the professors. In the past, how many outstanding little wizards, once they came to the flying class, the reason why he flew crookedly was that he was so scared of heights that his legs went limp. Flying is not a gentle course where you sit in the classroom and chant some spells. You can really fall to your death. She was quite curious about this so-called outstanding freshman. Is he an eagle that can only fly into the sky, or a wobbly goose? However, this mentality did surprise her. He did not fight or compete, and chose the worst broom. However, this made it more difficult for him. However, Madam Hooch was not strict with him. As long as Aaron could fly wobbly into the sky, he would pass in her eyes. Now, hold out your right hand and place it over the broom handle. Madam Hooch called ahead of them, and say, get up. Get up. Everyone followed suit. Hannah's broom rolled twice on the ground, and finally landed in her hand with great difficulty. This was the best, because it was rare for a broom to shake, let alone fly into her hand. Hannah was very happy, her face flushed, and she showed off to Aaron. But the next second she was stunned, because Aaron just waved at the broom on the ground, and the broom quickly flew into his hand. Madame Hooch naturally saw it, but she didn't say anything, but she had a hint of interest in her heart. There may be 2 more new students in this year's Quidditch game. One is naturally Harry in the last class, who showed a talent for flying, and the other is Aaron, who has shown half of his talent so far. Next, we have to continue to observe. Quidditch and Fowen were hoarse, and the broom on the ground was still motionless. They took advantage of the time when Hooch looked away, quickly picked up the brooms from the ground, and pretended to be surprised, saying, "I succeeded, God! I can't believe it." Only Aaron noticed a sneer on Madame Hooch's lips. Want to escape the eyes of the eagle? All the freshmen were working hard, and after getting the brooms, Madame Hooch began to show how to ride, fly, and other precautions. She walked around in the team, correcting them, and even when she passed by Aaron, her eyes exuded a sharp look. Aaron could interpret what she meant. That meant, "Boy, come in, let me see if you are made of clay or not." Originally, Aaron didn't intend to be too exaggerated, just deal with it a little bit. But this time Aaron was really ignited. "You dare to question whether I can do it? A man can't say no." He wants to let Madame Hawke know that he is very good. Very hard. The speed of the sprint is so fast that it makes you tremble. Okay, now when I blow the whistle, you should push off the ground with both feet. Remember, use force. Madame Hooch began to talk about the precautions before and after flying. Hold the broom steady, rise a few feet, then lean forward slightly, and fall vertically back to the ground. Listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 1. A whistle. All the little wizards put in their best efforts. Hannah flew up shakily, but she fell down before she could fly high. There was a little girl named Miranda in Ravenclaw who was quite good. She could fly steadily for a few seconds, but this was the limit. Most of the little wizards were miserable. They rode on the king's broom and shook. "Get up! Get up! Get up!" The broom did not move at all. Fuan and Gaidakai were very smart. They decided to run first and then jump high, so that they would be able to take off better. But the fact is that they fell face first and scratched a long distance. The grass on that piece was bitten out of a long line. "Very good, both of you." Madame Hooch walked over and said coldly, "Now, stand there, with the broom on your head, until the class is over." Aaron knew that Madame Hooch was not so easy to deal with. "What are you laughing at?" Madame Hooch walked up to Aaron with a stern face and said, "Why don't you take off? Are you waiting for me to throw you into the sky?" "That's not necessary, Madame Hooch." Aaron politely rejected Madame Hooch's kindness. Then he threw the broom on the ground. When Madame Hooch frowned and was about to get angry, Aaron stepped on it with both feet. "Take off," Aaron said softly. In the eyes of surprise and admiration of all the freshmen, and the puzzled eyes of Ms. Huochi, the boy's flaxen short hair was fluttering in the wind, and the wizard robe on his body spread out like a pair of wings. Then, he stepped on the flying broom and took off slowly and steadily. Chapter 71. Madame Huochi advised from below, but she froze in the middle of her words, and her eyes changed from rebuke to shock. How could he? She was extremely surprised. It was the first time someone used such a flying method. You know, a flying broom is not as simple as it looks. As long as you infuse it with magic power, a transparent and comfortable seat will appear on it. The flying method is tilted forward to reduce wind resistance as much as possible, so that it can fly faster and more steadily. Wizards cannot fly out of thin air, or it is difficult to do so. They need a medium to take themselves into the sky. The larger the area of your body that is in contact with the flying broom, the smoother and faster your flight will be, and you can even control it to flip. But if you are standing, it is hard to believe in Madame Hooch's yellow eagle eyes that a freshman, who is in contact with a flying broom for the first time, can fly in an incredible way. In this way, the contact area between the body and the broom is very small and difficult to control. Madame Hooch wondered if she could do it if it was her. She thought about it and yes, but she would fall down soon. However, this child can fly steadily for so long. But the next moment, the corners of her mouth curled up. It seems that this year's Quidditch champion will be replaced. As a Quidditch referee, she also couldn't stand the style of Slytherin, a group of people who would do anything to achieve their goals. Although freshmen cannot participate in Quidditch training, such talents will definitely be admitted as exceptions. I believe that Hufflepuff's Captain Cedric must be willing to do so. By the way, I like that child very much. Looking up again, Madame Hooch was stunned. How could he fly so high in the blink of an eye? Freshmen are only allowed to fly at low altitudes, and this child has strictly exceeded the limit. She secretly drew out her wand from her body, and then was ready at any time. As long as the child fell, she would catch him immediately. Being able to fly so high was beyond her expectation. She didn't think that the child could land smoothly. At this moment, Aaron stepped on the flying broom and poured magic power into it. He found that it was not that difficult. As for balance, he only needed to control the magic power to tie himself to the stick. He looked down. The height was about 10 meters. Next to him was the Hogwarts castle. He had flown to about 1/3 of the height of the castle. Below, the freshmen looked up and watched Aaron rising higher and higher. In addition to shock, they were filled with jealousy. Especially Fuan. He looked at the girls around him with admiration in their eyes and suddenly felt the difference between a witch and a witch. The distance is even greater than the gap between a wizard and an owl. Aaron's handsome move finally made those little fans' hearts beat wildly. Above the field, Aaron enjoyed the breeze, the wind blowing on his cheeks like a gauze. Looking into the distance, the forbidden forest was like a black spot, stretching into the distance, with no end in sight. Further away, you can see towering mountains shrouded in mist, and a few black-like birds flying by. He was very excited. It took humans a long time to learn to fly with the help of external forces. And wizards only need a stick to fly. Suddenly he had an idea: what if he threw away this stick? The principle of wizards flying with wooden sticks is nothing more than using the alchemical product of the flying broom, infusing magic power, and then generating power. What if he uses magic power to form a void pattern similar to this? If the experiment is successful, although this is a small step for himself as a wizard, it will be a big step for all wizards. But after thinking about it, he gave up, because he had already flown more than 20 meters, and he was not sure if he would die if he fell from such a height. A gentleman should not stand under a wall, and he is a gentleman, so, BBFD, forget it. The Principal's Office of Hogwarts. At this time, McGonagall was talking to Dumbledore about these things. Teacher, I think this year's Quidditch champion may belong to us. McGonagall's face was full of smiles. Obviously, she found a very good genius, Harry Potter. In the past, the Quidditch champion was always taken by Slytherin, which made McGonagall very dissatisfied. This afternoon, she saw Harry riding a broom and catching a crystal ball steadily. He was simply a natural chaser. At this moment, she felt that this year's Quidditch Cup was almost certain to be won by Gryffindor. Oh, Minerva! Dumbledore drank his coffee and said, "You have repeated this sentence many times." Dumbledore smiled and teased his former student. Maybe in the eyes of students, she is very strict, but in fact, she is a very kind-hearted professor, and she also has a childlike heart. She teaches the little wizards to be good wizards with all her heart, and hopes that they can get their own honors. I believe that this Quidditch Cup belongs to. Suddenly, Dumbledore was stunned. He was facing the round window, and what he saw? He couldn't believe it. He saw a little wizard's head flying to the height of his office. Didn't Madame Hooch say that freshmen were not allowed to fly so high? But then, the child's shoulders were exposed, then the chest, then the thighs, then the feet, and finally. Dumbledore was stunned. He saw a freshman standing on a broom. Oh my God, Merlin's wool socks, I must be dazzled. Dumbledore put down the coffee cup, stood up, walked to the window, and looked up. The child was still flying up. He could see the child's face clearly now. Aaron Brooke. He pondered, the shock in his eyes slowly fading away. If it was that child. That's hard to understand. Shock returned to Dumbledore's eyes. Even professors would find it difficult to control such a flying posture so smoothly. What's more, he is a freshman. He has just been in school for a week. McGonagall first noticed the teacher's movements, then turned her head to look out the window, but she missed Aaron's figure. Teacher, what are you looking at? Dumbledore didn't answer her. McGonagall was puzzled, walked into the round window, and curiously looked up along her teacher's line of sight. The next moment, her eyes froze. Oh, my God! McGonagall screamed, this is too dangerous. She pulled out her wand and went to rescue. I can't just watch this child die. Minerva, don't get excited. Dumbledore comforted her. Didn't you notice that his control was extremely stable? He even seemed to have fixed his feet with magic. Mag felt this, and she could clearly feel the rhythm and concentration of magic. At the moment, she was even more shocked. Who is this child? He could control magic so finely. Mag asked herself if she could do it. Yes, but she was already old. Is it more interesting than this? Teacher, did you see his face clearly? McGregor asked curiously. She had a guess in her mind, but she was not sure. Aaron Brooke. Dumbledore said softly. McGonagall closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then opened her eyes. Ms. Sprout won't know, right? As long as Ms. Sprout doesn't know, then Aaron will have no chance to join the team. This, Dumbledore spread his hands. It's hard not to know. Maybe after today, even the owl in the shed will know. McGonagall's eyes were complicated. Of course she wouldn't do that. She just said it casually. Forget it, I'll tell Ms. Sprout. Sigh. McGonagall sighed. Since we already have Harry, why is there another Aaron? Hufflepuff is almost certain to win the Quidditch Championship this year. Aaron, how many secrets do you have left to reveal? Dumbledore's eyes flickered. He was increasingly unable to see through this child. This child had given him too many surprises. Aaron had already flown over the top of the Tower of Hogwarts. Below him, everyone looked like a black dot. He looked up and saw the setting sun, which was bright red, unevenly smearing half of the sky like dye. It was a bit cold in the sky. Aaron sighed. It was really cold in the sky. No wonder everyone likes to fly. This feeling, the feeling of seeing the whole Hogwarts, was really amazing. But it was almost time to go down. I guess Madam Hooch would definitely think I was awesome after showing off my skills. Alas, I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but my strength does not allow it. He would like to continue thinking, but... damn! How am I supposed to get down? Aaron suddenly realized that he could only go up, and had forgotten how to go down. He tried to retract his magic power, but his body suddenly dropped. If it weren't for the magic power, he would have fallen down. This scared Aaron. Because when you go up, there is pressure, and you can easily adjust the size of the magic power. But to go down, you need very precise control, and it is definitely not just about reducing the magic infusion. Suddenly, he thought of a way, that is, jump down, and then when he is about to land, throw a huge ball of magic power towards the ground. In this way, he will generate a repulsive force with it, and then land smoothly. As expected, the wonder of magic is not just about being strong, there are many things in it. Aaron sighed. He thought that having a golden finger was enough, and that he could crush others with strong strength, but reality often gives you two fragile things. He finally understood what the system said before: if you can't control the power, you will become a god of the sky. Therefore, even as the Black Dragon King, he has to grow slowly. It can't be achieved overnight. Below, Huoki Eagle Eyes clearly saw Aaron's movements. The corners of her mouth curved slightly, but her hands were always ready. If he fell, she would quickly catch him with the floating charm. Are you stupid? It only goes up and never goes down. Magic is not that simple. Later, she couldn't just praise him blindly, but also had to give him a proper beating, otherwise, the child would be lost in the glory. This was not a good sign. But the next moment, shock appeared in her yellow eyes, and she rarely lost her voice. Is that child crazy? High in the sky, under the gaze of Dumbledore and McGonagall, and under the gaze of everyone below, Aaron squatted down and grabbed the broom. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, he jumped down. Chapter 72. But the speed of the fall was too fast, and she was old, so her reaction was not as good as before. She felt very uncomfortable about this, and tears overflowed from her eyes. If something happened to the child... Dumbledore did not expect such a thing to happen, but after being surprised, he quickly recalled that it seemed that the child did it on purpose and did not fall accidentally. He squinted his eyes and looked down. He did not think that the child would fall easily. Besides, Madam Hooch was not jealous. She could catch the child. Get out of the way. Aaron felt his body falling rapidly, and he shouted for everyone to retreat. At the same time, a large ball of magic power had gathered in his left hand. He calculated the distance, what distance would allow him to minimize the damage. Yes, he was not sure that he could do it perfectly. However, his physical strength was very high and his muscle density was very high. He did not think he would be seriously injured. What did the child say? Huoqi asked loudly, she was a little bit unbelieving what she heard. Teacher. Aaron said, let's get out of the way. Gaidakai said loudly, and he was so scared now. Not only him, half of the Ravenclaws had fainted. Hannah's face was pale, and her brain was down. She even thought that if she acted as a cushion, maybe Aaron would be less hurt. Hearing Gaidakai's reminder, Huoqi realized something, and she shouted, quick, get out of the way. Then, she cast a levitation spell to push the students away. Then she stood below, ready to use a levitation spell to catch Aaron falling from the sky at any time. Get out of the way. Aaron shouted loudly, but Miss Chi had no intention of getting out of the way. However, at this time, the magic ball in Aaron's hand could no longer be controlled, so he could only make the next best thing and deviate the magic ball slightly. Seeing that the distance was about 4 or 5 meters, he threw the magic ball downward. Miss Huoqi suddenly felt something was wrong. She felt a huge wave of magic flying towards her. She wanted to get out of the way, but her responsibility as a teacher prevented her from doing so. Leviosa. She raised her wand and shouted at Aaron, but at the same time, a huge wave of magic hit her about 3 meters away. Boom! The huge explosion directly blew away Ms. Huoqi, who was closest to her. The residual shock wave blew the freshman standing in the distance crookedly. Aaron was bounced away by a reverse force, and with a duan, he hit the soft grass, then bounced 4 or 5 times and turned over several times. Damn it! Aaron stood up with a buzzing head, looking at a big pit with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters in front of him, thinking, this time he is pretending to be awesome. In fact, if he descends slowly, he can land safely. It's just that the proficiency may not be high for the first time, and the landing may be a little embarrassing. After all, Harry was able to ride a flying broom with ease and landed smoothly for the first time, although it was a little embarrassing. But Aaron's magic power is too great. Harry's magic value should be less than 10 now, right? Aaron's magic power is almost 30 now. This magic value is very weak for Aaron. He has not experienced much actual combat. He has powerful strength but no more actual combat to display. Therefore, the disadvantages of being too powerful are also revealed. It is true, there weren't many monsters in this world for him to spawn, and it would take some time to get rid of the first giant monster. He would have to wait for the basilisk and the creatures from the Forbidden Forest to come. He was looking forward to the moment when his dragon would take off. He was also looking forward to the magic school he built floating in the sky. These were his aspirations, and they would have to be realized slowly. So back to the original question. Since he had already flown to the sky while standing, it would be too embarrassing if he landed awkwardly. Since he had already been looking for excitement, he might as well get the excitement to the end. Aaron admitted that at that moment, he was indeed a little bit high. Some crazy factors of the alchemist were unconsciously infused into every cell of his body. It was not visible at ordinary times, but once there was a chance. Bang! Everything would explode. The surroundings were in a mess, and several timid freshmen started crying. In the smoke, he saw a figure rushing towards him. It was Hannah, with tears on her face and fear in her emerald blue eyes. She rushed over and ran about 1 meter away from the boy. Her steps faltered, but she still bumped into him. Wow, I thought, the girl cried and hid in Aaron's arms. Aaron was speechless, not knowing where to put his hands. After a moment, he slowly hugged the girl tightly. They hugged each other silently. Just now, Aaron's heart seemed to click. In another world, he finally felt love. The girl's terrified eyes, that's not fear, no. That's fear. Fear of losing herself. Okay, I'm here. Aaron said softly. Promise me, you won't do such dangerous things again. The girl raised her head from her arms, her tears mixed with the dirt on Aaron's chest, looking funny and distressed. Okay, I promise you. Aaron said, feeling warm in his heart. The girl hummed softly, and then hugged him again, with such force that it seemed that Aaron would run away the next moment. The setting sun painted the horizon, grass catkins were flying all over the sky, and the surrounding smoke was lingering. The deafening sound was still in his ears. The huge irregular pit was like a god's eye, quietly looking up at the sky of Hogwarts. On the side, the boy and girl stood quietly hugging each other, like a powerful oil painting. Ahem! An inopportune sound rang out. The two separated quickly, and the girl's face was already flushed. Aaron looked over and saw a dark figure walking towards him, with hair flying up into the sky and a smoking stick in his hand, no, a magic wand. Only a pair of yellow eyes that were bright and sharp. Mr. Aaron, you seem to be in a good mood. As soon as you fell down, a beautiful woman threw herself into your arms. Aaron could hear the creaking of Madame Hooch's teeth. No way. Aaron's face showed a trace of fear after surviving a disaster. I am very scared. Humph. Huochi sneered, but was also relieved. She was glad that nothing happened. Your little tricks may fool others, but not me. I can see that there is no fear in your eyes. At the same time, she was shocked. This child actually has such powerful magic. This is comparable to some magical animals. Human bodies are small and cannot accommodate more powerful magic. In fact, magic is idealistic. That is, the stronger your imagination and willpower, the greater your magic power. But, that's one aspect. Does magic come out of thin air? Then why can't muggles do it? Why does the wizarding world emphasize blood? Wizards can't explain the source of magic, so they are too lazy to explain and attribute it to idealism. But in fact, your blood contains magic, so you can contain magic and eventually become a wizard. Muggles don't have it, so they are just muggles. When you use magic skillfully, or more, your magic storage will increase. For example, Headmaster Albus, as a legend, his every move is breathtaking. The idealism of the wizarding world is completely contrary to what they say about wizard blood. Hooch knew it, but she never made any comments because she might be regarded as an alien. Aaron knew that he couldn't fool Madame Hooch. Those eagle eyes were really chilling. But the punishment was inevitable. Because of you, Hufflepuff will lose 5 points. As expected, Madame Hooch said sternly, but soon, she added, your flying talent is excellent, Hufflepuff will get 10 points. At this time, all the children gathered around. Hearing this, the Hufflepuffs cheered, and the Ravenclaw girls looked at Hannah with jealousy and envy. Why was I so stupid just now? I just rushed over, didn't I capture Aaron's heart? Madame Hooch cast a spell on Aaron, then turned around and said to the big hole on the ground, restore it to its original state. Soon, the ground returned to its previous state. You are very good. Miss Huochi stared at Aaron with a cold face, and Aaron also stared at her. But in the end, Miss Huochi still smiled. I have to say that although you are arrogant, I can't hate you. You do have the capital to be arrogant. Chapter 73. I am really awesome, you are shocked. 2. I don't want to be too high profile, but my strength does not allow it. Well, your use of magic to slow down the descent was great. Madame Hooch praised, to come up with this idea, you need not only a smart brain, but also strong strength. Finally, when the class was over, the students rushed into the auditorium excitedly for dinner. Now they had something to talk about today. Aaron jumped from the sky and blew a big hole in the ground. Is there any news more explosive than this? If there is, it is that Aaron fell from the sky and blew 2 big holes in the ground. However, before leaving, Madame Hooch still reminded Aaron that magic is very dangerous, and don't do things that you are not sure of easily, otherwise it will lead to very serious consequences. Of course, it is not to let you confine your thinking. Many spells are created by wizards accidentally. It's just that before you do it, think more. Can you bear the consequences of 080? Aaron said he remembered it. Cedric sat next to Aaron during dinner in the auditorium. That's great, Aaron. Cedric gave a thumbs up. I could hear the vibration you made during potions class. I heard that you jumped from a height of dozens of meters without any damage. Aaron swallowed the food in his mouth and said calmly, not really, my hair was a little frizzy. Cedric. Aaron could feel that the eyes of the entire auditorium were focused on him, which made him very uncomfortable. Is this the price of excellence? Aaron sighed inwardly. Hi, Aaron. Suddenly, 2 people appeared from nowhere and stood behind Aaron. They were the Weasley twins. I heard that Madame Hooch made you very angry. Haha. George said. I really want to see what she was like at that time. You know, he was very strict when he taught us. Fred replied. Aaron was helpless. It's all rumors, understand. He felt that Madame Hooch respected him enough, because in that situation, she didn't think of leaving first, but to catch him. Madame Hooch is a very good coach. Without her help, I might be lying in Madame Pomfrey's hospital. Aaron explained. Okay, I believe it. Suddenly Fred changed the subject. By the way, today's training. He stopped here, realizing that he had said the wrong thing. Cedric stood up silently and walked outside. Cedric, where are you going? George shouted. Nothing, I'm just going to digest my food. Cedric walked faster and faster, he was going to grab the training ground. Damn it! Fred cursed, run! What are you standing there for? Grab the training ground! George finally reacted. Cedric saw the two people behind him catching up, so he stopped pretending and ran while shouting, Aaron, I'll wait for you at the training ground. This sentence was like a bomb. The whole hall began to get chaotic. Then, more than a dozen people ran outside at the same time. Dumbledore watched all this with a smile. He felt that all this was great and full of vitality. Hogwarts was full of vitality. Miss Sprout, McGonagall said, aren't you going to make an exception and accept him into the house team? Miss Sprout said calmly, well, for this kind of thing, just let them decide. After that, she lowered her head and concentrated on eating. McGonagall held her forehead. Well, she forgot that the head of Hufflepuff was a person with a very low sense of existence. Want to deduct points? Just deduct them. Competition? You guys compete. Just focus on one thing, take things as they come, and don't fight with the world. No, Miss Sprout has a lot of food in front of her. Snape ate steak silently. His experiment failed again. He was thinking about whether to ask Aaron after going down. But this made him feel ashamed. He was a master of potions, but he needed to ask a child for advice. But there was no way. If it was not solved, he felt like he was going crazy. In the end, only Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw took over the training ground. Cedric ran fast, while several Ravenclaws occupied the ground without even eating. The Weasley twins were devastated and couldn't understand. Chew told them that they were doing it to lose weight. However, the Weasley twins did not leave. It was very useful to watch the battle and see the opponent's tactics. At this time, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw Ya walking slowly towards them like an old man. He would stop from time to time to watch the scene of ants carrying food. What is he doing? Fred said, did he lose the gold galleons? Everyone shook their heads. Cedric was very anxious. He really couldn't help it. He wanted to see what Aaron had made. Chew was happy. Aaron came as promised. Did that mean that she had a good impression of him? Soon, Aaron finally walked in front of everyone. No, you guys are playing ball, why are you looking at me? Aaron said speechlessly. They all stared at him with wide eyes, as if he had candy in his pocket. For this reason, he even shook his wizard robe specially. Look, no candy. Everyone had their own thoughts. The Weasley twins were curious about why Aaron came here. Needless to say, Chew, because of love, can't be easily succumbed, sad. Cedric didn't know whether he should speak at this time. After thinking about it, he asked Aaron, you asked us to wait for you. What did you refine? You don't have anything in your hands. Cedric looked at Aaron's empty hands, and looked Aaron up and down, complaining in his heart, I'll see how you can take out such a big broom later. At this time, he was a little disappointed. Chew heard a trace of disappointment in her eyes. It turned out that, he could agree to it because it was on the way. Oh, you mean this? Aaron almost forgot something important when he heard it. It was really because the environment of Hogwarts was so beautiful. You wait. Aaron began to untie his wizard robe. Oh my! Chew exclaimed, covering her eyes shyly, and then looked out from between her fingers. Cedric and the others were stunned and tried to stop her. No, no, no. Oh my, this is so bad. Aaron was surprised. What's going on? These kids are young, but their thoughts are very dangerous. Under the incomprehensible gaze of the crowd, Aaron untied the outermost wide wizard robe. Everyone looked at it and made a hum sound. On Aaron's chest, a chest-shaped white object was emitting light. It looked particularly delicate, like a piece of tightly structured armor. The gaps emitted blue lines, which contained mysterious colors. Chew's eyes lit up. This thing is so beautiful. What does this have to do with flying brooms? Cedric recovered and questioned under the curious gaze of the crowd. Aaron did not answer, but stretched out his middle finger, gestured at Cedric, and then gently pressed his middle finger on the center of the breastplate. Cedric followed suit, but was stopped by Aaron. "Don't point it at me." Cedric strangely retracted his hand. Click. The breastplate on the chest began to make a mechanical sound, and then fell to the ground in the surprised eyes of the crowd. Then it changed in a complex way. Reorganization, fit. Buzz. With a slight buzzing sound, when the last piece of the structure fit, an alchemical creation in the shape of a long sword suddenly appeared. Everyone was shocked. This is... George Weasley said this 3 times in a row, and finally uttered a sentence. "What is this?" Everyone rolled their eyes at him, wondering what this is. "Merlin's pants." Aaron looked at everyone's inquiring eyes, stretched out his hand, and the flying sword flew into his hand instantly. This move once again made everyone's eyes light up. "This is a brand new version of the flying broom I made, Flying Sword No. 1. Aaron said calmly. Everyone's faces began to show confusion. "What? This thing is a flying broom? It doesn't look like it at all." Chapter 74. George Weasley asked curiously. He touched the blade and it felt cool, delicate and good. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. Although he had not read many books, it was the first time he had seen such a thing. It might also be that he had little experience. At this time, the players of the 2 Quidditch house teams gathered around. Looking at the strange alchemical creation in Aaron's hand, almost no one recognized it, but they were greatly shocked. "It looks amazing. But how do you ride this flying sword? It looks very unstable. Where's the handle?" People gathered around Aaron, discussing, touching it curiously, or trying to figure out how it worked. Cedric was also a little puzzled. Did Aaron's confidence come from this strange alchemical creation? Although it looked really powerful, it didn't look like it could be ridden at all. This flying broom was very wide when placed horizontally, and wizards couldn't ride it at all. Putting it vertically, it was even more impossible to ride it. Could it be that when riding it, they had to use their well-developed sphincters to clamp the seemingly sharp 11 blades? The creation in Aaron's hand was a bit similar to the sword of the Night Period, but it was bigger and wider, and it didn't look like it could be used for slashing. It could be used to hit people. Chu's eyes were bright. As a girl, she liked this kind of beautiful thing. Although it was the first time she saw it, she still had some understanding of this shape. She stepped forward, her eyes burning, and said, "I once went to a country in the East. It is very mysterious, ancient, and has a long history. The people there left a legend that there are gods in the world. As for gods, some fly through clouds, and some fly by riding swords." She pointed at the flying sword in Aaron's hand and said, "I have seen the pattern in ancient books, which is very similar to this one. I believe you have also heard some mysterious rumors in the East." Aaron. This little girl knows a lot. In this era, transportation is extremely underdeveloped, so many people's understanding of the world is that the sky is round and the earth is square, and humans live in the center of the universe, while the place where they live is a flat surface. To have such understanding and cognition, it seems that Chu's family is not simple. Yes, it is indeed based on some inspiration from the mysterious country in the East. Yes, it seems that you are very knowledgeable. Aaron said in approval. Chu was very happy to be praised. However, Cedric scratched his head and said in confusion, "Is this the broom you want to equip the team? How to use it?" Cedric had demonstrated it several times in his mind, but he really didn't know how to ride it. Does it really require practicing sphincter muscles to ride this? Everyone else looked at Aaron expectantly, including Chu, who stared at him expectantly with a pair of bright eyes. Aaron didn't waste any words and began to explain to Cedric how to use it. He didn't worry about being learned by other team members. It would be useless to learn the theory without a flying sword. The flying sword has 3 modes. Aaron threw the flying sword in his hand. In the eyes of everyone's surprise, the flying sword did not fall to the ground, but floated in the air with a buzzing sound. The flying sword floated parallel to the ground, and a blue flame flowed from below. Everyone was stunned. This. Is this a levitation spell? Didn't I see Aaron casting it? It's amazing. There is no alchemical creation that can float without control. Cedric's eyes were hot. It was so cool. It was really so cool. He didn't care even if he had to train his sphincter. Chu was also surprised. When she moved her eyes from the flying sword to the boy with difficulty, she found that the boy was always smiling. It seemed that nothing could make him fluctuate. "What do you really look like?" Chu was very curious. She was attracted by this boy. There was a fog in front of her, and the boy was looming. Although she was a few years older than Aaron, he seemed more calm. The most mysterious thing was to attract people. Oh! Everyone exclaimed in amazement. The Weasley twins stepped forward and touched it up and down, and even stretched out their hands to shake it under the flying sword to see how it was suspended. Aaron jumped lightly and stood upright on the flying sword. Amid the amazement of everyone, he began to speak. This is the first mode, which is the initial form. However, I am the only one who can do this form at the moment. Aaron said this not out of arrogance, but because it was the truth. Cedric listened very seriously, because this thing was about to be the key to their winning the Quidditch House Championship. Let me show you a little bit. As soon as he finished speaking, Aaron began to rise into the air at a high speed, and everyone's eyes followed him. Soon, Aaron drifted handsomely and landed in front of everyone. As for why Aaron landed so smoothly this time, could the one he made be comparable to that broken wooden stick? This move really caused another exclamation. Next, it's the second mode. Aaron stood on the flying sword and pressed a button on the hilt. In an instant, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the flying sword began to deform with a click, and finally turned into a strange thing. This thing has a seat cushion, and a handle in the front, and at the back, there are two cylindrical tubes. If any time-traveling big shot sees it, he will definitely exclaim. A flying motorcycle. This flight mode is specially made for traveling. Aaron sat on it, and then twisted the right handle, and there was an explosion roar instantly. This move made the boys exclaim. It's so cool. Compared with this, the sticks they rode before were just broken sticks. And most importantly, it is absolutely stealthy and can be turned into a breastplate to fit the chest. Why do wizards choose to use brooms as a tool for traveling? Because it is ordinary enough. Any muggle will not doubt it when seeing it. Cedric's hands were shaking so much that he couldn't speak. The Weasley twins were also like children who had never seen the world. He opened his eyes wide and stepped forward to gently touch the fuselage. The streamlined fuselage, the fluorescent white shell, was covered with blue streamer slits. The dream of every wizard. This is the clutch. Aaron lowered his head, stepped on one gear to explain, and then stepped on another, and instantly the fuselage made a rumbling sound again. This is the accelerator. Step on the clutch and throttle, then release. Aaron rushed out with a whoosh. Before they could react, they felt the motorcycle in front of them disappear. The violent wind and sand made them squint their eyes, and the wizard robes were lifted high. The Ravenclaw witches exclaimed, Marilyn Monroe-style covered skirts. Where's Aaron? As the smoke and dust settled, everyone looked around. But after searching everywhere, they could not find any trace of Aaron or the flying sword. Look there! Someone suddenly pointed in the direction of the Black Lake. Everyone looked over and was stunned. On the other side of the Black Lake, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the whomping willow in the distance was emitting black smoke, and its only two branches were weakly whipping the flying motorcycle that was halfway inserted into its torso. Chapter 75. Fred exclaimed with his hands in his hair. Cedric rolled his eyes at him. Do you still care whether the headmaster is angry or not? Fred spread his hands, shrugged, and said nothing. George on the side retorted, don't mention such things in front of Professor McGonagall. Ignoring the two, Cedric looked over there. He was extremely shocked. It had only been a dozen seconds since takeoff. The flying broom Aaron had made was flying so fast. It had actually flown over the Black Lake and plunged into the whomping willow. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. But besides being shocked, he was extremely excited. This speed. Just like Aaron said before, if this still can't win the championship, then it's really mediocre. He finally understood what this boy who was a few years younger than him said, but at the same time, he admired him even more. Compared with the Weasley twins, Chu had more ideas. Her eyes were uncertain, and there was shock and something else in them. This creation is not only able to help a certain school team win, it's not as easy as winning the Quidditch championship. Even in the wizarding world, it will cause a great sensation. It may even eliminate the Nimbus Company. The Nimbus Company releases 1 or 2 new models every year, or even a new model every few years, and it only makes slight improvements on the basics. For example, this year it has more speed, and next year it has more stability. And the flying broom made by Aaron has surpassed the Nimbus Company. No. Chu has a hunch that this is a product beyond this era. If the price is low, then the Nimbus Company. However, what she has to consider now is how to get a batch of such flying brooms for her own school team. She glanced at Cedric, whose face was flushed. If Aaron only equips Hufflepuff with such flying brooms, then, how can other colleges compete? Just surrender. Puh, puh, puh. Aaron spat out the bark in his mouth and stood up from the flying motorcycle. He was just trying to show off and turned on the maximum power. He didn't expect that he could go so fast at full speed. Looking at the Whomping Willow that was hit so badly by him, Aaron could feel the resentment it exuded. The Whomping Willow shook its only 2 branches weakly, and he felt a little embarrassed. He really went too far. He kept catching the Whomping Willow and causing trouble. Don't be sad. Aaron put his hand on the tree trunk and said embarrassedly, wait, I will refine some super strong fast-growing liquid to compensate you. Ding! Reward, powerful fast-growing liquid formula. Required materials, Babotuber pus, Dictamni, Lovage, Hair Care Bark, Mandrake. The system's voice sounded in my mind. The formula came into being as soon as I had an idea. Very good, you are getting better and better. Aaron praised. Actually, I should have given it to you before. I forgot about it, but the Dark Dragon King mentioned it just now and I just remembered it. Okay, I just have a good temper and I don't bear grudges. If you follow any blue silver grass guy, I will definitely uninstall you and grind you to ashes. Please don't have such thoughts, Black Dragon King. This boy is not worthy of my following. Well, Aaron felt much better now. He began to look up the formula of the quick-growing liquid in detail. Aaron had most of the materials for this formula, except for the special materials such as Mandrake. Aaron might need to find the professor of the greenhouse class, Pomona Sprout, who is also his dean. He is not worried that Professor Sprout will not give it to him. At worst, he can use gold galleons to smash it. He has more gold galleons. The crows will deliver a cubic meter of gold galleons every night. There is a saying that goes, gold galleons can make wizards turn the mill. His warehouse is full of them, and even the things he uses to pad the corners of the table and balance the equipment are gold galleons. It is estimated that if the outside world knew that Aaron was asked to do this, they would be very angry. If the goblins knew, they might have to start a war in the wizarding world again. Okay, now that we have made such a big fuss, let's get out of here. At worst, I can double Dumbledore's coffee this week. Aaron pressed the button on the handle, and the flying motorcycle turned into a sword, which Aaron took out easily. It was reassembled into a flying motorcycle again. This time he was prepared, and he controlled the flying motorcycle like an old driver and flew towards the Quidditch training ground. When passing over the Black Lake, his eyes suddenly shrank. Hovering high in the sky, with a clear view, he actually saw a huge black shadow wriggling in the middle of the Black Lake. The black shadow was extremely huge, with a diameter of almost more than 100 meters. There is such a huge creature in the Black Lake of Hogwarts. But why, are there no records or legends? No. There is a legend, but it is just a legend. It is said that Godric Gryffindor is still alive. He is a giant squid during the day, and at night he will turn into Gryffindor himself and take a walk outside. However, Aaron naturally does not believe this kind of thing. However, now the facts are in front of us, and the huge creature does exist. What if Gryffindor's animagus is a giant squid? He has been continuing his life in the form of animagus. After all, his animagus is also a huge 5-clawed black dragon. In the wizarding world, animagus abides by the laws of nature, that is, animagus cannot be a magical creature. It can only be an ordinary creature, such as a tabby cat, a beetle, etc. Squid is obviously not a magical creature. Of course, Aaron is excluded, his animagus is not a magical creature. But, God! If you have a chance, make a diving suit and go down to have a look. Is this really a warm campus life? There's such a big squid in the lake opposite the school, Dumbledore, do you really not care? Damn, I suddenly want to eat grilled squid. Aaron pursed his lips and decided to find time to explore the Black Lake. At this moment, the huge black shadow seemed to have shrunk into the deepest part, and nothing could be seen. The water of the Black Lake was surging, revealing mystery and weirdness. He drove his flying motorcycle towards the Quidditch training ground. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Dumbledore stood in front of the round window. The violent crash just now certainly did not escape his ears. When he saw the Whomping Willow he planted was smoking, he was in a hurry to go downstairs. But soon a white thing flew towards this side at a very fast speed. His eyes flickered, and after seeing the person above, he was surprised. Aaron. What surprised him was the thing Aaron was riding. Even he had never seen that kind of thing before. It looked faster, more stable, and more solid than a flying broom. Dumbledore knew that Aaron was an alchemist. When he first took this child in, he was fooled and washed by that magical door. However, what this child refined now has exceeded his cognition. He himself is also an excellent alchemist, King Zhao, and has spent some unforgettable days with Nick Flamel. Naturally, he knows the difficulty of refining. The more a creature can fly into the sky, the more difficult it is to refine. Even the seemingly simple flying broom is not that simple. For example, the latest Nimbus 2000 launched by Nimbus requires several excellent alchemists to cooperate in refining. Otherwise, why would Nimbus go through so much trouble to launch a new product? That child actually created an alchemical flying tail that combines stability, speed, and the ability to take off. Dumbledore asked himself, can he do it? There is no answer to this question. Maybe he can, maybe he can't. He hasn't touched alchemy for many years, and all his time has been spent on blocking his conspiracy and resurrection. Suddenly, he remembered something. Dumbledore's face was unusually solemn, and he turned and walked into the office. At the innermost part of the office, Dumbledore pulled open a huge cloth, and under the cloth was an exquisite and artistic alchemical creation. The creation shone with mysterious brilliance under the flickering magic candlelight, which was dizzying.